Today we're going to talk about Professor James Small and the anti-FBA movement that's going around on YouTube. And we'll be breaking down Professor James Small's recent statement where he's, in my opinion, attacking FBA and question the legitimacy of the FBA movement. He called it FBI or CIA. Let me pull my mic up. Yeah, he called it FBI. So we're going to be listening to what Professor James Small has to say about the FBA movement. And we are going to be addressing it. Salutes to all of the FBAs in the house. If someone in the chat room got a problem with the poll, just don't vote. You don't have to. You can close the poll by clicking the little three dots that you see on the right of it, and you don't even have to vote. It will just allow you to close the poll without voting if you don't see an option that's suitable for you. All right, so, and ain't no problem with that. Ain't nobody better than nobody. You know, you got a lot of folks today. They feel like they want to put themselves above the Pan-African or the FBA or the Hebrew or the Christian. Right? I don't think that choice is neither here nor there when it comes to, you know, greatness. It just shows the level of consciousness that you had in most cases. Now, what level of consciousness does FBA show that a person is at? It shows that a person has matured enough to see that, whether you like it or not, race is an issue in America. That's right! And that each race have galvanized themselves politically in the country to have a voice in the area of politics. And one of the things is a group of people that are not speaking for themselves on a political level, you will have puppets speak for you. You will have a black bourgeoisie. You will have a boule group that will then be your voice. And ain't no such thing as I don't want to participate. Not participating looks like not voting. And you can not vote. And that means you're not participating in politics, but that don't mean you can't participate in the conversation. That's right! You can't opt out of the conversation. Now, I'm with you now when you say to hell with voting, right? I'm with you on that, right? Our votes don't mean nothing. But we can't opt out of the conversation of who we are in America, because if we don't tell the world, somebody else will tell them, and we may not like it. Having a voice in the area of politics as a group to delineate doesn't mean I don't like that group, I don't like that group, I don't like that group. Hell, I even encourage swirling. So what I do, I tell people, get with somebody who love you, period. So let's put that on the table, that I very much think that integration is a good thing, because there's more people at the bottom with a common enemy who are different skin tones, right? And we shouldn't let crazy stuff divide us from the fact that we're being exterminated and that the black people ain't the only target. Now, you can argue on who's the biggest target, and I won't be mad at you. I think it's a waste of time. But once I realize we're all targeted, I say, man, that's a common enemy. We need to galvanize. That ain't going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen, not in our generation. The thing is, each group got to galvanize first. Every group got to realize they are strategically attacking each group, and they'll make each group attack each other. You see, and my thing is this right here. That ain't what FBA is about. FBA wasn't a group that started on playing into the divide and conquer agenda. I would say that Pan-Africanism does that. Pan-Africanism A lot of concepts that came out of Pan-Africanism was anti-white man. A lot of the ideologies that come up out of Islam, let's look at the other ideologies now, Hebrew Israelites, because FBA is taking criticism from all these groups, right? From all these groups. And my thing is, each one of these groups can unite to go against FBA, but they can't themselves all come together. I want y'all FBA people to think about that with me today. That's right. Y'all better think about what I just said. And it's a lot of more jewels that I'm about to spit today. It's a lot of more big things that I'm going to point out that's hypocrisies, because you got all of these groups, man, and they united. You got your Pan-Africans, your Hebrews. Now they debate each other. Prior to FBA being a thing, these groups was debating each other every day on the street corners. FBA never went out there to participate in the divide and conquer. FBA never entered the debate with the Hebrews, Moors, Islam, Pan-Africans, right? We let them stay divided and conquered, and we say, look, here is something where it doesn't matter about if you're a Moor, a Christian. This doesn't matter about if you're a Pan-African, a Hebrew. It only matter about if you know for a fact it was your ancestors that built this country and that your lineage traced back to this land. Therefore, you need to have more of a say-so and more leverage when it comes to politics in America as a people. We don't care about your Pan-African ideology, and then FBA got one thing that the whole group exists for. To let the world know, right, that the country we're in was built on the backs of a certain group, and that history acknowledges that. And there's so many false promises toward that group. We ain't gonna start at the 40 acres and a mule, because history made that a joke. You mention that today, people laugh, when that was a real thing that black people didn't even bring up. White folks brought that up. They making a lot of promises to regain favor and trust from our people, but they break the promise every time. What happened to Trump's platinum plan? It turned into the Zionist plan. That's what happened. So FBA is a group that's saying, we want to do politically for us what other groups are doing for themselves. If you look at what's happening at the United Nations, every group have a spokesperson at the table to speak for them, because the groups that can't speak for themselves, may the Lord have mercy on y'all. Yeah, buddy. And you ain't got to vote. I ain't talking about voting. I don't vote. I'm talking about not letting white politicians define you to the world. That's all FBA is, because guess what the white man did? The white man told the world we're Africans, and the white man encourages African pride. Now, old heads like Professor James Small, before I get into this video, they have one strong, I wouldn't call it strong, let's just call it old. They have one old talking point they like to use. And that talking point is, we hate ourselves. That the white man has trained the black man to hate Africa, to not want to be ashamed, right, of his African roots, is what they like to say, right? But here's the thing, right? Black people have more African pride than Africans, because when you look at it, Africans on the continent don't really look at the continent as a whole as something to be proud of. To get an idea, it's just like black people in America. Most black people ain't patriotic. We don't care about America. But most black people will rep the hell out of their street corner. Most black people love their neighborhood and their community, their tribe. So in America, we still practice tribalism because why? Most black people identify by their hood, which is a small community out of their whole county and state. And that hood may even be just a small section of a city, not even the whole city itself, of course. But I'm just saying these hoods are very concentrated and specifically placed. And there are high concentrations of people from these areas, from these tribes. It's no different than what we've been doing. But see, the thing is this. In Africa, it ain't no different. Don't no one have African pride. They have Kenyan pride, Nigerian pride. And these different tribes or different nations in Africa are in competition. So my whole thing is I love Africa, right? But I think what Professor James Smalls need to realize is that when you say that, well, we hate Africa, we don't love Africa, and that the white man put this self-hatred in us when we identify with our African roots. Actually, the white man didn't make us hate Africa. He the reason we love Africa, right? This is facts. So one thing you got to realize about the white man said that a lot of the white men who are the enemy, they said that they tired of woke culture and they're tired of black fatigue. Keyword, black fatigue. Now, when they talk about black fatigue, they're talking about black people in America that's waking up, delineating, challenging everything. You woke, you want to disagree with science, evolution. You don't want to go with the out of Africa theory, right? Because in order for us to say that everyone in the world is Africans, we have to rely mainly on a lot of teachings from Darwin and from evolution. And you have an old man, Professor James Small, who literally believes that a rock with the germ of human life was hurling through space, and it just so happened to land on the earth near Africa as a single cell organism. And all humans start right there in Africa because life evolved from Africa as a single cell organism. It was a single cell sperm-like creature, if you will, very simple. And then over time, it evolved and became more complex, and it became a fish, sort of like a mermaid creature. And then it crawled up out the water and became, alligators. It went through the reptile thing. And then it transformed into a monkey lady named Lucy. And Lucy and them were the first human ancestors that kind of occupied Africa after the comet crashed in the people. Let me just take a minute to wipe my head hurt. Such bullshit. I remember when black people were big Christians. A lot of our people still make up the church. But one good thing to see was, there was a huge movement of black people waking up and re-questioning these foreigners' belief systems. It's so refreshing. And it's even more refreshing for black people to be waking up saying, wait a minute, we're not no damn Africans. We didn't evolve from chimps. And kids, grown people, they're starting to question what they're being told even deeper. The rabbit hole goes deeper. They realize we ain't Christians, we're gods. Then they realize that the gods didn't evolve from chimpanzees.
Stupid.
Oh, you forgot about that, right? Your boy, Professor James Small, teach that we are gods, but we had to be monkeys first, okay? And I think that's a huge leap to go from being a banana-eating, ass-scratching chimp man to a nigga with a bunch of gold on in a palace. Like, what the hell? In just a few years, right? That's a huge jump. Them monkeys sure learned capitalism very quick. And them, can you imagine if we learned money when we was monkeys? God forbid. You would have had a chimp bitch on the face of your money. Talk about the planet of the apes. Y'all gotta believe so much horse shit, my bad. I mean, ape shit to get along with this man here. Now, we got a lot to unpack today. The video was 2 hours. I don't think it's worth reviewing the whole thing because it's just a couple of points that he made that's in question. And a lot of channels already digging to address those points and cut them out. And one of the channels that I really like to hear from is the Black Authority. The Black Authority, man. The Black Authority, man, goes in. So we're going to be reviewing the Black Authority. And we're going to mainly just be making our own talking points from Professor James Small because he got all the right areas cut out. And I enjoy his commentary, so we're going to let him cook too throughout the stream. Because it's just some stuff he said that once you hear him say it, you can't say it any better. So I let him say it and just piggyback, you know, on some of these points. But for the most part, I'm not going to be like, I'm going to point out a lot of hypocrisies and I'm going to really go even like, these guys are being respectful because it's Professor James Small. And so will I. I don't think we need to get out of character or nothing. We can be professional. But what I'm admitting to what I'm going to do today, I'm going to make accusations. Because what Professor James Small did, he called FBA to FBI, CIA. I want to say he's projecting the Pan-Africans and all them other groups are controlled by the FBI and CIA. They the ones that the government created for divide and conquer, to be the groups in between when a black person wake up from the black church, because most of us grow up in Islam or the church. Then they got all these other groups and lodges and shit out there for you. But ultimately you realize that none of these groups got the answer. And that is basically you got to go and do your own self journey and awakening within to reconnect with your ancestors. Because the controlled opposition is real. Professor James Small represent an old generation of gate guards who made themselves a living off of same thing that Pastor Porkchop and them doing. But instead of giving us a white form of Christianity, they gave us Pan-Africanism, which is like a chocolate-coated form of Christianity. Let me do something here because I want to actually take my scene here. Now, I actually want to jump over here with these guys because I see a place for me right here. I could be right here. All right, and this will look better, actually. It'll look better. All right, yeah, I like this. And we'll review it like this. So, yeah, and before I hit play on this, let me finish with my little intro and show you, you know, give you the little rundown. I think these other groups are the FBI and CIA. Now, because think about this. All of these groups that I just mentioned are all under the Abrahamic faiths, even Pan-Africanism. Even Pan-Africanism got to promote some form of Abrahamism. In fact, it's the mother of all these Abrahamic faiths, and they'll tell you that. All of that come from Kemet. Now, they'll tell you in Pan-Africanism, Freemasonry come from Kemet and all that. So they want our people to be prideful about being Freemasons. If you talk to Professor James Small, he'll tell you this and the Freemasons is stupidity because they have basically been helping our people. I'm putting words in his mouth now because I know their arguments. I know that I'm standing on. I know how he feel about the Masons. So, they Masonic friendly. When Masons founded America, right? These people are Masons started government in this country, right? You can't name to me good things that Masons did besides keep secrets from every damn body. Now, my thing like this, when people doing good for you, they ain't gonna keep it secret. Everybody like it to be known when they helping somebody. Jim Jones couldn't wait for the cameras to be rolling for him to give out turkeys, for example. You don't want to do that off camera now. You want to capture your good deeds. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Might be a bit not classy, but to each his own. My thing is this. You definitely show that. You wouldn't be as secretively doing a greater good for humanity. You would do that in open because we need people to copy that model and implement what you're doing. Don't keep good things secret that can help everybody. That will really make you a gate guard. So whether you keeping some good secret or some bad secret, you still a gate guard is my point. That's my point. So to be Masonic friendly, but FBI, to be in opposition for, think about what I'm telling you. Freemasonry does not care what Abrahamic faith you belong to, but you got to have a belief in a God to be a Mason. Now, in the lodge, all of these religions are united under Freemasonry, but they go outside and debate each other. Hebrews versus Moors, Moors versus Pan-Africans, Pan-Africans versus Black Christians. Now, in the lodge, you may have a Pan-African, a Black Christian, a Moor, all of them getting along, uniting, building together, and then they go outside and promote the division. Then when you have a group called FBA that says, you know what, look at all this division. Our people divided up. Let's make a group where it don't matter what your religious ideology is, long as you know you're a foundational Black American. That's simple, right? You Black. You've been here since the foundation of America and was instrumental in help building this country. Your ancestors did, right? That is a simple way to identify to where we ain't got to be divided and conquered. And even if you want to be a Pan-African or more, go be that. FBA ain't saying you can't be that. Those groups are saying you can't be whatever you are. For example, the Black church is saying, if you ain't no Christian, you going to hell. The Hebrews are saying, if you ain't a Hebrew, Yahweh won't save you. The Pan-Africans is saying, if you don't want to identify as Pan-African, you hate yourself and you ashamed of it. Everybody bashing you for not being part of their little box and cult, even though all of their leaders get along together in the lodges. Just like at the United Nations, everybody leader get along while the soldiers go out there and blow each other the fuck up. So that got to be pointed out throughout the stream today. You know I got to deal with that aspect of all of this gate guarding and all of this anti-FBA shit going on. Because FBA is the only group that's saying, we don't care if you're a Black Christian. We don't care if you're a Black Buddhist. We don't care about your ideology, long as you know who you are. And when people start talking like that, galvanizing their people like that, that's a threat, man. Because the establishment have been working for years to keep us divided and conquered. Hebrews, Moors, all these damn groups been divided. Now when FBA come along and say, hey, here goes something where we don't gotta be divided, all of them groups that's been divided now telling us we're doing the damn division. They're now telling us we're the ones being divisive, y'all, when we're the only Black group that's saying, we don't care about your fucking religion or ideology. You one of us, nigga. Come here, let me give you a hug, nigga. I don't care what you is. That's FBA. I wouldn't stand behind nothing that I thought would win a positive thing. I never saw nothing like it. Because if you're not a black Christian, they gonna say, yeah, I love the brother, but he going to hell and he's a sinner. I'm just saying, it's gonna always be with these black groups, they're gonna have more love for their group than black people. So none of these groups can qualify as a universal black movement for black people. Because at the end of the day, they're pushing their religious ideologies over their blackness. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's why none of these groups can unite. Because even though all of them black, they all separated with religious ideologies. Even though all of them black, which is something they should be uniting by, right? According to them, they won't. They've been around for years, which is some government orchestrated shit. Because all of these groups come from the neo-pagan movement, all of them straight up out of COINTELPRO and CIA. Because when black folks was waking up in the late 60s and early 70s, the government responded because that was a big falling away from the church with black people. That was a big identity movement going on in the 60s and 70s that they want to rewrite from history. Guess what they did to stop that? They started pushing the I'm black and I'm proud movement. So when so-called Negroes, which is back in those days, believe it or not, the most common term for this group wasn't black, it was Negro. And if you watch old news footages and old newspaper, it don't say black people, it say Negroes. That was a common term for the group during those days. Black is fairly popular. And black is a CIA socially engineered term that if we don't control the narrative of it, the people who gave us this will. In other words, the world see us as black. We can't get around that. So for the sake of the world knowing which group we talking about, we say we black. But in particular, because they using the word black as a blanket term for every person with this kind of skin, we say black American. And because anybody with this kind of skin color can move to America and identify as black American, we got to put another adjective in front of that, which is foundational black American. It's very simple. It's a way to distinguish a particular group that have been seeking for their own exclusive identity in social politics. Anybody that don't like that can suck SMD. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You can SMD. Every group got this. And the thing is, it ain't being divisive. It's like saying every football team get to go form a goddamn huddle so they can decide they plays and be strategic. They have to be given that right to privacy as a team, as a group. Because in America, whether you like it the fuck or not, each group is competing with the next. And if every group is if I'm saying we're gonna practice unity, right, then each group got to allow the next group to enjoy the same perks it has. Otherwise, when we trying to unite, the groups that ain't allowed to do that gonna always bring up some you got that they don't got. And you just can't call them victim-minded when they do that. If you really want to be fair and unite. So it's very simple, foundational black American. I just broke it down why it makes sense. You can have black Americans in the US all day, but they may not be foundational black Americans. And what we're telling the Africans like Godfrey and all them who keep hating on FBA, because he like to identify as a black American when he talk about crime and violence. But when he talk about his success, he like to say about how he's a Nigerian. Yes, Godfrey is a tether that we got to call out too. And I don't know why y'all ain't doing it the way that he turned on Lord Jamar for that white boy. But check this out anyway, though. My whole point is this. People want to call it division. But everyone that's calling FBA divisive, they all belong to their own little cult. And they've been part of that cult for years, battling and debating and divided up against other black organizations. And none of these black groups can get along. So when you have something like FBA that say, listen, this is a group for foundational black Americans, whether you Christian, Buddhist, it don't matter if you Democrat or Republican. Because what FBA is saying, long as you know that you are a foundational black American, then you know the needs of that group. You may just think the liberals got a better plan at getting us that. Or you may think the Republicans do. But we don't gotta be fighting each other, black Republican, black liberal, because both can identify as FBA, shake hands and say, listen, you gonna keep your foot on the Democrats' neck for our people, and I'm gonna keep my foot on the Republicans' neck for our people, and we ain't gonna let our political party rip us apart as black people, because at the end of the day, we FBA first, and then Democrat, Republican later. What's wrong with that? You don't think that's what Zionism is? What's wrong with that? It's a fire political strategy to pass down to the next generation, even if it ain't even all the way perfected now, it's moving in the right direction. That's right! Because only thing else we got is the black church, the Hebrews, all of these religious organizations like Pan-Africanism is a religious ideology because you got to believe in evolution and all that shit and a comet falling onto the earth. I'd rather be a Christian than a Pan-African because real talk, Pan-African saying that we come from monkeys. I'm going to show you why I'd rather be a Christian than a Pan-African. Our ancestors created Christianity, but it got corrupted by the enemy. It was a legit spiritual system, but evolution is literally evil. It's literally the formation of racist white Freemasons like Darwin who working so that a certain group of people can't rise up and know who the hell they are or even galvanize as a group. Because they'll always link themselves with every single group in the world as long as you say all humans are Africans and we're Africans. You see what I'm saying? So they making us a mutt, you everything. Everybody are African and you everybody then, because everybody Africans. But the whites can be whites. Listen to what I'm saying. I didn't mean white because black and white is social political terms. What I mean is the dude from New Zealand can be people can have their own cultural and family background and identities that they're founded on. If a person say I'm Cherokee, if a person say, well, look, I'm Irish, and all of those Irish people are gonna have secret gatherings where they can gather outside of everyone else in a huddle and plan what's best for Irish people, even if some of the Irishmen may be Republicans and some may be Democrats in America. Every group do that. And depending on where you live at, you may pass by Irish pubs all the time. So you have different groups. You will see Germany bars, different groups come over here and they have their spaces that they can go and galvanize in. But when we try to do that, people say you being divisive. Imagine going to the NFL And the NFL let every team form a huddle so that they can strategize and call plays. But every time your team try to come together and make a circle and call a huddle, they throw a flag. That's a penalty. You being divisive. Y'all can't huddle up. And you telling the referee, wait a minute, everybody's team's making a huddle and strategizing. That's why they running up the scoreboard on us. We can't come together and strategize. And when we do, you would think people would clap about it, but it's our own people attacking it the most. When all they got to offer is another divisive ass religious organization to black people, to where we're believing in some sky daddy versus coming together like what FBA saying, regardless of your damn sky daddy that you believe in. But see, all the niggas with the sky daddies gonna be mad at that, because it's just a cash cow for all of them, and they don't really care about black people galvanizing and uniting, which makes them activated agents for the goddamn enemy. That's right. They have an incentive to keep us not galvanizing like every other group. But let me go ahead and get into the video. That intro is a little too long. So we're going to be reviewing this, and I may have to cover this more than one time. So, because it's a lot of this, it's 2 hours and some. But, and also we're going to be reacting to a reaction from the black authorities. So it's going to be double the time, but we'll skip through it. Let's go.
Tonight on the Black Channel, there have been some recent comments that have been made, and I really feel I've tried to hold off on it, as you can all tell, because it's been about a week now, and I didn't say anything, and I have a number of different reasons for doing so.
Hold on. It won't let me get the speed.
Be a flame. It's not going to be a clown session. It's going to be a teaching moment. I know some folks might think it's ironic, but no, this will be a teaching moment because we want to educate some people, and they should take this as an opportunity for them to get up to speed on some things that they are either unaware of or mistaken about, since apparently that's the case. I know a lot of you are expecting I'm going to hit you with the you got to watch out for these old, but believe it or not, I'm not going to hit you with that.
Why not though? You do. You do. We got to quit giving people a pass because they old. Being old and growing wrinkle and getting gray don't make you a good person. That's right. You can still be old and be a bigger threat to your people than any young person. And I don't like that, because what happens is we be so hard on the young boys, and then we give the old heads a pass. And when the young boys see that, they be like, damn, the elder know better. How is this the OG? And they're anti their people. And you giving the OG a pass when he grew up in Jim Crow, man. He should know better. Like, how do we expect the youth to listen to us when we correct them? When y'all correct them, we go so hard on these young niggas. And when we start like, no, man, we got to keep the same energy with everybody. Your age shouldn't, if you coming at the young people a certain way, you got to come at the older ones that same way. If they doing the same thing, man. That's like saying if you got a young dude that's messing with little kids and you got an older dude doing it that's an old man, both of them should get the same damn treatment. I wouldn't say to the older PDF file, well, I'm going to correct you a little bit lenient. If the crime is equally offensive to our people, we can't shortcut with the time, because the court ain't going to do that. The white man ain't going to do that in his court. He ain't going to let age be a determining factor on you not doing paying for what you did. You better believe that. That's right. You ain't going to get up in the white man court and say, well, I'm old, Your Honor. He going to say, well, you guilty too, though.
Tonight, I'm actually not going to hit you with that tonight. We're going to just keep it straight down the middle in particular here. Now, recently, Professor James Small did an interview with somebody I don't even know. It doesn't really matter. However, a number of comments were made that I think it would be remiss on my part if I didn't address it. It was talking about a number of things in particular. Talking about FBA. A few comments about Tariq Nasheed in there as well. I'm not really going to say anything about that. He has his own platform. He knows Professor Small much more than I do. I've never spoken to Professor Small. I've never talked.
Yeah, I like the Black Authority, but I will accuse him of what I accuse a lot of these big black channels of. They like to put they fucking they like to hit you with this, family, you know. Well, I'm gonna address Professor Smalls today, and you know, they these kind of guys, you know, we're gonna address them today. My caviar, please. Yes, we're gonna be not the right caviar. We're gonna address him today, and we'll be bringing Grey Poupon, please. Like, they wanna always address him like everybody else. They be unfiltered and uncut, and then when you address the old dude with professor in front of his name, which is a big threat. The gate guards, bro, they got a lot of authority with seniority. And the title of professor, you gotta address them even harder, my bro. You got to really bring them old gate guards down. That's right! Because they're trying to activate the young brothers against you. This man is an old devil. I don't care what nobody say. He know exactly what he doing. So, my whole thing be, we gotta quit Grey Pouponing it up for these elders, man, because they should be held 10 times accountable.
Talk to him. I've never had a interaction with him myself. I know he knows about my work. That's great. That's wonderful. I know he knows about my films. That's fine. I'm not here to defend anybody else in that regard. If they want to say something, they are perfectly capable of speaking for themselves. I'm here tonight to speak for myself. And I do have some thoughts on what I heard. So in any case, we're going to go ahead and just jump right into it here and just start from the beginning during the program. By the way, I did listen to it. You all know me. So no one can accuse me of taking anything out of context or citing anything out of context. No, I'm going to play exactly what it is. I'm going to play exactly what it is. So we're going to go ahead and just start with the first thing here. And whoever this little fella is who is hosting that program or whatever, as a matter of fact, I really want to change.
And by the way, when the Black Authority says, whoever this little fella is, you know, I like when he threw that little shot at him. He's such a professional shot thrower. Shout out to the Black Authority. I'm gonna learn from this nigga, man.
This just a little bit.
This little
really
fella.
Want to change this just a little bit because I want to. I feel like I want to make sure that they're portrayed a little bit better here, based on, I guess you could say, just based on my feeling about it. I guess you could say it like that.
Okay, so why did I say this devil? I apologize, David Kessler. You say you tripping. Devil is too harsh. That's harsh and unwarranted, okay, in my opinion. I'll take it back because that's how I really feel, but I don't mind taking it back just to not offend y'all, because everything ain't meant just because you feel it to say it out of your mouth, right? So maybe I shouldn't have said it, but let me tell you why I said it. In my opinion, a devil is a deceiver, right? A devil is a entity that deceives a person and misleads them, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And I believe Professor James Small knowingly knows what he's doing. But even if he was unknowingly doing it, that will make him a devil, or what? An adversary to his people. So when I say devil, don't take it that deep. It just means you're an agent against the greater good of your people. And you have to be identified as that for our good. For our good, man. You got to identify the cancer and cut it out. You got to identify the adversaries. And maybe I shouldn't use devil. Maybe I should have said adversary. That's more professional, but it still gets my same feeling out. So my bad.
Based on my feeling of it.
And my whole thing be, when people say FBA is a joke, guess what else I hear people saying? The NBA is a joke right now, man. The NFL is a joke. You probably catch a white hockey fan on a pissed off night after the game saying, you know what? I fucking hate the NHL. The NHL is a freaking joke now. The referees don't allow people to fight no more. So when you say something is a joke, I don't know what to do with that. But if you want to click the call-in link and intelligently articulate yourself as an adult about a social political issue concerning your people, now that'll help everybody. It'll also show, it'll give you some credibility. And when we hear you speak, we will say, well, okay, this brother sound intelligent. I may not agree yet, but he's won my attention. He's won my attention. So I just encourage all of you black people to be mature, because I don't care if you FBA, Christian, or whatever you are. If you immature, you're a goddamn shame, man. You're a shame. That's right. If you acting like a damn child, I'd rather you be a Pan-African than a grown-ass name-calling child, right? So if you can't come up here and speak some positive to the people and put positive vibes out there in divisive situations, even if you don't agree with me, you come up here and say, man, this how I feel about it, Sanchez. And you may bring some clarity to the thing. But we ain't gonna be childish, man. Let's really deal with this stuff maturely. It's serious issues.
I think this picture here does a little bit better. I don't know who this little fella is. I'm not really certain what it is there, but I do know that he was really a driving force behind this. So I guess we'll give credit where credit is due. But whoever he is, and it's not really that important to be totally honest, whoever he is, he certainly didn't come with the best of intentions. And that's neither here nor there, to be totally honest, because it's not what he had to say that was the issue at all. He was pretty much.
And I'm going to tell you what's so sad. They couldn't tear down Tariq Nasheed because they tried to make him the face of it. And everybody in FBA was on cold, clearly letting the world know ain't no damn leader. It's a lineage-based organization. I wouldn't even say organization. It's a lineage. Because it ain't even really organized. It's like a family reunion up there at the Hidden Colors Museum. It's damn near like if you FBA, when Tariq having some, people just show up if you FBA. He don't say, let me see your FBA identification card. You just walk right in the museum if you black and you saying you FBA. You can be infiltrating. He don't know. That lets you know it ain't an organized thing with some goddamn leader. It's more like, hey man, we the foundational black Americans that built this country, and here go a public space where we can go to and just to talk about that. Cause it ain't nowhere else in America for that. We got churches for niggas to beg for a white blue-eyed God. You got mosques for niggas to beg for a Middle Eastern God to save them. You got the Pan-African shit for niggas to be finding glory in monkey people and pharaohs that got obliterated, and that have mutated into niggas waiting on the mothership and waiting on the Beru, and they even saying 3-Eye Atlas may be the return of the African ancestors. So they got another religion that's even worse than Christianity and all that. They think they the best answer. Even the Hebrews trying to attack FBA. Like, bro, all y'all doing is standing on street corners antagonizing your own people because you ain't doing that shit in the white folks' neighborhood. You want a kiss from them to kiss your feet. and the goddamn Hebrews doing all that yelling, and they'll be willing to fight against another black man right there on the street corner, but they ain't gonna go to war with that white man. They gonna say that Yahweh Shah waiting to come fuck him up, though. Now, we can fight you black men by ourselves, but when it come to fighting that white man, we got to wait on Jesus for that. You know we can't be doing that ourselves. Boo.
A non-factor where this is concerned. It's everything else. So let me go ahead and start you all with a clip here. By the way, of course, it goes without saying, fair use. Fair use. We're just going to take this in chronological order. They had a whole chapter in here about FBA is divisive. They had a whole he put a whole chapter in here about FBA is divisive. So he said something here, and then Professor Small responded.
And yes, we were there before Columbus, but we were everywhere before Columbus. So why is it so important that we were in North America?
Because that's where we live, you milk dud headed dude. So why is it so important that we was in North America? It lets you know he's a gate guard. Why? The real question is, why the fuck ain't you proud of what the Africans built in America like you is with the Egyptian shit? I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because Professor James Small does Egyptian tours every year. And if you selling tickets to Egypt, and we talking $3,000, $4,000 Egyptian tours per head, that's the ticket. $3,000, $4,000, right? And they got 200, 300 people showing up. They can't have this anti-Pan-African talk because the only reason people want to visit Egypt is because they think black people think we the Egyptians. Now, I ain't gonna debate you on that. I ain't say we was or we wasn't. FBA ain't about debating that. Tariq Nasheed put out a lot of pro-African content. Hidden Colors was all about finding pride in Africa. So I don't get the hate now that he's saying, listen, let's glorify what's happened in this country too. Because if you're legit and you ain't trying to sell nothing, you wouldn't shit on all the other ancestors and big up one group. Because think about it. If I was selling tours to China to show y'all the Black Buddha, I would have to shit on every other place because I need black folks to focus on where I'm trying to sell tickets at. I need, and the black folks ain't gonna spend $3,000, $4,000 to go on an Asian tour with me if I don't have propaganda in America to make them get emotionally driven to want to go and attach to it. So first you gotta give them a false identity. And then that's going to lead them to $3,000, $4,000 for them to go to a land that they saying is my land where my ancestors come from. And it's cosplay. Because you can't let's say your ancestors do trace back to Egypt. When we say the word trace back, you got to go through where you at now. If I want to trace and learn who my great grandmother is, I gotta start at my mama, and then I gotta go to my grandma, and then my great grandma. I can't skip over all them and say, man, who cares about them? That ain't important. Let's go all the way back here to great. Everybody's important. Now they like to say, right? Because there are other Pan-Africans. They don't sell just they don't sell Egyptian tours. Like, there are other Pan-Africans, I'm not going to mention a name, but they sell tours to South America to look at the Olmecs and all of that. But they're Pan-Africans. And they are telling black people what they specialize in is the quote-unquote African presence in America. Now, I don't think everyone is Africans. I don't subscribe to the Out of Africa theory. But I want you to know there are other Pan-Africans that sell tours to other places other than Egypt. Now, most of them sell tours to Egypt because the Egyptian identity is one thing that our people attach to a lot in America. We like to wear unks and all of that. But that come from people like Professor James Small enriching themselves by selling you a false identity in a time when we was desperate for one. So when you have all of these salesmen giving you false identities, what came out of that was something called a neo-pagan movement, where that was the birth of the Hebrews, the birth of the Moors, the birth of the Pan-Africans. All of them came out the same neo-pagan movement. It was a big surge of different ideologies rising up in America during that time. And this is what a lot of the principles of hip-hop was founded on in the nation of gods and earth. A lot of these pagan foreign principles. We didn't reconnect with who we were. We just adopted all of the enemy's identities during the neo-pagan movement. And we still in that boat today. And because we have so many enemies, we have so many black people identified as a different enemy. You got your Moors, which was an enemy to us. You got your Egyptians, which was an enemy to us. You got your Christians, that's the white colonizer, enemy to us. All of our people identify with some Abrahamic faith. And the Abrahamic faith is the different colonizers' ideologies. How did we get these different surge of multiple different ideologies? Because again, during the 60s, go and research the neo-pagan movement. And guess what you will realize? Black people's identity crisis was screaming louder than it ever has been screaming at that time. And it was a sort of the hippie time where you had white groups looking for identities, that poor white groups, if you really want to know. People were looking for an identity, something to identify with. And it was a new awakening. It was an awakening of, am I really who they're telling me? And at the infancy of that awakening, the government started signing a lot of artists to make so-called black music. And in this music, it would start telling us, we're black and we're proud and all of that. But the whole black movement wasn't just being, quote unquote, having black pride. It was about wearing dashikis, wearing unks and afros. So it was tapping into the enemy's paganism through blackness. That's why if you look at all the black nationalist movement, they can't move anywhere because they all have some colonial ideology at the foundation of them. And if I'm your enemy telling you how to think, guess what I'm going to tell you to do? Wait on God to come save you. That's going to buy me time. If you Negroes really believe in a savior, if you believe in a sky daddy, that can buy me generations of time while y'all wait on some dude to crack the sky open. And look at what it's done to our people. Show me a group that ain't waiting on something to save us. Even the Pan-Africans, they're waiting on the mothership, which is an Islamic concept as well. So the two kind of share that one. But they all waiting on something outside of themselves. And FBA is the only group that's saying, fuck waiting and fuck your religious ideology. If you're a black person and you ready to do something right now today, we don't care if you a Hebrew or more, come over here and let's get some shit done as under the term, as knowing who built this shit. Because look, we can identify as Jews, Moors, and all of that. But on a political level, it is very strategic for you to identify as the ones that built the foundation of America, which is true. Why? Because in politics, you only get your leverage by what you contributed to the country. And they keep telling the whole world black people ain't contributed shit. Imagine if we create a whole group where we identify ourselves based upon our contributions. That'll be a dangerous movement. That's what FBA is. It ain't black people identifying based upon their religious indoctrination, because that's what got us divided. It's simply niggas identifying on something that all of these religious groups agree on. Black people built the foundation in America. Even Professor James Small agree with that, but he downplaying it. He saying, so what, man, that we built the, that's very big, because black people in America is being oppressed, and one of the biggest excuses for the oppression is you lazy and you ain't contributed shit. They're trying to rewrite history and delete your contributions. And FBA is a whole goddamn social political group that's the very name is saying we built the foundation. First of all, before we even talk, we showing up saying foundational black American, letting them know why we got leverage is in the name. It's written in history. And you know what's sad? When you bring up the contributions of our group in history in this country, people snob and turn their nose up at it and look at you like you being divisive. But I can equally bring up the history of the Europeans and other groups, and it's okay. The crazy thing about me bringing up my history is my history that's in question. I wouldn't have to bring it up if people wouldn't be trying to rewrite my damn history. That part. That's right. So me bringing up this shit, and why you bringing up the past being divisive? No, I'm bringing up the past because America got to constantly be reminded what exactly happened. Because one thing about America, it remembers everything except the real shit. It love to rewrite history about the oppression to this particular group I'm talking about in this country and what we contributed. It gets amnesia with that. But it's okay. You know, you probably got family members with Parkinson or Alzheimer's. We ain't gonna let that be an excuse. We just gonna keep reminding America's ass when it play forgetful. And when we keep reminding America's forgetful ass, don't come at me saying I'm being divisive. He being forgetful. I don't want to keep repeating this same shit, but he shouldn't keep forgetting it.
We were in South America, we were in Brazil, we were in Cambodia, we were in China. And so what we're dealing with, you've always had those who was ashamed of being African. But it isn't just that. A part of it is a reaction between what we call the immigrant ideology versus an indigenous ideology. The Africans who have been in America for the last 500 years feel that the Africans who come to America in the last 5 years do not ally themselves with them, but ally themselves with our enemies. That's what's at the crux of this.
Okay. Well, so far, so good. Of course, it's been a lot more than 5 years, so this isn't an issue that goes back 5 years. You all know that I've been talking about this now going on 20 years. This is not a new conversation or a new discussion here. Some other folks who, as I said, this is a teaching moment. You know, just in case, obviously, some people are not aware that this is not something recent. They may have only been aware of it recently, but those of you who've been following me know I've been talking about this now going on 20 years. So this is not a new conversation here. But to some other folk, apparently they only became aware of it in the last 5 years, or it only hit their radar in the last 5 years.
And then, you know what? I got the call line open, but it's only for smoke only right now. So to my brothers in the waiting room, relax. I'm going to let all of the round table up at the end of the video review. But any disagreements and smoke can come during the review is what I meant to say. I don't know if I said that. So if you're in the chat room and you want to, and that's how come I know we got to ignore the bots in the chat. It's bots out there talking about FBA is this, FBA is that. If you ain't gonna call in and prove what you saying, like if you say FBA is a business, let's go to the BBB and look it up. Any business in America is public. We can go and pull up the fucking owner and all that. So it'll say Tariq Nasheed would be the CEO, right? Let's get the paperwork and receipts, man. That's all we need to do.
Years, so they assumed that because it only was an issue that they registered with in the last 5 years that, oh, it hasn't been going on before now, and that's just completely fallacious and wrong. So far what you're saying is accurate, even though the chronology is very, very much in error. But so far, generally speaking, so far so good.
Okay. It isn't just the denial. And so, and it isn't that the Africans who are arriving lately is allying themselves with our enemies, because they don't perceive, just like we don't know our history in America. How do we expect a guy from Kenya or Nigeria to know the African American history? We don't know the history.
Yeah, we do. Once again, another teaching moment. Actually, yeah, we do. That's the whole point. So, yeah, I'm not gonna kick it with that one there either.
But I'm a pick at it just a little bit, because when he wanna make it like the Africans are just dumb as hell and ignorant, well, the Africans don't know your history. That's a problem, because according to Pan-Africans, our history is very simple. We came over here on slave ships from the west coast of Africa. If we was taken from Africa, they would know the history of some that was stolen from them. In this case, people, nigga. I bet you if we was to interview the Africans right now, they can tell you everything that was stolen from them in their life. But when it come to this whole group of tribe of motherfuckers that was stolen from the continent of Africa, they don't know the history. They can't remember. Now they got amnesia about who we are like the white man got. But everybody who acting dumb and acting like they don't know who the fuck we are, how they trying to tell us who we are when we say we foundational black Americans? That's the part I wanted the black authority to point out. The hypocrisy. If the Africans don't know who the fuck we are, then they shouldn't even be speaking about FBA. That's right. It's ignorant to even criticize a people who you don't even know their history. And it shows you how ignorant the Africans are and how intelligent the blacks are, if you're right. Because black people know the history of all the tribes in Africa. I can spit out the Dogon history for you now. I got an entire documentaries that I made about the pygmy, and I don't even see people in Africa on YouTube doing that. They on YouTube talking shit about black people in FBA. So you can't hit me with the shit and say, well, I hate Africa, because I got so many videos on my channel showing you the greatness of Africans and their contributions to cosmology and all that. So you can't even play that with me, buddy. That's right.
Yeah, we do know our history, which is exactly why there is a problem. There's friction because we do know our history. So, yeah, I can't accept that one either.
So our people come, they're trying to ally themselves with the advantage. So are you going, if you go into a community to get rich, are you going to...
Think about that. He's saying that the Africans are coming over here and they're trying to ally themselves with the advantage. Meaning, if an African come to America and they see black people losing against white people and they got to pick between which team they want to be on, he's saying it's a no-brainer that they want to be on a winning team. But guess what, y'all? It's a no-brainer that's called being disloyal. Because I'm on my team and that's just that. If I'm signed up to a certain team and we ain't winning no games, what that say about me? That now I just want to run from my team. That say you got loyalty issues. Because guess what? The team that you want to be a part of, all of the players on that team that's winning, they weren't always winning. They was losing together for a long time. And you can't lose with your team. That's what you telling me. You telling me to trust an African that'll run away from their own goddamn land where the colonizers took it over. And when they get over here, they want to join the colonizer to help take over my shit. And you want to excuse that? Hell no, you dangerous, man. This old man dangerous. I don't care what nobody says. That's right.
Ally yourself with the impoverished person in the community or the rich person in the community.
So if you're going somewhere to get rich, now he is describing motive. So what he is admitting is that their motive is not unity. Their motive is not Pan-Africanism.
Right.
Their motive is, well, I'm here to get rich. So in other words,
I've been saying that for years about Pan-Africans. Because one of the biggest arguing points of a Pan-African is Africa is one of the richest lands on earth. We can be going over there doing business with our brothers. You sound like a damn colonizer. I've been telling the Pan-Africans, they ain't Pan-Africans. You are just another colonizer showing up in a dashiki like you one of them people. But you niggas ain't going over there trying to find your lost tribe. You going over there looking for business opportunities. And in this case, is selling bogus ass tours to Egypt, which is an awesome business venture, because I don't need to do nothing but go to some shit that's already built. The pyramids is there. And all I got to do is walk a couple of black folks around 5% of the area, just enough for them to see the black side of it and identify with Egypt. And then on the other side of Giza, there's a white man sending a bunch of white people on tour to see the white side. Egypt is a fucking scam, y'all. It's a business scam. You got different, and I'm not making this up, y'all. I'm not making this up. When you go to Giza, the shit is sectioned off for different groups. You got a black side, a white side, and probably even got another miscellaneous side of other foreign pharaohs that I've heard about. And it don't matter what group you belong to, they got an area to say your ancestors is Egypt. And what the Pan-Africans is say, all of us Africans. But instead of them making everyone identify with the whole African continent, they selling you tours only to Egypt. So if we're Africans, that's a big ass continent. Why y'all keep just going to Giza? Cause y'all making money selling tours, bro. Yo, you know, it broke my heart when I found this out. And I found out, man, we ain't really no damn Egyptians. It made me get busy finding out who I was, and then I smacked myself in the face. I said, you know what? My forefathers been telling me who I was. The people who picked cotton in Bama can trace their bloodline all the way back for damn thousands of years, bro. None of them said they came over here from Africa. We know more about the history of where black people come from than any New York nigga like James Small, because according to them, when black people came to the Americas from Africa, I'm using their theory, that we only situated in the Southeast. And during the Great Migration, Negroes moved up north and got educated, and they started Prince Hall Freemasonry, and they started becoming Freemasons and teaching black people. We created Freemasonry. They started attaching to neo-pagan ideological systems after the Great Migration. And them same niggas, just like Nas know he can trace his roots to Mississippi, they'll tell you we from Africa and skip over the South. Skip over the Olmecs, the Mayans, that look just like Gucci Mane, so that they can sell you a tour to Egypt. So I'm telling you, man, they got Egypt is a scam, because if you white, you won't even get the same tour that a black person get. That's right. You gonna get a white tour guide that's only showing you the white people's greatness and presence in Egypt. And then when you go with Ashra Kwesi or James Small, they gonna take you to over there to Ramesses and all them and talk shit about the whites, while the whites over there talking about the blacks. But at the same time, all the tour guides making money, and the Egyptian government is happy because of tourism.
You're here for yourself. We did not do what was in our self-interest. We didn't gain anything by Pan-Africanism. We did that because it was a principle. When that principle became obsolete, update your files. When that little movement became obsolete, we did what an intelligent organism is supposed to do. We adjusted, we adapted, and we changed. A foolish person or a foolish organism does not adapt and change when the conditions on the ground have changed.
But these the same niggas that believe in evolution, and they can't evolve in modern times to see why we need to delineate.
Stupid.
The conditions change.
But they believe they evolved from a damn fish to an ape to a nigga driving a Benz with a gold chain on saying, fight the powers that be.
Changed, and so we changed. Someone else who may be stuck in their ways and is refusing to adapt to a changed environment, that might make you feel great for nostalgia. We're not operating under nostalgia. We are operating under empowerment. Right. So I think that's where the breakdown in comprehension may be emanating from, is that these newer fellows are out here adapting to the environment, and other people are trying to hold on to an obsolete bygone era that does not exist anymore, except in their memories.
Yeah, Professor Smalls is like the one old uncle you got that's still trying to tell you, listen to this ADAT. It just sound better on an ADAT, young blood. Come on, man, let me put it in. You got a deck where I can slap it in?
And so it's a lack of understanding, it's a lack of interaction that needs to take place more often, so we can understand, yes, even African Americans, we ally ourselves with the white man. So how are we going to get mad if the Nigerian brother allies himself with the same white man? But
why? And then, and I don't get this, bro. You're telling me, hold up, I want y'all to hear this out of his mouth. This is why I said we can't trust these people.
These newer fellows.
Like the video, share the video, support the show. Salutes to people everywhere. FBA is not a hate group that's targeting any other group. It's simply a specific group of people in America that lack an identity, that's saying, look, here go one that we can't complain about. How you gonna argue with this one? Because if a nigga say, well, we Egyptians, you're gonna have a lot of black folks saying, we ain't Egyptian. And if a nigga say we Moors, the Moors gonna debate the Egyptians. The Christians gonna debate the Muslims. So FBA is saying, to prevent all that, let's just say we black people who worked hard to build the foundation of America. Because guess what? Every group agree with that. When I was in the black church also would tell you our ancestors built this damn country. The Muslims will tell you that we built this country. The Hebrews would tell you that we built this shit, and Yahweh Shai gonna come and destroy that white man for taking this shit that we built, right? Every group agree with FBA that we built this shit, but neither one of these groups can unite. And because they got religious ideologies that's dividing them. That's a CIA operation. FBA the only group that's saying, look, we gonna circumvent the COINTELPRO shit by not even dealing with the religious shit. We just dealing with simple principles. You black, you in America, and your people can trace their blood back here to the foundations of this country, and they got a hand in helping building this country. Simple. That's it. That's it. See, no matter what your religious ideology is as a black person, all of y'all pastors agree with that. So why y'all mad? You know why you're mad? Because all the black people agreeing with FBA and they hopping on it. I'm seeing people of all backgrounds wave up the FBA flags, buddy. The only people that's mad, y'all, peep this, are the people that's been keeping us divided, and y'all don't think that they the police. Think about what I'm saying. All the groups that's divided, they can't unite, but they all agree we built the foundation. Now, with that knowledge, you would think they would unite, but you know why they don't? Because they putting a religious pagan ideology over the group. Over the group. And that's what the white man want them to do. Because we'll never unite like that. Because in order for us to unite, all the black Christians saying y'all got to turn to Jesus. And in order for us to unite, all the black Muslims going to say, well, until you niggas turn over to Allah. And for all us to unite, all the niggas who Pan-African got to say, well, you got to respect the glory and greatness of Africa and know that it's an Africanism, and you know. So we'll never unite. But if everyone give us some different to unite about, that'll change the game. And that's what FBA did. I totally got it. Get it. They said, let's give these niggas something to unite about because they divided. And it's genius. You know why Tariq Nasheed was able to do that? Because his whole career, is based upon working with these different groups that's divided. By Tariq Nasheed building a career of working with the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, the Freemasons, even I'm throwing that one in there, I can't be sure, but definitely the Pan-Africans, you name it. It ain't a black group that Tariq ain't worked with. And y'all be forgetting when you got the luxury to work with all these different groups, you heard all of their arguments against each other. You see why all of them are divided. Because most of the time, if you born and raised as a black Muslim, you gonna stay that. If you born and raised as a black Christian, you gonna stay that. But imagine a black man that can go into each one of these groups and tap into their vibration. That's what Tariq was. And he capitalized off it. And it was a form of capitalization that I think is a legitimate and honest way to do it. Right? He took advantage of a problem. He was working with all these different groups, and all of these groups divided. Tariq was the only one bringing their ass together with the hidden colors. Seriously. So he'd been had the mindset of FBA, but he didn't even know what it was going to be. But me thinking about it, I can see that the universe was priming him all along for this. And it's bigger than him, which lets me know he didn't even think the shit probably was going to get that big. It was just a good idea. But one thing about a good idea, people going to gravitate to it. And that's how FBA was born. And it ain't just Tariq Nasheed. ADOS. Shout out to Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell. Let's drop them a bomb. You know what I'm saying?
Those are out here adapting to the environment, and other people are trying to hold on to an obsolete bygone era that does not exist anymore, except in their memories.
And so it's a lack of understanding. It's a lack of interaction that needs to take place more often so we can understand. Yes, even African Americans, we ally ourselves with the white man. So how are we going to get mad because the Nigerian brother allies himself with the same white man? But
we ally ourselves with the white man. Tell Megyn Kelly that we ally ourselves with the white man. Tell Bill O'Reilly that. Tell Charlie Kirk that. Tell Ben Shapiro that. Tell Ron DeSantis that. Because clearly they don't agree with you. Tell Donald Trump that we ally ourselves with the white man. Tell the Democrats who promote everybody except the foundation, tell them that. Because don't believe me, believe our enemies. If we were allied with the white man, then the white man would not be talking about woke and DEI. Why would he be talking about woke and DEI if we were allied with him? So, like I say, when you start creating slogans and jingoisms in order to prop up once again an obsolete, outdated, non-existent position, you say things that sound very, very similar to this. So yeah, if we were allied with the white man, then they wouldn't be yelling about woke and DEI, and they wouldn't still be mad about George Floyd. Was George Floyd, the uprisings, was that allied with them? Because they are still very, very much angry and still very, very much bitter about that. Oh yeah, 5 years ago. So the white men that you're referring to, they don't think we're allied with them. Go find them and say, oh yeah, black folk are allied with us. Yep. I'll wait for you to find some who'll say that and back that up for you. Find me some white men who will back up that statement. Don't you just say it. Go get some white men who will substantiate and agree with you. Yeah, he's right. You all are allied with us.
That's what's at the crux of it. You understand? So the perception that, oh, we fought for these advantages, but you come to America and you're allowed to have this advantage that we fought for because they are scared of us and they're not afraid of you. Because they can take advantage of you because you need a green card so you can't fight back. But they can't take advantage of me because I can fight back.
Okay, but the issue here is that even on the African continent, they don't need a green card on the African continent, and they're not fighting back.
Thank you.
There. So
Thank
this is not
you. Come on. Drop a one if that. Hey, y'all gotta drop bombs now. Where the bombs at? What a bomb emoji. What a bomb emoji. That was a huge bomb. Let's rewind that one now.
Oh, we fought for these advantages, but you come to America and you're allowed to have this advantage that we fought for because they are scared of us and they're not afraid of you. Because they can take advantage of you because you need a green card so you can't fight back. But they can't take advantage of me because I can fight back.
Okay, but the issue here is that even on the African continent, they don't need a green card on the African continent, and they're not fighting back there. So this is not a matter of citizenship, a green card, or whatever. This is a matter of principle and culture and the code that you have as a people.
Right, which proves that Professor James Small is not an old man of integrity and loyalty, because he said earlier, if the Africans come here and see the white people winning, why you gonna get mad that they unite with them? You see, so that's what I'm saying. It's a matter of character flaws. This is about character flaws, right? And one of those is loyalty. Well, my team losing, so let me go be on the opponent's team. That's a sick psychology, right? That come from microwave culture, because you don't want to do what's the right thing to get your team up to par. Let me just go to this team that's winning. But what if they start losing when you get there? You just gonna keep hopping teams?
So once again, factually inaccurate and incorrect. This ain't about a green card. So I'm getting real close to saying there's a lot of cope going on here, because it's just like, okay, so we're just going to disregard math and reality in order to make it seem like there's some sympathetic position. I'm like, yeah, screw that. Let's just stick to math. Why don't we just stick to math? Because you cannot fix a problem if you will not face a problem. And if you keep trying to recharacterize it and reframe it as something that it's not, in order to keep from saying the obvious, there is a character flaw. There is a character flaw in these cultures that the white supremacists took advantage of, and that we have made great strides in shrugging off and shaking off. If you will not call them out and say, hey, there's a character flaw here, and just try to make it seem like, oh, well, they just don't know. You can't do anything. Once again, as Brother Neely Fuller said, you can't do something that is this uniform across the whole continent and it's ignorant and people are just stumbling into it by accident. Mm-hmm. No, it's conscious. It is conscious and knowing. That's why it is uniform. Their behavior is markedly different from ours. That's not accidental. It's not accidental on our part, and it's not accidental on their part either. And the whole thing is, we understand you can't correct anything if you're going to sit up here and try to massage the language and water it down and dilute it and, oh, let me not be offensive. It's like, no, it's not offensive to tell them, hey, you're off code. That's not offensive. Or if it is offensive, it's the right kind of offensive. Now, hang on to your bat helmets, boys and girls, for what you're about to hear next. And I know so far I haven't given you a heads up about things, but there's something he's about to say next here about what we need to do for other people, by the way. Man. So just hang on to your bat capes, because wait till you hear this part.
These are all of the little nuances, right? But none of them understand it enough to explain it like you and I are now doing. And so that's why we have to tell our side of the story. We have to say, we see what's going on, but you don't hate your brother because he's lost his sight. You grab his hand and give him guidance. Where have the African...
It's so... The reverse psychology is crazy, because you don't hate your brother because he lost his sight. His lack of sight is why he hate me. You get what we going here with reverse psychology? You don't hate your brother because he lost his sight, when what's going on is his lack of sight got him from even seeing me as his brother. That's right. Because when us who have not lost our sight, we know who the enemy is. We thought all skin folks was kin folks, and we found out that not all these tethers are our people. And now you giving them a pass saying, well, they just ignorant, they dumb, they lost their sight, they blind, so they can't see who really they people and who not they people. Y'all hear what's going on? These people that he's saying is ignorant and blind, therefore they don't know the white man is the enemy, and they just going with the winning team. That's what he's saying. But these are the same people that tell black people, y'all are ignorant and blind, and you niggas is lazy and all that. This is how the Africans talk to us. But when they talk to us like that, he got to tell them, no, they're ignorant and blind, which is why they don't know no better. But see, when they're ignorant and blind, this past they get and it's just overlooked. Our ignorance ain't overlooked, it's amplified, and our greatness is never shown. It's crazy because you want me to identify my greatness with Africa when you look at Africa, it honestly it's the most colonized country. And the Africans won't stand up and fight. They keep running over here being forgetful and ignorant, choosing to help the white people keep the black people down, and you keep giving them a pass. You want me to find greatness in Africa, but yet the Africans can't even figure out who the enemy is, who the ally is. They can't get shit right, and they land and they come over here creating more chaos according to you, but it's because they ignorant. So not only are they running away from their own problems, they coming over here making minds even worse. Because not only are they ignorant when they get here, they're obviously ignorant where the hell they from, because the same colonizer that we got a problem with in America, that's the one they're running from in Africa. Then when they get over here, they act like they don't know who the hell he is. And you giving them a pass.
An American open up a refugee center for our brothers and sisters coming from home and need help.
Yeah. Where are the African Americans to open up refugee centers for these other folks? Yeah, you heard that correctly the first time. I'll go ahead and back it up so you can hear it again.
Explain it like you and I are now doing.
Africa is a continent. Did I say country? I meant continent. It was just a typo, but it's a continent with a bunch of countries in it, and all of them don't get along. And there's even conflicts within those damn countries and civil wars. People obviously know I know what Africa is. So me stopping just for the troll, that show you they desperate and that's all they got because they know I'm cooking tonight, baby. That's right. Now let's piss off the trolls and let's like and share the video, support the show, drop some fireballs and bombs and just rub it in, on the haters and make them mad a little bit, that's all.
And so that's why we have to tell our side of the story. We have to say, we see what's going on, but you don't hate your brother because he's lost his sight. You grab his hand and give him guidance. Where have the African American opened up a refugee center for our brothers and sisters coming from home and need help and assistance? So how are we going to complain if they go to the Indian or the Chinese or the white man?
Wait till y'all hear how the black authority about to crush this one. He about to kill this argument right here.
For aid, when we have not set up any place to aid him.
We did, Professor Small. It's called the United States of America.
Facts.
Facts. There is no refugee assistance for us going over to Africa, for us going to the Caribbean. We gave them the ability to get refugee assistance, and now they got access to all the things that we would have as citizens, even though they pay nothing.
Come on.
They can get welfare, food stamps, Section 8, refugee assistance, something we can't get. We can't get any of that going over there. There is no refugee assistance. So we made it where if they make it to American soil, that is the refugee center. And very clearly they agree and understand it because they're taking full advantage of it. We set that up, sir. Please go and investigate your history, sir. President Woodrow Wilson, sir. They didn't want any of them coming over here. We had to stomp for 30 years to get that damn thing opened. And they called it an Immigration Act. We're the ones who had to stomp for that. They did not have that before we made that possible.
And he's acting like the white people and the other races doing something for Africans. What they billing and doing for them, like that's crazy. And just to give Africans a mindset of you gotta do something for me in order to get my respect, in order to understand, right, that you're a common ally. we have a common enemy. For an African to understand that I'm his brother, I gotta bail him an institution. But he can go and coon and buck dance for the white man for free.
Apparently, some folks are unaware of that, and they just think that, oh, well, these other folks are going here, the white folks, refugee centers. White folks didn't set up no refugee centers for Africans. They didn't set aside any part of the budget for anybody else. Hell, they was squeezing us out of the budget. So we made it whereas if they get to American soil, that's it. Even if they don't have a roof over their head, they got access to the economic system simply by virtue of getting here. That's the point. So mathematics comes into play here. Unless you just want to disregard history because it's not convenient to the Pan-African narrative. And I'm just saying, okay, if allegiance to a Pan-African narrative requires you to just basically be intellectually dishonest about the facts of history, it's like, okay, once you have to start ripping out chapters and throwing out things and reframing whole parts of reality, that's where the issue comes up.
That's crazy. Now, guess what, y'all? The phone lines are open for smoke right now. So anybody that, if you're in the chat room and you want to hit the link for smoke, drop a 1. And when I see you in the waiting room, I'm going to bring you right up.
In the chat room, there are some folks who have been disagreeing with some of what I've had to say here. And that's perfectly fine because you'll be required to call in when I open up the Zoom. That's not an issue there. You'll be required to call in when I open up the Zoom. I'm not going to ban them just yet, but unbreaking the ice, or unbreaking the rice, and some of the other folks in there, I want my mods to take their information, and when I open up the Zoom, they'll be required to call in. If they don't, then we'll ban them at that time. Remember, I don't have to debunk you. All I have to do is get you to not stand by your statements, and you debunk yourself. So my mods will get their information, and when I open up the Zoom, they'll be required to call in. Because, of course, they would not destroy their own points by running from it, right? Now, what they won't do is keep chatting in the chat room. But, of course, they're not going to destroy their own points, their own trying to attempt a refutation by running from it, right? You wouldn't do that, would you? At least make it where I have to do it. Because if you just destroy it on your own, well, now anybody who thought you were sensible just feels stupid. Just saying. So, yeah, we opened an open air refugee center.
If you got smoke, if you got any disagreement, and, you know, you will be given 5 minutes uninterrupted unless you unless you have a question or whatever for me or something. But yeah, every caller, I'm going to give you 5 minutes uninterrupted, and then you will allow me to respond after that. And you can forfeit the 5 if you don't use them all. But I put the link in the chat room.
Which is literally why when Biden was president and they opened the doors to all the illegal aliens, I mean, there's your refugee center right there. Yeah, I mean, some facts are inconvenient, but they're still facts, just saying.
When they come and they have no place to stay and they're looking for a job.
Okay, let's be very, very clear about this next part right here. And Professor Small being from New York, I mean, once again, man, we just can't do this. None of them come over here because they, quote unquote, don't have a place to stay.
Right.
I've been in New York City. I've been in the homeless areas in New York. I've been up on the damn bridges there, the overpasses. I've been in Los Angeles. I've been to Houston. I've been to Miami. You don't have a bunch of, there's a crazy part.
I better not see your ass under no damn bridge, Professor Black Truth. No, that's crazy.
The people who are on the streets, and I got it on video, not what somebody else told me. The people on Skid Row and the homeless folk, those are not the immigrants. What? One more thing. I guess I got to educate them about his own city. Those are not the immigrants.
That's right.
Y'all go to Skid Row and go see how many immigrants there are. But they're not. Anybody who's been there in New York, New Jersey, Detroit, Chicago, those are not immigrants on the streets. They didn't come here because they didn't have a destination. That is the biggest fallacy of naivete the person could have. For somebody who's a lifelong New Yorker, I'm from Louisiana, and I know that about New York.
That's
and
right.
I'm from Louisiana.
That's right.
They don't come to New York because they don't have a place to go. They come to New York because they do. They got family, they got friends, they got kinfolk. Nobody comes all the way from Nigeria to New York on a wing and a prayer.
And living on the street.
They come because they got people there.
Yeah.
Which has been the whole point. You would not leave Chicago and move to Tijuana and say, well, I'll just panhandle till I get on my feet. You're
Right.
not going to do that. You'd never be so stupid or silly.
That's crazy.
That would be a death wish. So this is once again a science fiction tale. These
Yep.
people do not come here because they don't have a place to go. They come here because they do.
Come on.
But they got to get plugged in first. But they come here because they do. They got people, they got connections, they got neighborhoods. Hell, they were welcoming them walking off the buses in New York when Texas and Florida sent the buses to New York, and they were welcoming them as they got off the buses.
And if shit get too bad here, they go back to their home, proving to you they always got somewhere they can go back to you. It ain't just coming over here on no homeless shit. And they brag about where they come from, too.
Yeah, they do got people. So that is a myth. And lifelong New Yorkers know better than this. So I don't understand why Professor Small would be saying this, but there's
Why?
no way you've lived. I've been in
He got to sell them Egyptian tour tickets, man.
New York a dozen times. There's no way the person who lives there doesn't know this. And I know this just having visited the place periodically.
You understand? So if the whites give them that support, then naturally they're going to advise themselves with the whites. And then the African Americans saying, oh, you ally yourself with my racist enemy.
Okay, they allied themselves with the whites back in Africa. They
Right.
allied themselves with the whites
on.
back in the Caribbean.
Come on.
So once again, this is incredibly misleading.
Right.
He doesn't know this? Okay.
He knows.
No, sir. They're allied with them before they come over here. Anybody who's been to Africa, Professor Small claims he's been many, many times. Okay, then he knows they're allied with them over there.
Right.
In Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, Nigeria, anybody who's been there, hell, anybody who's talked to them sees they're already allied over there. And he's talking as if there's a transformation that occurs by need of survival after they get over here. Okay, so that just totally dismisses. No, they were allied before they ever came over here.
And then the Pan-Africans will tell you, well, you hate yourself. Dude, you know what's crazy? All of the Africans belong to a tribe. You hate yourself if you don't want to identify your damn tribe and just live the rest of your life claiming a continent as your tribal identity, which no one does. That's stupid, right? That means you hate yourself and you part of a cult that's holding us back from having our own true identity. And y'all are cultural appropriating other people's cultures, and you ain't doing a good job doing it, because every black person that say we're Africans, they all act like ancient Egyptians, which is New Age. That is social engineering, COINTELPRO, neo-paganism, Freemasonry shit. Prince Hall shit, come on. Because if we all Africans, why don't black folks in America get bones in their noses? Why don't black folks in America practice any other shit in Ghana, Nigeria, none of that? Everybody is a damn pharaoh and an Egyptian, because it's a damn neo-pagan cult. Let's go.
So this isn't some transformation that spontaneously occurred once they got here. They got here and realized, the white guy, I better change up. They were already in sync with them over there. Hell, they are already in sync with them over there. So once again, if you have to start fabricating these narratives to uphold an obsolete ideology, i.e. Pan-Africanism, just remember.
Now, why come everyone that get into Pan-Africanism, they become glorifiers of Egypt, even though there are hundreds of thousands of cultures in Africa that was just as advanced and on the same level as them? It's because the Pan-African movement enriched itself, mainly selling tickets to Egypt. And that's why black folks in America have identified as Egyptians. And when Hollywood portrayed the Egyptians anything other than black people get mad. And that's because the Pan-Africans was coming out doing damage control saying, You know, they lying about the identity of the Egyptians. Black people are getting mad at you if you say we ain't the Egyptians. When people built advanced civilizations right here in America that we can link to, that's more profound than Egypt. Or let's say just as profound, so that we don't be divisive.
It might make you feel good for nostalgia's sake, but mathematics is going to rule everything in the end.
And you're against me. That's a big part of what's going on. That's not true across the board, because many of the brothers and sisters who are Muslim have been able to blend very well with the African Americans who are Muslims. But the African Americans and many of the brothers and sisters on the continent who's from the Christian community have not been able to blend very well, and that's the majority community.
Okay, I don't know any foundational Muslims who would say that. So once again, I don't think that will actually withstand scrutiny. Ideologically, you can talk yourself into it, but as far as finding people who say, yes, this is my daily life, no.
And so this fight between the whites and us, our people are caught in the middle of that fight. You understand? And we're saying our people are siding with our enemy. They're not siding with the enemy. They don't even know what the hell's going on. They don't even know we got to fight.
What? This is fucking
Folks,
crazy.
They don't even know we have a fight.
And I'm glad he paused it right there on his face. Let's zoom in, bro. Look at Professor Professor James Small face. This is fucking, bro, did you hear that? You gonna cape for Africa like that? If they don't even know what's going on and they in the middle of a fight that they don't know what's happening, then guess what they need to do? Get the fuck out the way. They doing too much out of ignorance. Either way is crazy, man. But you can see that this dude is an agent and he don't mind putting us in a dangerous situation to sell tickets to Egypt. And to me, that's really what motivated me to do the video, because I know Professor James Small's agenda. I know why he's capping for Africa, because he's invested in it. His whole business depends on black people finding greatness and saying good things about Africa. Otherwise, he can't sell tickets to Egypt. Too bad. Too bad. If our awakening mean this old man can't keep selling our people a false identity and enriching himself from it, then I'm fine with doing what I'm doing. Let's go.
They don't even know we have a fight. Really? I mean, what do I even say to that?
Right.
Now, do you all even need me to address that? They don't even know there's a fight? White folk, we get videos all the damn time showing white folk doing every form of debauchery to them on African soil, and he's saying they don't even know there's a fight? I'm like, okay, how in the world did you come to that conclusion with everything you see out here?
As a Pan-African, Professor James Small have to constantly teach how the African people lost their kingdoms to the white man. So you mean to tell me us black people in America know who the Africans' enemies is, but they don't? So they over there on their enemy's team helping him against us. Even though as a professor, most black people learned from guys like James Small, where they've told us all throughout history the European have came and invaded and colonized Africa, and they still don't know who the enemy is. But we do. Like, how them our ancestors, we the later generation of Africans that evolved, right, according to them, but we know more of the African history than the Africans. Does that make sense? It's the motherland. That means when we go to Africa, right, they supposed to have more knowledge than us. But according to Professor James Small, the Africans just don't know a goddamn thing, man. If they shake their head up, it'll sound like a BB inside of a canteen.
How How much reaching do you have to do to say a statement like that? So, Jason, am I taking anything out of context, people? And once again, no disrespect to Professor Small, but I'm just like, okay, I got to address this, man. I'm being as respectful as I can be, but how in the world can you look outside the window and sit up here and say, oh, they don't even know there's a fight going? Really? So they know there's one against us, but they don't know there's one with the white folk? Really? As if the white folk treat them so great. To say they don't know there's a fight is to say that white society treats them so great, and that's not the case. It's not the case in Africa. It's not the case over here. So what are you really trying to prove, or what are you really trying to accomplish by saying that? Because the facts outside of our windows very clearly prove that this is completely a false statement. So what are we really trying to prove here? Because we're not trying to prove that they are beloved by the white establishment. That's not the case. So what's the real goal and the real aim here?
And so it's our job to tell the history, tell the story, have the political discussions on forums like this so people get a better understanding of what the conflict is. So you got people who thinking, the ones in America thinking, our brothers from home don't want us, they hate us, they betrayed us, because look, they only go with the white people, they don't come with us. And then the one from the continent says, oh, our brothers in America, they treat us terribly, they don't offer us a hospitality hand to come, and help when we're in crisis, but the whites and the white organization do. And so that's where you see this thing coming from.
Okay, the very fact they come over here and they're in black neighborhoods, they're dealing with black people. These folk don't come from Africa and go to a white neighborhood. They can't go to a white neighborhood. Ain't that right, Amadou Diallo? Ain't that right, Abner Louima? So that's just completely false. The only place they get welcomed is among us. From the music, from the culture, from the food, from the geography, from the neighborhood. There are no white neighborhoods where they've ever been welcomed, and sure ain't welcome today. So once again, what city are you referring to by saying such a outrageously inaccurate, completely 180 degrees the opposite of reality? What are we doing? And give a handout and a help? Most of the time they're talking about how great where they came from is, which really just kind of confuses you. Okay, well, if it's great, then don't have to worry about being here. But so once again, where is this coming from, man? I'm talking about, let's take a look at the facts in reality on the ground here, not some historical anecdote. Let's take a look at what's happening right outside your door. Where is this coming from? Because this is not what's happening right outside your window.
Yeah.
It isn't. It's just not. If it were, we would have a much different conversation. We can go ahead and wrap this up very easily. But no, this just isn't real. It just isn't. They get plenty of assistance from us. They get plenty of welcoming from us. Their whole presence.
You know what I don't get? People never want to have a conversation about division until you have a group that come along and say, let's unite. That's government psychology. You shouldn't show up in an FBA conversation talking about division, because all the groups that's criticizing FBA are divided and they hate each other. That's what I keep telling y'all. Before FBA, black folk was happily divided. Christians over there, Moors over there, and they've been divided. I keep telling you, I've been around before FBA. And the reason I didn't belong to anything that our people got is because each group attacking a whole nother group of blacks. Like, it ain't no universal umbrella. I got to be a Moor, a Christian. I got to be a goddamn, and then them break down into shit. Like, the Hebrews don't all agree. They fight each other all the time. But yet they'll come and say and be mad at FBA. All of these groups are so conflicted and divided way before FBA, and when no one talking about it, it's because we kind of get used to the division, like with gangbanging, and it's just a norm. Soon as a group show up and say, man, let's unite our people, then we want to have a conversation about division, mainly to the group that's doing the most unifying. And you don't think you being programmed? All of these groups is the feds and COINTELPRO that want to divide and conquer our people. They all was born out of the neo-pagan movement.
Here. That's why I can name Amadou Diallo and Abner Louima. And I'm from Louisiana, and they got support from there. No. So we're reaching really, really far here to try to substantiate or justify a bunch of off-code behavior. That's the real issue. And if we all suffered from daily amnesia, maybe it would work. But I'm like, okay, but we're not suffering from that.
But nobody will really say that because they don't know how to articulate what neither side is seeing. You understand? And so we have a situation where we have more brothers and sisters who are immigrants from Africa who's being deported, and we don't even know they're being deported. They're being arrested. We don't even know they're being arrested. You understand? So for those of us who even want to help them, we can help them because we don't know how to find them.
Okay, but our issue has been that by and large, when they come over here, Karine Jean-Pierre and so many others, they get booed up with the white establishment. So first he's saying that they don't know that there's a fight. They don't know that who the enemy is.
Yeah.
But amazingly, now you're going to say that they know who the enemy is, or are you going to say they still don't know who the enemy is when he goes rounding them up?
Come on.
I mean, which is it? Are they just brain damaged and they're just zombies who don't understand anything? Or do you think when they started rounding them up that they realized, oh, you know, the black folks we've been sitting up here dissing all this time, they ain't the real problems? Do you think they figured it out then? Or are you going to still say they getting rounded up and they don't know why? They don't understand why they getting rounded up.
Facts.
Which one is it?
I would like to know,
Do they not know who the enemy is, and that's why they're not on code with us? Or when they get rounded up, they still don't know who the enemy is, and which one is it? But don't worry.
You only got to pick one. You only get to pick one, bro.
He goes a little bit further here right now, by the way.
Until the other day, downtown Manhattan, they raided down on the east side, where a lot of our people from the continent vend. And that's when it blew open and we go like, now they're attacking Africans. Before they were just attacking the Spanish-speaking from South America. But at the same time, they were attacking us, but they were keeping it very quiet. But that day, the ICE people came in the open and just beat up on our people and took their products and ran them away so that the next day, a street that was always full of West Africans, there was nobody.
Oh, well, you know, but when we talked about what the police were doing to us and what the government was doing to us, the Africans were telling us that we're lazy, we don't work hard, that the white folk brought them over here because they're hard workers and they're so much better. Okay, so which one is it? They don't know there's a fight. Do you think they know there's one now?
Deal with it.
Do you think they know there's one now? Because they were telling us that we were just lazy.
Yeah.
They were telling us, we see you guys on these street corners here, you do nothing. That's not the people at the State Department or Immigration Department saying that, sir. That's not something that they heard from the State Department. That's what they say when they get over here, that's what they see with their own eyes.
Yeah.
Well, they were sitting up here blaming us, victim blaming the whole time. And we just said, okay, well, y'all stay over there and stay booed up with the white government. Well, okay, we step back. But that is a result of decades of them telling us that we were the problem. That we just weren't doing what we were supposed to be doing. While they were witnessing what the government, the police, the corporate establishment, they thought they had some little privileged position being immigrants. And so they were perfectly fine backing the government against us when they thought that they were going to get benefits from it. And for a while they did. Now that it's flipped the other way, all of a sudden we supposed to play stupid? Turn the other cheek, ignore what happened. So we're just supposed to play dumb now. That's the part you're leaving out very, very conveniently. You're leaving out all these very, very important, pertinent, crucial details. You just keep leaving that out. And just everybody's going to have collective amnesia. Well, if I don't want to have collective amnesia, now what? So yeah, if I don't suffer from amnesia, you're the guys who were sitting up here helping the white establishment against us because you figured you were the newcomers and that the white establishment was going to clear us out and hand it to you. And you said, hey, I like that. So they didn't care about Pan-Africanism then. Oh, they knew the term. They were just like, yeah, tell them you guys whatever, and then we take advantage. It's like, okay, well, now they're coming for you. So as Professor Small just pointed out, now they saw all these forces going at us. They saw them going at us, and they tried to take advantage of it. They didn't step up and tell them folk, no, y'all are wrong. They tried to take advantage. And now he's going to tell us that, oh, they didn't really know what's going on. Yeah, they did. Once again, their behavior couldn't be so uniform across the board, across the city, across the nation. They couldn't all be behaving so uniformly if they were not consciously aware of what they were doing. You can't be this uniform if you're not all in it together and you're not all consciously aware of what you're doing. It would just be this big chaotic mishmash of conflicting behaviors. It wouldn't be so effective if they weren't uniform, and it can't be uniform if they don't all already know what their agenda is. But if you accept that, then you have to divorce yourself from the fallacy of the Pan-Africanist movement as it previously existed. If you're married to that, you're going to make up all kinds of cognitive dissonance and denial. You're going to be just in total denial of everything. And when we give you incontrovertible evidence, you're still going to be invoking the denial stuff and leaving out details in order to...
Because all Professor James Small thinking about is $4,000 per head. And he know how many niggas in dashikis with unks tatted on them. And it's sad, niggas who identify with this false identity and they will even fight to defend it. They running a simulation on these people for their own damn profit, and it's satanic, man, when you really think about it.
To keep this broken worldview together, as opposed to saying, you know what, the situation has changed. We need to make adjustments. Maybe we can circle back to this later, but right now it has become obsolete and we have to adapt and make adjustments. If you refuse to do that, well, then you start splaining all over the place, and don't be surprised when you start losing backing for it.
On the streets. And that's the first time our people realize there's something wrong.
So they didn't realize anything was wrong with Abner Louima. They didn't realize anything was wrong with Amadou Diallo because there were hella African and Haitian immigrants and whatnot in the streets then. So they didn't understand it back then, sir. I mean, you think we all forgot about that? We did not forget about that. So they've been aware. It's only when they don't have the ability to try to sit up here and finesse some preferential treatment. All of a sudden, they're Americans and you guys need to work harder. So let's just stop the nonsense. They were consciously trying to take advantage of the situation. Now, if you refuse to admit and mouth that truth and that reality, at that point right there, it's like, okay, you're just in denial at best. But you have to, the time is over for playing about this. The honest reality is what you see in front of you. They've been trying to take advantage of it. Well, the government goes after you native niggas. Well, when they clear you out, I take over. Because this is how we get down back where I come from. As opposed to, yeah, we're not going to do any of that. They were coming over here and they thought they were going to take advantage. I can't say they thought they were. They have been taking advantage of it. They have not been buffer classes by accident. They've been buffer classes consciously and deliberately. They shook hands with the white supremacist establishment and said, I'm down with what you're doing to these native Negroes. We're going to clear them out and I'm going to take over. And now you're going to be mad because you were just the last ones on the train to Dachau? You thought that you were going to get preferential treatment, and then you found out what we warned you about was true. You're just going to be the last ones they put on the train to Auschwitz. Only now you're not the last ones. Actually, you got bumped to the front of the line because we got out of the way defending you. And now they just said, okay, well, actually, we can't get the natives, but we can get all you other folks over here. Now you suddenly became first to get put on the trains to Dachau, and now you're screaming foul? But you were helping them load up the trains when you thought they were going to grab all of us. Right. You were helping them to load us on the trains. Now that it's flipped, all of a sudden you found religion? And it does not matter who it is, you cannot put a spin on this that makes us disregard what we know is true because we sat here and witnessed it. Yeah. We're going to move forward a little bit here because...
Good job.
He has another story that he would like to tell. Oh, yeah, I took notes, folks. I don't have to play the whole thing here. I took notes of these things. I took notes. He would like to tell us about the vendors, is what he would like to tell us about. Professor Small would like to regale us with a story about the vendors there in New York. Of course, he's going to bring up something, but he's going to, once again, very curiously, he's going to leave out a very, very critical detail. Just like everything else, the most crucial part is the one thing he keeps skipping over every time. And it's just very, very curious why that keeps getting omitted every time.
Together, the police will take advantage of you and they will take your products, you know. Now, they tell our people they can't get a vending license. But and part of that same mission, I went down to the place that grant the vending license because I'm a veteran. They got to give me one, right? And I went and asked them to renew mine. And I realized that the Asians and the Pakistani and everybody's being given vending license, but they won't give the African and the African-American vending license. And I tried to get the politicians to help me fight this, but I couldn't get one of them who had the courage to stop this.
Oh. Which politicians are you referring to, Professor Small? The immigrants? What? By the way, where did those politicians, people come from? The ones that you're saying you couldn't get them to do anything. By the way, did you check the paperwork and ask where they came from? Because I can tell you about Eric the Villain Dillon. Yeah, I mean, they just sentenced the cops who killed Robert Brooks. But Eric Dillon, one of the damn chief people in the assembly, talking about he didn't have a position on that murder. And Ricky Torres. So once again, hey, Professor Small, this is the reason why we have said, okay, we're not going to let you put this on all of us. The politicians you're talking about, where they come from. Where did they come from? Don't sit up here and try to glum us all together and say, they wouldn't do it. No. Are you talking about Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Latinos, Africa? Is that who you're referring to? Because if that's who you're referring to, that explains everything. So when you try to convince us that we need to glum everybody together, it's like, wait a minute, but you said you've already pointed out where the issue coming from. So that's a very key element to leave out there.
Yeah, that is deceptive. That's freaking deceptive, man. Damn, that's crazy. It's more some other stuff that I'm going to just skip around and go to where the next argument is. Skip past this vending one.
And the white man don't give a damn about none of us. He only wants the raw material of Africa, and he wants our labor, and don't want to pay us for it.
What you're saying is wrong. You can't say, well, the enemy actually thinks it's true. No, they don't. No, they don't. Okay, let's be clear about something here. Pan-Africanism has been around for over a century. We created it. Mostly, people have seen what it does.
Well, hold on.
Pan-Africanism.
And the white man don't give a damn about none of us.
That's why we out in the streets fighting them. That's why we got legislation.
Okay, right here.
Ask the enemy if we know who they are. Once again, they wouldn't be yelling about woke, what we created. Conscious, what we created. They wouldn't be complaining about those things if we didn't know who the enemy was. If we didn't know who the enemy was, then everything would be cool on their side, and they would just let it roll like they did in the 1920s and 1930s. Yeah. So once again, that is an objectively false statement as proven by the white establishment. The white establishment does not agree with what you said. None of them do. So that statement is completely false and inaccurate. You cannot find any white people, certainly in position of authority, who agree with that or will say that that is an accurate statement. So if the enemy says that what you're saying is wrong, you can't say, well, the enemy actually thinks it's true. No, they don't. No, they don't. Now, back on African soil, well, they come out in the streets dancing. When the white supremacists come over there, they come out in the streets dancing. Well, so you're projecting their...
When people say it's a too much division, like my brother Feeler B, you know what I say? FBA is a solution to that. Somebody been said it's too much division when they saw blacks being Moors, Hebrews, Egyptians, Christians arguing with each other for decades. Somebody said we need something that bring all of us together. FBA was supposed to be a solution to division when at a time when people weren't even talking about trying to solve the problem of division among black people. And now that we independently doing it with a group called FBA, ADOS, many others, now the media and everybody and their mama want to talk about is too much division. What I'm saying is, when people say that, I'm going to do what other folks do to me. I'm going to say, what's the solution? Because y'all keep pointing the problem out. Pointing out the division is the problem. What's the solution? Solution to the problem. FBA is it. Because the problem is too many religious ideologies that got our people divided up among each other. So what's the solution to that? I'm asking you. Guess what it is? Make a group to bring people together. Give people a reason to want to be part of your... Give your people a reason to galvanize other than the things that they divided by. The government don't want nobody to do that. If the government created all these religious ideologies to keep us divided, keep us waiting on sky daddies. And then we come along and say, you know what? We may not be able to undo all this religious programming and indoctrination. But what we can do is make a whole nother organization that will give our people an incentive to be a part of it, no matter what their religious background is. And the incentive is one thing you find common with every black religious organization. They all agree we help build a foundation of America. We're basically foundational black American. You got to ask yourself this. If every black organization agree to that, but they still divided, and somebody create a group called Foundational Black Americans because they all agree to that, how is that being divided? When they all agree with that. Divided would be me making a totally new shit, and like a cult, and saying, you ain't one of us. You gotta join our shit. That's what these other groups do. The black Christians, they say, you're not one of us. If you want to be one of us, we gotta baptize you with certain little criteria each group got for how you join. FBA is just saying, you are FBA because you're a black person. Your ancestors did help build the fucking foundation of America. How you disagree with that? And if you don't disagree with that, what would be wrong with me identifying myself with something that's true versus all these fictitious identities that got us divided that ain't true? We all can agree to that simple fact. That's a unifier.
Character flaw onto us in order to try to, quote, keep the peace. And it's just like, okay, this is not how you keep the peace.
You know, and the white man don't give a damn about none of us. He only wants the raw material of Africa, and he wants our labor and don't want to pay us for it here in America. So it's for us to try to have more interaction like you and I are having today. And I have sometimes with Susan Tato on Pan-African Daily TV and some of the other forums. And as they could talk up their side, the foundation, then let's talk up our pen.
And that's another thing that you'll see. I'm gonna address monochromatic blues. I'm from planet Earth. Earth ain't a planet. You from your mother's womb. That's right. You from the DNA. You from your mama and daddy opening up the Stargate. You're a fallen angel from heaven. You don't even know what you are. Let me educate you. You deeper than the earthling. You are infinite energy that fell from above, and you just having a temporary experience here. That's right. That part. But in your attempts to downplay what you really are, I get it. I get it, what you're trying to do. You don't want to identify as the fact that your mama and daddy belong to a certain group here in America. They call that group, black people. I know you don't want to deal with that again. When they accuse FBA of having self-hate, they really got self-hate. Why? Because what is Professor James Small and what is this person showing me? They hate being on the losing team. They hate themselves because they feel like their team keep losing. I didn't say that. Professor James Small said that he used that exact analogy. Something along those lines, that they want to be on the advantage side, basically. So, I don't get it. I don't get it. You want to say we got self-hate, but I think it's dope that a person can say, yeah, my team losing, but I'm still going to stand up right here on the ground that I was born on and fight. That's FBA. All these other groups running from their goddamn lands. And then they come over here and say that we're fucking lazy and shit, bro. I'm not, if the conversation going to be had, we're going to tell the truth and people going to get hurt. Which is why we gotta have this conversation. Just because black folks saying, let us have an exclusive identity, a social political identity, a group of people that the whole world have agreed lost their identity, is now galvanizing themselves saying, this is who we're going to call ourselves. And the world shitting bricks, y'all. The world getting scared. They said, oh, them niggas got their own flag and everything. We got to stop this shit. You know, they got to send in and, you know, we all just earthlings type people. Okay, but you saying we all earthlings, but y'all got Egyptian symbols tatted on y'all skin. You ain't got the planet Earth tatted on you. You got a unk. You doing your shit like a certain geographic location, but you saying it's just all Earth. So you can't go with what these folks saying.
Pan-Africanism. Let's not let them define Pan-Africanism. Let us define Pan-Africanism, and we should do this here today.
Okay, let's be clear about something here. Pan-Africanism has been around for over a century. We created it. Marcus Garvey did not bring Pan-Africanism to us.
And then now they want to say everybody brainwashed. Tell me that, drop a one if y'all agree with me that this person that's named Monochromatic Blues is projecting. Thank you, David Kessler. Drop a one. That's what I'm saying. This person projecting. Everyone brainwashed because they probably brainwashed. You can't speak to that. You ain't in everyone's brain now. But, you know, salutes.
Garvey figured out what Pan-Africanism was and came to a place where Pan-Africanism was already popping. And if Marcus, you know for a fact he didn't make it because nobody in Jamaica was rocking with it. He didn't come and introduce us to Pan-Africanism. He went to a place where Pan-Africanism was already popping. And after a century, let's be very, very clear.
Definitely brainwashed.
If Pan-Africanism were effective, it would be self-evident after a century.
Projecting.
You wouldn't have to sell it after a century, sir. If it were effective, it would be self-evident. You wouldn't have to sell it. You could simply point to the positive effects, the positive results. You would be pointing to that. You wouldn't be saying, we still need to make the case for Pan-Africanism. We still need to argue for Pan-Africanism.
Talk to him. Let me run this back, man. This Negro cooking. Come on, talk to this old man because his time is gone, and I'm so happy to see the satisfying fall of Pan-Africanism. Ooh, man, I can't tell y'all this is a good time to be in. We need to pop champagne and smoke us some Pan-African packs as we watch the fall of Pan-Africanism. It's so outdated, and so as the older I get, I say I really respect the black church more than the Pan-African movement. I can't even believe I left the church for that. But everything happened for a reason. And that's just the buffer group that they give you when they chocolate coat Christianity. And they know niggas is waking up, leaving the church, so let's give them another form of Christianity. And that's where you get Pan-Africanism and all these other concepts.
Introduce us to Pan-Africanism. He went to a place where Pan-Africanism was already popping. And after a century, let's be very, very clear. If Pan-Africanism were effective, it would be self-evident after a century.
Yep.
You wouldn't have to sell it after a century, sir.
Yeah.
If it were effective, it would be self-evident. You wouldn't have to sell it. You could simply point to the positive effects, the positive results.
And I just want to piggyback. There are some companies that don't even have to do commercials like Rolex. It's optional. They brand is so associated with a certain form of luxury. They don't have to advertise, certain brands. And they don't, in other words, they don't have to sell themselves as much. Like, for example, if a new beer company come out, it really got to spend a lot of money in marketing. Now, person may say, why? Sanchez, why do the new company got to spend a lot of money in marketing? Because they really got to talk to us more than the old company that ain't got to do as much talking, because your parents, your grandma, they grandma's been using Coca-Cola, and we know it's good and it's got a stamp of approval with the world. All the humans agree this shit good. So That's what I'm saying. If Pan-African been around for just as long as some of these corporate brands who don't even have to sell themselves anymore to our people, why do Pan-African leaders still selling it like it's a new brand on the market? That's a good observation, man.
You would be pointing to that. You wouldn't be saying, we still need to make the case for Pan-Africanism. We still need to argue for Pan-Africanism. After a century, obviously people have seen what it does. Well, they just don't know. We need to educate them. They can see what it does. You don't have something around for a century and people can't see that it's working. Mm-hmm. If it were working, it would be self-evident and you would simply point to the self-evidence.
And because you pointed out raw like this brother doing, they say you ignorant. You need a professor like James Small to come in and check your ignorance to show you that Pan-Africanism is working while he's selling tours every year to Egypt, knowing this shit ain't working because the Africans leaving the same land that he's selling tours in. I want y'all to paint this shit in your head. They telling us Africa the answer, but none of them have moved their ass to Africa yet. And if I'm selling tours to Africa every year, I might as well move over there, especially when I'm telling people Africa is best for us. Now the Africans moving to America. It's hard to sell Pan-Africanism in a day where it's so many people trying to get to America, mainly Africans. It's hard to see that work back in the day when I was young, because Africans back then, when they coming more and more, let's just say the immigration getting out of hand, and it ain't just Africans. All right, there's a growth spurt going on, people populating, and in these countries that they coming from, the infrastructure just wasn't made to support these huge populations, which is why when you look in Africa, you see it's a whole bunch of ghettos, man, with poverty, with a bunch of people, millions in these cities, and it ain't a lot of opportunities. So when you over here in America telling us that Africa is so great, but you will only go to Egypt because everywhere else in Africa, damn near 85% of it is tribes that's living off the land in conditions that we wouldn't want to be in, which is why they're trying to come over here. But you sell us this advanced people who built the pyramids, and you selling us a fantasy. And in order for you to sell tickets and make it lucrative, you got to make it as a solution to our problem in America, when it ain't that. It's just another false ideology for a few niggas at the top to make money. That's right. See, when you take away the fact that this thing is not a solution to black people rising up in America, then you see it for what it is, as nothing but niggas in costumes playing little ritual games and talking about mythologies and fairy tales. When you take away, when you say, man, this group is really not a solution to black people rising up against the system of oppression, then there's nothing else. Y'all just now it look like Halloween now.
You wouldn't be saying, well, y'all are just kind of silly and stupid. You just understand how great it's working. It's not working. Which is why you're now trying to argue that we need to just give it more time. We need to try harder, work harder, put up with more garbage from the newcomers that you'll bring up. We just need to suffer some more, and then eventually it'll work for us. That's ideological.
Put some more sugar in that tank. It'll crank. You ain't putting enough sugar in that gas tank. Well, Granddad is small. The car won't crank. Maybe we should try something else in the tank. Boy, shut your mouth. Put some more sugar in that damn tank. You ain't putting enough sugar in that tank now. That's all I'm saying. That's the philosophy. Put a little bit more sugar in that tank and that car crank up. Now, we've been putting sugar in this tank for 100 years, Granddaddy. Put some more. It ain't the sugar, it's you. You keep complaining. You hate yourself.
That is an ideology, not a science. That's just ideology. And to ask people to sacrifice themselves on the altar of an ideology, that's wrong. Especially an ideology that may have been effective at one time, but it has since become ineffective. Once it becomes ineffective, you pivot and you change. You don't just keep pushing on the same dead horse.
And you don't keep putting sugar in that damn tank.
Well, once upon a time, it did a lot of work. When it was alive, it did. He did. We need to get a new horse.
All Pan means is the unity. Africanism means the unity of the African way of being. We want to unite African in the African way of being. You understand? That means that we are in control of our economics, our politics, and our culture. And we're not beholden to anybody else in the world.
Now, I'm going to let this next part here play because Professor Small is about to let us know that, by the way, it's not just about race. He's going to let us know that, by the way, this issue with the FBA is not understanding things. It's not just about race. It's about class. No, these are not going to be my words. I'm going to play it here so you can hear for yourselves. I'm just letting y'all know I took notes. I'm not just letting it play at random. I took notes of specifically the points I heard. Okay. He's about to let you all know that, by the way, it's about class.
You're right. We were here before the foundations. That don't change the fact that it wouldn't be no foundations if it wasn't for us. That's right. And we still need credit for that.
So let me go ahead and let him explain that to you.
World. They think Pan-Africanism is some organization. Pan-Africanism is not an organization. But that tells it, even for the foundation of black.
Nobody ever said that Pan-Africanism was a, quote, organization. Show me who is not on psychotropic drugs who ever claimed that the Pan-African ideology was an organization. Name the name of the person who said that.
Right.
Don't just say those words. Tell us the name of the person who said that.
It's a system of ideologies just like Christianity.
Because it sounds, once again, like some inversion of, well, FBA is an organization. I mean, it sounds like somebody trying to invert that one and turn the arguments that have been made against FBA.
They teach Freemasons how to use reverse psychology. That's what the government do.
And say, well, it's really not.
That's how we know it's COINTELPRO.
They really aimed at us. Okay, so.
That's how we know the main people who promote the division get mad at the group that rise up with unity. That's how you know it's COINTELPRO.
Name for me the person who ever said that Pan-Africanism was, quote, an organization. Who is it exactly? Who has ever said that? I want to know.
Pan-Africanism is some organization. Pan-Africanism is not an organization. But that tells it, even for the foundation of Black American, people want me to beat up on them. I can't beat up on them either. They're the same ignorant ones we have to enlighten. How am I going to beat up on them? They're no more law.
Everybody just ignorant but his ass, y'all. The Africans ignorant, FBA ignorant, but old professor here who believe he evolved from a damn chimpanzee, who believe that all life come from Africa, from a damn rock that landed near Mali, right? He knows it all, right? But everybody else is ignorant, even the Africans that he told us we should be proud of in the same boat as us. Even though they're our fathers and forefathers, and you selling us tickets to go see their greatness. But you telling me today that don't even matter because all of us on the same downtrodden level, which is why we shouldn't be buying tickets to go see the greatness in the past. We should be using that money to build a greatness in the future.
That's right. Then the brothers and sisters in Nigeria who live in Houston, who have nothing to do with the African American community.
But we can't build greatness in the future if you got old gate guards like James Small selling us the same shit that don't work. He keep telling you put the sugar in the tank, even though the car won't crank, just because he making money off you going to the store buying the sugar. That's the situation. Pan-Africanism and glorifying Egypt and all that shit is not going to help us. In fact, it's a distraction. And the powers that be love it that we engage in that and put all our money and time in that. because it keeps us waiting for salvation instead of coming together, fuck your ideology, and working together like other groups. So you know the sugar ain't gonna make that car crank. But every time we go to the store, every time niggas buy tickets to Egypt, y'all get rich. Niggas believing that, finding their identity, believing that they're Egyptians, when they can't see that they're just oppressed people in the slums of America right now. They getting a dopamine effect. They getting a cop-out. Just no different than the Christian, because they saying, I'm a saint. And what are the saints told to do? Wait on God to fight their battles like the Hebrew Israelites too. What are the Pan-African people telling you? Activate melanin, the ancestors coming and back to defeat the reptilians, the return of Nibiru, the mothership, is all a bunch of new age and neo-pagan pseudo-ideologies that the CIA and the government gave us to keep us divided while waiting on sky daddies and never rising up. The moment you get a group that undermine all that CIA agenda, that's going to be attacked by all of the groups that was once divided, because at the top of all them groups are gate guards that know that they serving a CIA agenda. That's right!
They work only.
Keep telling you, the people that's at the leading all these different groups that got black people divided, they all are united in the lodges and stuff, in the fraternities and the Freemasonic lodges. No different than the fucking United Nations. All of the world leaders hanging out, right? Chilling with each other and shit. But yet the countries are blowing each other up, shooting each other down, while they keeping the division going with the people at the bottom. The people at the top of all the people at the bottom are in the same room chilling. If they can talk it out, why can't the poor soldiers do it? Because it ain't them versus us, is rich versus poor. And they're part of the damn whole agenda of enriching themselves off the ignorance of the poor and keeping people believing in false ideologies about themselves and fictitious ideologies that will never serve them and free them from the situation that they're in. That's right! It's only going to enrich the people at the top because it's a pyramid scheme.
90% of them with the white community, because they think that's where success is. It isn't that they have anything against the African-American brothers and sisters because they're African-American. If we could have been Nigerian Americans, but if we were in the poor sector, they would have nothing to do with us.
Okay. Nobody has told Professor Small about Akata. What? He's doing that thing again, and I'm wondering, how did he come to these conclusions? Maybe somebody can explain to me how he came to these conclusions, because all of us are considerably younger than him, and apparently we all have seen and witnessed exponentially more than him, so they got all...
This is an old man that's making money, so he gonna keep the next generation dumbed down. Of course, that's why the young people don't respect the old heads, because they selling the young boys stuff that ain't gonna work. What the old heads is telling that young man is pray more. You need Jesus. And that old head is benefiting some kind of way from some religious organization. Remember, all of the old heads failed us, but you forgot how, though. How did they fail us? By giving us religious indoctrination that kept us waiting on a sky daddy to come save us. That's right! Instead of teaching us how to work together like all the other groups on a social political level. That was one of the biggest ways we was failed. You see?
Pan-Africanism is...
So it's crazy because once you point that out, they double down on the same thing that set us back and that failed us. They keep doubling down on it, even though they know it didn't work for their generation. It didn't work for the children that y'all raised with the same toxic indoctrinations. And you still want us to give it to another generation, man. We can't do that to them, bro. Don't do that to them, man. Bro, if I had known better when I was younger, man, if all of us had known, everything happened for a reason, but we was robbed, bro. It's like a child believing in Santa Claus for too long. Their development kind of gets stunted a bit for just while everybody else operate on a mature level social politically, and they got your group waiting on messiahs and shit, man. While they going over, while they're literally colonizing and terraforming the earth, bro. And the people that's giving us these religions don't even use the shit. They use militaries and armies and lobbying and deceit and all that kind of shit, man, for real.
Some organization. It's an national organization. But that tells it, even for the Foundation of Black America, people want me to beat up on them. I can't beat up on them either. They're the same ignorant ones we have to enlighten. How am I going to beat up on them? They're no more lost than the brothers and sisters in Nigeria who live in Houston, who have nothing to do with the African-American community, and they work only 90% of them with the white community, because they think that's where success is. It isn't that they have anything against the African-American brothers and sisters because they're African-American. We could have been Nigerian Americans, but if we were in the poor sector, they wouldn't have nothing to do with us.
Okay. Nobody's told Professor Small about Akata. What? He's doing that thing again, and I'm wondering, how did he come to these conclusions? Maybe somebody can explain to me how he came to these conclusions, because all of us are considerably younger than him, and apparently we all have seen and witnessed exponentially more than him. So they got all kinds of nasty names that they made about us all the way back in Africa with no contact with us. No contact with us whatsoever. So, folks, maybe somebody will be there when I open up the Zoom.
Now think about this, right? They telling us black folks was stolen from Africa and brought to America. And when we got to America, they deleted our identity and all that. But our motherland is our true tribe identity and all that. Yet the same people telling black folks that is also telling you, when you get to Africa, the Africans are just as ignorant as you, which is why they running over here, because they don't know who they are, and they're becoming Muslims, Jews, Zionists, Christians. And it's literally true, like they double talking to be able to sell us a false identity and enrich themselves. You selling us the fact, remember Coming to America? Remember when that movie came out? We had this idea of Africa like a bunch of black kings and queens over there. And then black Americans started migrating to Africa to reconnect with their African roots that somehow they great-great-granddaddy didn't tell them about. It took Hollywood and a bunch of niggas who moved up north and got into Prince Hall Freemasonry. And again, I keep telling y'all, with Prince Hall Freemasonry up north, that is connected to evolution, out of Africa theory, Satanism. Satanism come from Egypt, by the way. You got to remember that Satanism is the worship of the serpent. And what do you think the Egyptians was doing? Why you think the serpent was everywhere? Now, when you bring this up to these Negroes, they will tell you the serpent mean the Kundalini, but yet I will show you all of the Kemetic priests banging on chakras, talking about chakras ain't real.
That's right.
They can't bring up the Kundalini to hide the fact that they are satanic, and that's what the serpent mean. Because the serpent really mean NASA, if you look at the logo for NASA. Because what is NASA? You got to believe in space to believe in out of Africa theory, because how did humans get to Africa? We landed there on a rock from space. If everyone knew that space was bullshit, you wouldn't even believe that lie about who you are. See, all of these lies are tied together by the Freemasons, who got a monopoly on how we see ourselves and the world around us. That's right.
Some of my people, they call themselves FBA and ADD and
Soon, for the folks who are going to be required to call in, maybe they can explain to us exactly where that came from, because I'm like, apparently he's never been introduced to any of these little pet slurs that they've made about us. Apparently he hasn't, because by the way, y'all, tell me, what is the white equivalent of Akata?
Damn!
Oh, I
Right.
just wanted to drop that bomb on y'all tonight. By the way, if this isn't about you black Americans, then tell me, what is the white equivalent of Akata? Mm-hmm. Got plenty of white racism going on, but by the way, okay, well, if we're the Akata, where's the slur for white people?
Come on.
Well, maybe somebody can send him an email and he can let us all know and inform us about that, but
That's what I'm saying. Like, the white racist people, you gotta respect them more than the Africans in this sense. Because yeah, they got a racial slur for black people, but they got one for everybody. That's right. The Africans only got a racial slur for black people, or one that's their most popular one, right? And if they got them from other people, they are non-whites though, just like them, which is crazy. It shows us that the African is the biggest house nigga, even though you telling us he's the father and mother. He should have the biggest spirit of rebellion because he's in the motherland where we were stolen from. He should be the most connected with the spirits that's angry toward the colonizer. But you telling me he the most ignorant and he the one who don't even know who the enemy is. And he working against his brothers and sisters. That's your excuse for him. He don't know who his enemy is, but you're selling tours to Egypt and they carve the enemy right on the fucking walls that you selling tickets to. That's right. The African right over there with the shit that you glorifying. All of this damn history.
shouldn't there be an equivalent for white people? Oh, we got to wait for that answer? Okay, we got time tonight. I guess we'll wait for him to phone that one in.
They were going to be, they're doctors and lawyers, and so, but how do you get your people to understand the class dynamic, the caste dynamic, and the race dynamic all are playing out? Caste dynamic, class dynamic, and the race dynamic.
Okay.
Mind you, the Africans ain't buying no tours to Egypt with James Small. It's only black people in America that they enriching themselves off selling these tours to, because the Africans over there don't even find themselves in Egypt. Facts, they identify by the tribe that they come from and that local land that you find them at, and that's the big facts. That's gonna break a lot of y'all hearts when you start studying this shit. It is a Freemasonic agenda, a cash grab and cash cow, and at the same time keeping us divided and conquered under all of these neo-pagan ideologies. And it's basically making a foreign government profit off tourism, because there would be no other reason for niggas to go visit that sandbox that you call in Egypt. The weather hot as hell, when the wind blows sand in your mouth and all in your hair and shit. And guess what? I'm just telling you straight off the back, it's just America all over again. When you zoom out from the pyramids, you see these huge high-rises and projects like you're in New York again, with Pizza Huts, McDonald's, Subway, and traffic congestion, like you just landed back in America again. Come on now.
You all heard it for yourselves. There is a class dynamic, a caste dynamic, and a race dynamic playing out simultaneously. Caste, class, and race. So Professor Small is informing us that, by the way, there is a class dynamic that's playing out.
And niggas will tell you, have you ever been to Egypt? Then they double down on selling another ticket. Tell me that's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Come on now, dog.
When you start telling the truth and saying what I'm saying, the dude that sells tickets to Egypt and get paid for it will tell you, have you ever been to Egypt? Let me take you on a tour. As if I didn't watch your videos like you didn't record the tours. We can watch them. They record the tours. We know exactly what you're going to say. Y'all repeat it to every damn people that go on the tour. So they try to double down on, they see you as another ticket sale. They don't even really legitimately try to debate you because they know you telling the truth. So they run from the debate and double down on another ticket sale by saying, if you ain't banned, you can't talk about it. Because if everybody go to Egypt, guess who get rich? Guess who get rich? As if your tour gonna change my mind about who I am. I'm doing what every African doing on the continent, tracing who they are back through their genealogy, back through their mama, daddy, grandma, and all them through their local land, which is why it's gonna be very hard for you to find some Africans that's saying that they Egyptians, nigga.
And a caste dynamic, and that we're just stuck on the race dynamic. But we need to understand there's levels to this, and we've been kind of short-sighted about the fact that there are so many levels to this. So fortunately, we have him here to go ahead and inform us about that. So that's very, very good here as well.
And a lack of knowledge of one another. That's why I do the tours. For 40 years, I've been doing tours to Africa. And then I brought tens of thousands of people so that they could see home and they can know our story. I'm trying to put together a Christmas trip right now, right? That's going to leave on the 14th of December. I'm way late because since I got back from Ghana in August, I had...
Until you want to be smart folks that like to say America is Egypt, you half right. Egypt ain't a geographic location. Egypt is just a modern term for Babylon, and Babylon ain't a geographic location. Babylon is a concept. The the way that the Babylonians lived their life, it wasn't exclusive to the Babylonians. Other cultures did practice the same technology and government systems of the Babylonians, which were fiat government systems that had a peasant class at the bottom, and the pharaohs and shit was printed on the money, just like the presidents in America. And the Masons would tell you, we invented that. So we invented enslaving each other first, creating rich and poor on each other. And we supposed to accept it when a black face do it. So you telling me it's okay if a black man enslave another black man, but it ain't okay when a white man do it. They chocolate coat Christianity, colonialism, and oppression and think now we supposed to accept it. And a lot of y'all do. That's right. They'll tell you the Pharaoh had black slaves. We invented money. We invented, God consciousness. That ain't good, but when they tell you we invented God consciousness, they telling you we invented the concept of niggas waiting around for sky daddies. But they ain't telling y'all we should be talking about being self-conscious. Every nigga got the knowledge of some spook stuff, spook God, but no knowledge of self. That's right. And self-knowledge don't come up out of Egypt. That starts with genetics, hence genealogy, not Pan-Africanism, which is situated on a Darwinian theory. That's right. Shout out to Righteous Kai for gifting those 5 memberships. That was very kind of you, brother. And shout out to Black Hole for buying his own membership and becoming a member. I appreciate you, Black Hole, for becoming a member.
6 funerals, 6 deaths in my family. So I've been going to funeral to funeral to funeral almost every week. That means flying to South Carolina, flying to Connecticut.
And you know what? Our condolences go out to Professor James Small, because it must be tough to go through all this and at the same time having something that's dear to your heart, seeing it also fall, and like young people rising up, their mind is opening up and they're rethinking, they're realizing they've been misled by the previous generation. And it's beautiful to see, but I can identify and have empathy. Salutes to James Small. We don't want to, even say nothing about this part. We just gonna keep it moving.
And so I couldn't get my trip for December. But only a month ago, I'm still doing it. I'm just putting it together. Even while we were on my secretary's been trying to reach me on the phone because I know she got to do a couple of things before she puts out this flyer. Because bringing the people to Africa and let them see.
Somebody said Jimmy Small is an unfortunate name. Now, you right, because James is a derivation or a synonym for the name Jimmy. You right. And that's crazy,
oh, my
bro.
God.
That's fucking crazy. You ain't got no mercy.
Fatality.
Flawless victory.
Their family interact, and so many of them have moved to the continent who are retired, because I've been a lot of retired people, and they've moved to Ghana especially.
Okay. Yeah,
damn, that's right crazy.
Well, there's
that's
been a bunch of
fucking crazy.
retirees.
You silly
mean the old?
for that.
Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing, right?
It wouldn't make it better neither if your name was Willie and your last name was Small, I guess, either. I'm just saying.
Here, for those who came from the old days.
Peter probably wouldn't work either if your last name's Small. You drop a name. I'm just saying, if we gonna play this joke, clap it up for my brother Information Man and for our new member, which his name is Green Ranger. Let's clap it up for, this ain't a new member. That's illuminated at this shit. Salutes to you, Green Ranger, for being a member. Shout out to my brother Information Man. And shout out to my brother NF Earther.
Where you got a defined benefits pension before those civil rights Negroes and baby boomers allowed the corporations to.
Yeah, definitely don't name your son Dick if your last name's Small. You right. Damn, hey, Cam Home, I forgot the most obvious name we forgot about. Damn, I forgot about that one. Yeah.
Get rid of traditional pensions and replace.
Hey, shout out to my brother Information Man, Appreciate the brother Information Man for becoming first of all, for always being a day one and an OG of the show, and for becoming a member for sure. Salutes to my brother. Hey, we finna open up the lines for anybody too. And we're gonna let the brother Key Norfolk, we're gonna have him on. We're gonna have the brother Nasir on. And we can have you on as well, Information. I'm opening up a round table at the end of my commentary. But again, if you wanna disagree with me and debate, you can come on up at any point.
Replace them with these scheming, scamming ass 401ks. So now the old folks who got their defined benefits.
Shout out to my brother Dantana for being a member for 6 months. And he said, who put Africa in a damn pan? Right.
Stupid.
Right. I guess we see who today. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. Yeah, hey. We about to open up the round table in a minute, man. And I think, Brother George Macon is in the waiting room. I hope he ain't disagreeing. I know the brother. I'm taking it easy, am I? Ain't I, y'all, on James Small, right? Let me just do a check, too, for the chat. I'm keeping it respectful, but y'all know I'm going to be humorous. I'm just making sure I ain't going in too hard. I'm not going in. Let me quit saying that. Shout out to the OG George Macon. OG George Macon, salutes to you.
What's good with you, man? Man. Hey, did you show the clip when everybody was out on 125th Street when he was talking about the Africans?
You got the link to it?
Yeah,
I'll play it.
I don't have a link. I might have to share my screen and show it.
Okay, let me open up the screen share. And
need to see
what'll happen is this then. I thought you had a disagreement with me, but you good. You can chill. You can chill.
Oh
What I'm
yeah, I
gonna
didn't
do?
even know. I just came
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
house
Hell,
and turned you on. I didn't know they
oh
had this.
hell no. Let's go on open up the round table because I had the brothers Nasir them waiting back there earlier to the end of the review. But see, let's go on open, get y'all on to be fair since George on, so it won't look like no favoritism. Let's open it up. And what'll happen is we still gonna keep the smoke open to take precedence over the round table. And if the person got smoke for me or anybody on the round table, we can have moderators now that we got people on.
Yeah,
So
because I'm gonna tell you, getting at him, we want to put it in its proper perspective. Because we was at one point we was on two opposite sides. Because I was over there with them at one time when you was coming at them. You feel what I'm saying? We go back damn near 10 years ago. So I was in that circle with them. So I got receipts showing everything the FBA talk about, everything that Tariq Nasheed teaches, they got from him and the other elders like him. They was teaching this. So for him to take the stance that he was taking was kind of scratching my head. Like, wait a minute. You was the one.
Yeah.
We was preaching Pan-African. You was the one going in on them. So he was always Pan-African, but at some point there started to be a shift. And like on Sinetta TV, a lot of us was calling out the Africans for not practicing Pan-Africanism. This was like 10 years ago, way before it was an FBA. So, I'm still scratching my head as to wondering like why he would take the stance that he would take, knowing that he fully understands what the FBA brothers and sisters is talking about. So it was kind of confusing to me. But I got the
what's confusing to me though, and my bad for cutting you off, George, before I forget this real quick. See, because FBA never said you can't be Pan-African or none of that stuff to be FBA. But all of these other groups would tell FBA, would treat us like we can't be FBA and be with them. When FBA is literally a group that black folks made of all, like Yvette Tone Talk, Tariq Nasheed, you can't say they're the founders of any of these groups because there's other people who had these ideologies. But what I'll say is that those people don't have the same religious ideologies. What they all agree with is that black folks need a general umbrella to clean up the division that's already out there in the form of your religious ideologies. That's all FBA is.
Yeah, and FBA is a lineage. It's just a lineage of people. Everybody in the FBA don't agree. You got coons and Sambos that's FBA. You got pro-blacks. You got people in the church that's FBA. Our moms that's FBA are in the church. They ain't with none of that Pan-African, no Muslim, or none of that stuff. They go to church every Sunday. It's a lineage of people. That's all it is. Now you got a bunch of quacks online that turn it into some gangbanging stuff. That if you don't agree with them, they start calling you names, but that's not the totality of everybody. We go by that definition, you FBA, your grandfather FBA. You understand what I'm saying? It's a lineage of people. That's all it is. Well, I got the screen shared. If you hit the button, you can
I got you. Let me say salutes to my dear brother Key Norfolk and to my dear brother Marcel McSwain, the OG as well, man. Salutes to y'all. Thank y'all for joining.
Bro. Salutes to you,
I'm about
man.
to grab me something to drink now that we getting the round table, man.
Salutes to the brother George Macon.
What's going on,
brother? My thing, and salutes to Marcel. Salutes my brother, my fellow South brother. Salute. I just wanted to say, man, I just had a little bit of pushback when it came to FBA because I know that we all ride under the umbrella of FBA. I think the word foundational sticks out to us, but we got to look at what FBA is saying, what happened in 1619. They're taking us back to Africa too. So I just kind of think it's kind of a paradoxical conversation when we saying that we not from Africa or we're foundational Black Americans.
That's right.
But we came here from Africa in 1619.
Listen, You making a powerful point, and that's one thing I called Tariq Nasheed out on, but I'm going to let you land and I'm going to piggyback. Salutes for that.
Yeah, because now I share our sentiment. We do need something. Now, the FBA thing is if I know it's a strong brother and we gotta beat everybody else up in the room, but I'm telling him now I'm gonna have to fight you at the end after we beat everybody up. I need to go and deal with him now. So we can't track ourselves back to Africa if that's not what we're, because it's like we being tricked. That's the same trick that they used on us when they were saying, hey, we want to bring the military into the communities to clean up the crime and all the hard-working black people because they're playing on our heartstrings. And I feel like the people heartstrings is being played on when it comes to FBA, because we're saying we're foundational black Americans. Foundational to us means that we're founded in America. They're using it saying that we built the foundation. So it's kind of like
That's
a play
not,
on
but that's incorrect. That's not all what they saying.
I mean, if you look up FBA, it says
I know. I'm telling you what it says. I'm telling you that's not all correct. What basically what this
it's not correct what they're saying.
Go ahead.
But see, look though, it's a lot of people say they Hebrew Israelites. Don't know one dude define what it is to use that title. Here's why I use it. It's just dope. Whoever created it, they thought it through. It's simple, foundational black American. Now, guess what? Within that FBA aspect, people got different disagreements on how they define it, and Tariq don't even engage in that because he's saying, I'm just glad y'all see the one point that we need to come together and fucking, and we know that they undermining us, and that's one thing we can disagree inside, but so that's neither here nor there to people like Yvette and all them, you know what I'm saying? But my whole thing with that inner debate is, you know, yeah, I would say I'm foundational black American, but and still disagree with Tariq because he is, I said it, Tariq is a Pan-African, whether people know it or not.
Facts, bro. And it's just like Ados. Ados was African descendants of slavery. Then it changed to American descendants of slavery. So when we repping something, we got to know really what these words mean. We got to know the etymology of words, and we got to know the foundation. Like the whole word that we grouping under is foundational. I know that's the word that's pulling everybody together. But when they saying foundational Americans, they just saying, "Hey, we came here in 1619."
That's not, I disagree with that. You're saying that, but that's a misnomer. Because
I don't want nobody to think it's a misnomer on my behalf because I did the research.
No, but if you did the research, then say the right thing, because this is the thing.
You can pull it up. You got the screen share, right?
Hold on. Let's make it simple. Why do the Pan-Africans hate the FBA thing so much? Let's be real simple.
I don't know why they hate I'm just
it's
saying
a threat to their pocket.
The reason why, because at one point, most of us was Pan-African because we grew up under that ideology. That's what they was teaching us until we started to study and learn. So now when you hear people now come and saying that the majority of us was already here before slavery, that goes totally against Pan-African teaching. So Pan-African automatically want to throw that out and get rid of it. So when we say that nobody's more American than us, we was here from the foundation. They saying that we were here before everybody. We are the original people of the land. And this is what they've been saying. Now, some people came on ships through South Carolina and Virginia in 1619, but they only brought a few people here. The majority of folks was already here. That's what's taught. So we're going to teach it. Let's be honest.
No, I feel what you're saying, brother, but this is what I'm saying. So when you look up FBA, I'm saying look it up. It says we came here in 1619. I'm not saying what I feel or what you feel or none of that. I'm saying what FBA saying. FBA saying that 100 Africans came over here on a ship, okay? And it might have been 65 left because I'm sure 35 jumped off the boat when they figured out what was going on, okay? So FBA is saying that 100 Africans came to America, and that was the foundation of America. They came over here and they started building it. They even got the fist on the flag. Black power, all this whole black thing is deriving from Pan-Africanism. This is a new age religion of Pan-Africanism.
Well,
So what
the
are we
fists
talking
don't
about
come
here?
from Pan-Africanism. I gotta correct that as dude deal with symbols. The fist actually is a sign of fascism from, I think, old Germany, Russia, one of them. But that's when it first appeared, if you look it up. But I mean, hey.
And I'm just saying, I don't want us to really get to a point to where we all, coming together under something. And plus, when we in these talks, when we dealing with these so-called leaders that we dealing with, like Trump. So if we all say we FBA, then the premise point of FBA gonna be, well, y'all steal from Africa. It don't matter if you saying that you steal from Africa.
So the thing about, once I tell a person what FBA is, I don't understand how they can still say it's something else, because I'm gonna tell you what it is. It ain't nothing but a specific group of people called black people in America saying, hey, let's come together like the Jamaicans and have a flag and a social political agenda to where we just don't vote and be Democrats and Republicans when we vote by being black people. And that way the two groups can't split us apart on some good cop, bad cop shit and keep using us every generation. How is that not a good idea? Is where I'm tripping on.
I think it's a great idea, bro.
Good idea, bro. But my thing is, what I'm saying is, when it comes to nationalism, right, it's still gonna make us be from Africa. So whether we all
But
coming
I'm telling you, it's not, because again, some people who FBA, they're Pan-Africans. Some people who FBA are what I am. I'm not a Pan-African. I'm going in on evolution and Darwin. I'm exposing Pan-Africanism, but I'm still saying black people in America need their own identity. And when FBA, guess what? When FBA took off, I said, guess what? I would be stupid to go against that and try to debate all of them and be like, no, let's identify with this, when it's a bunch of black folks coming together and they putting their fucking ideologies aside. So I said, hey, if this what we rocking with and what we calling it, then hey, I'm jump me in. I'm in.
Hey, brother Sanchez.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, man. Hey, I don't know what dude talking about, man. Hey, for one, the number is not 1619.
No,
Can
it's
we
1526.
You know what I'm saying?
Can we
Even if you
Google
look, even if you look at certain FBA flags, the number is 1526.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I
So
get it.
don't get, our history don't start with Africans.
That's
So
right.
you can scrap that right there. The number one reason why FBA is hated by these other groups is because they cannot attach themselves to it. Ain't no false flagging.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, what I'm saying is, if it's 1526 or 1619, it's
Ain't
still
no or 1619. It's not 1619.
so it's 1526. So it still say we came from Africa in
No, it does
15.
not. No, it does not.
So
No, it
what
does
does it
not.
say? What does it say?
No, it does
So
not.
what does it say?
Listen, check this out. Check this out. I'm big on the FBA ideology, right?
I'm asking a
Very
simple
big. So
question.
let me tell you. So let me inform you.
I'm asking a simple question. Because you
Let
went
me
against
inform you. You just asked the question, right?
but you moving the goalpost. I'm
I'm not
asking a
moving the
simple
goalpost. Did
question.
you just
Does it
not
say
ask
we
the
come from
question?
Africa or not? Does FBA say we come from Africa or not? Period.
No, not all of us do.
Okay, but not all
Not
of us.
all of us do.
Hold on,
That's
Hey,
one
hold
what
on.
second.
makes
One
us
second. One
FBA.
second. It'll be quick. I want to give a shout out to Zowalk. My bad, Zowalk. I missed your donation. He said, why people get so caught up on the name, you can call us Smurfs and we know who we talking about. That's just a big fact, Zowalk. Go ahead, y'all.
No, that's a big fact, and
Hey,
that's
can I
what I'm
read?
saying. That's all I'm saying. All I'm
Ain't no
saying.
attaching yourself to this.
Hey, let me read it for y'all so we can put an end to this shit right now. Let me just read it so we can separate. We can
And
get
see
rid
if
of
they
this.
feel the same after this game. Yeah.
Here you go. In 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez brought the first documented enslaved black people to the shores of what is now the South Carolina and Georgia coastline. Shortly after their arrival, these enslaved people courageously revolted against their captors, leading to the collapse of the Spanish settlement. The surviving Spaniards retreated to the Caribbean, leaving behind the liberated black people. These free black people integrated with the local native societies, marking a pivotal and often overlooked chapter in the lineage of cultural evolution of foundational black Americans. So this where the shift happens, is, and what you have now online when you have damn, what's the elder man that came before Columbus? When they're talking about the 1830 Removal Act in Georgia, they are saying that those natives down there we were already here. All they did was integrate with the blacks that was already here on the East Coast line, from the Tuscarora all the way down to Florida. So it started there when they brought the documented slaves here, and that's how they tried to reclassify us and tell us that we all were slaves, because they took all those people and just made them all Negro.
Yeah, that's
So
the thing. Like we're that's what I was trying to get to. An FBA is a combination of the little black Africans that were brought here, the native black tribes, and the forced European DNA.
Yep.
That's what an FBA is. And we're a distinct group, and people act like they can't understand this.
And see, look, I don't want you to listen. I want to add something to the panel. I'll be real quick, bro. I swear, and I'm gonna be done.
Go ahead,
I don't want to be misunderstood, because I've been rocking FBA, but when it came to that point, when I seen there was people's mindset, I gotta put we gotta be information with the information we saying. So
but I'm just saying you gotta understand that it's gonna be extremists. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Like some people just straight out deny any type of African genetics, Africa at all. I get that.
See,
we gonna have extremists.
Because I know my lineage. I got headstones and pictures right now to go back 200-300 years. But everybody got that, but that's just like the Mandela. That's just like the Mandela.
Here go the biggest motherfucking shit that we need to point out. Well, one of the biggest points to this whole shit. Pan-African don't just make us like Pan-Africanism should really be called Pan-Egyptianism, because they're making it like, you see what I'm saying? But see, the whole thing, when you get to Africa, it is so rare to find any Africans that's been on that land forever identifying with goddamn Egypt. I know what I'm talking about. Bushman tribe, Dogon, Pygmy. They don't say that they damn Egypt. If they don't say they Egyptians, how we Egyptians?
Facts.
Right.
It's an Egyptian concept.
I just want to add something right quick to kind of quick.
The people that live in Egypt today ain't true Africans. They're Arabs.
Coming from the South, we was always taught that we were native Indian. We were never taught other than that till this Alex Haley roots come out. Yep. Then all of a sudden, everybody was from Africa. But coming up as kids, our grandparents and great-grandparents always told us that we were Indian.
And it wouldn't have been no Pan-Africanism if it wasn't for us. We the ones that bigged up that theology.
And let me say something. Somebody said FBA is just a money maker for Tariq. Let me say something right now. I don't care. Let me say something. I don't care what you doing today. If you ain't finding a way to get paid doing it, you the fool. I don't care what it is. You're born in a capitalist country. If you don't find a way to monetize stuff that you do all the time, when teenagers are doing it, it's young kids that say, okay, if I'm going to play games all day, then I'm going to do it on a channel and make money with it. So everybody finding a way to monetize no matter what they do. Why? You born in a capitalist system. That's just a no-brainer. Like, we didn't make the...
And the piggyback of what you saying, Brother Sanchez?
I'm going to say this. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to take the gloves off, because I said this last year on my channel. I'm going to say it again. All you Pan-Africans out there jealous of Tariq Nasheed. And I'm going to tell you why. It's for every one FBA, it's 25 Pan-Africans around the world. If you look at these Pan-Africans that's mad at Tariq, because he's making money, they say he's grifting, right? How come where's the Pan-African hotels at? Where's the Pan-African exchange from America to London to Africa? You got all these Pan-Africans. How is it that Tariq can come online and raise $1 million, but you Pan-Africans can't? It's jealousy. Because it's last time I checked, I come from the Pan-African space. It's Pan-African everywhere, shea butter and incense all over the goddamn place. Y'all ain't raising money to do shit. So my whole thing is, the elder got the hotel in Ghana. Ghana and all these Pan-Africans couldn't save the hotel or help them out. It was Hidden Colors. He put him back in there, and he helped Hidden Colors blow up, and he helped him be reestablished to a new generations of young people that didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
So my whole thing is, it's jealousy.
Yeah, bro. When you said gloves off, I didn't think you was gonna do that. Damn.
Just think of how many Pan-Africans it is compared to FBA. Where's the fucking money?
He said some real shit because
damn, that's some real shit, boy.
The Pan-Africans they got a money grab. So the people who saying the money grab with Tariq, if he ain't getting more money than the Pan-Africans. The Pan-Africans, it's a $1 billion operation.
And to piggyback off what Brother Sanchez was saying, bro, like as much as Tariq do these discourses and is online every day and making these movies, bro got a whole family and a wife. We would be calling him a fool if he was dedicating this much of his time and life to this and wasn't getting some type of ends off of it.
And let me tell you something, man. I ain't in that man pocket, but you know, I'll say this: when you make your money making films, if your films ain't just promoting a bunch of FBA propaganda, you can't say his money is FBA, because that's more of his social political idea that he promotes when he's arguing online and all that, and people love those arguing points. You can't lie. Tell me now, guess what I'm gonna do one day? I'm gonna pull up all of these debates with Tariq, excuse me, I'm so sorry, with these people online, and you will see the energy they got toward us and how he respond. So my whole thing be, a lot of people be coming with, they be FBA because they identify with the arguing points that not only Tariq make, Yvette, Cornell, all of them make. You know what I'm saying? Let's do
this. Let's keep the gloves off for a minute, because if Tariq Nasheed is an agent, right? And they're calling him an agent based off the grifting and creating this. They say he's creating the division, right? So if Tariq Nasheed is an agent, and you got all of these Pan-Africans over the years, I'm not going to say their names, so some of the elders I revere, but you got all of these Pan-Africans that wrote all these books, got all of these teachings and ideologies. And then you look at the state of Pan-Africanism today, and you look at Black America, relationship with Africans. You tell me who the fucking agents was. Because FBA only been around for 2 days compared to these elders that's been writing these books since the 40s. Teaching and talking and traveling and going back and forth. Why? Oh, I know what they're going to say. Well, it's the CIA was involved. Okay, well, if the CIA was involved, that means that they had to be some agents, because the CIA had to have some help of people that look like us. So how the fuck is Tariq, the 2 days ago, FBA is more of an agent than the fucking Pan-Africans that ain't done shit.
And when they bring up Marcus Garvey, remember, Marcus Garvey came to America and he was popular among Pan-African movement in America, but Pan-Africanism has never been popular in Africa. When you
Marcus
go to
couldn't
Africa,
get nothing popping without us.
And when you go to Africa, they ain't on Pan-Africanism. They're on Islam, Christianity, and all that. That's the sad shit I had to realize. Because, yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. I ain't mean to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
No. Go ahead, man. Salutes to Demi.
I'm rocking with FBA, but my whole thing is to educate the people the differences of the mindsets, because that's the difference. The majority gonna rule. So if the majority think this, then it's gonna override everything else. So while we grouping, we got a group in order that's gonna be in line with what we trying to accomplish, but at the same time, we got to know the outcome of what we accomplishing. We still under the guise of a corporation. So if we group under a certain aspect of thinking, then that's what it's gonna be took for. So we ain't gonna be able to come back later and say, well, no, I'm saying this and he's saying that. No, we all gotta have an agreement while we walking. So it's just all I'm saying
the
is
thing. When we say let's not group by this or group by that, let's group. That's been the problem. The religious ideologies got people saying, well, let's not group by that God, let's group by this God. FBA is saying, look, let's just group by the fact that our ancestors all built the foundation of this land that everyone is joined the perks to but us.
And you got a generation.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And you got a new generation of people coming out echoing the sentiments that their great grandparents and grandparents said. See, we for many generations now, we was fed a study diet of Africa, 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 Africa. So a lot of us coming out with this new talking points, we was all yelling Africa at one time because that's what we was taught by our elders. We was taught that. Then we start looking around and saying, wait a minute, Africa is not this big utopia they told us. Wait a minute. You tell me if you go to Ghana to Uganda, you a foreigner? Oh, I thought that Africa was this united place. That's what they taught me when I was a kid. Then you find out that, wait a minute, we're the only ones practicing Pan-Africanism? They come in here, they get a white wife and a white husband, and they want to compete and thumb their nose up at me? You starting to see things that the same thing that they practiced there, they came here with that same practice. But we was told by Pan-Africans that we was going to get back to Africa, we was going to build this, we was going to build that, which never ever fucking happened. It never happened. See, like we got to put things in perspective and be honest, right? Most of us come up through Pan-African teachings, man, from the church to the Pan-Africanist teachings until we start looking up and saying, wait a minute, this has served us. It's like being on a boat. It's like being in the water with the boat on your back instead of you being in the boat. That's what Pan-Africans and all this stuff has done to us. It's been no progress. It's gotten us nowhere because we've gotten out of doing for self and we've been looking to Africa instead of looking within to build our own shit. And everybody been coming to our house, opening up the window and taking everything out.
And see, that's what I'm saying though, because it's like that people who was brought up under Pan-Africanism, it overcrowd like my people. My people we never knew that because we could go to a grave site where we got 200 years of people there. So when the majority rules, all I'm saying is, so rather than just keep letting the majority rule, let's just check it at the door where we at. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying forget FBA. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying let's put everything in perspective and let's just line everything to where it's at. Let's group the right way. That's all I'm saying because it's disrespectful to my people for somebody to say, I came up under Pan-Africanism, but I switched. But if a person ain't never switched, and a person like I always knew this, like so that's kind of disrespectful to that person. That's all I'm saying, man.
I feel you, Key, and believe you. I definitely feel what you're saying because it's like the whole movement was an indoctrinated movement. Because as I look back, even in my teenage years, how we wore African necklaces and stuff on our neck, man, with the continent of Africa on there, man. And it's just, man, just to hear y'all just still sharp and still, man, I feel so great, man. Thank you guys. It's a great show, man. Thank you guys so much.
I have a question for Brother Sanchez and George with you guys' history. You guys do a lot of, your history. So you guys don't think that FBA is another form of them changing our generational name from Negro, Black American, African American, and now FBA?
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people getting caught up in the name, but the name FBA ain't more so of a name as it is a description of a group. Like if the police say, give me an ID on the suspect, and they ain't gonna give you his name, they gonna start giving you adjectives. So it's 3 adjectives, which is foundational, that's an adjective. Black, adjective. American, adjective. You see, this is more so of a description because everybody act like they don't know who the fuck we is. So to prevent everyone from playing dumb, we are identifying ourselves not by some name like the Mexicans or the Japanese. We saying we're gonna be very specific on a group we talking about because they like to play games with us, right? And they still acting dumb, even though you identifying us by 3 goddamn adjectives. You see the problem? That'll be like me saying, but who are you, bald, blind, one-leg man? Them 3 adjectives that we can use as describing factors to find him out of a crowd, but we'll play dumb though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to understand a little bit because I kind of just feel like, what if it gets added to our applications and things like that? That's
No,
just
you
gonna
can't. They can't.
It's already
Like,
on the app. It's on the application in California. They already created it for a separation
yeah, because
between.
Tariq, that's
what
all
they
part
putting
of
on there?
Tariq's form.
Yeah, they put in. I got it on my thing. I got a shit. Wait a minute. Let me pull it
That's
up.
what I'm saying. So now that's just for the next generation. Every generation they keep changing the name like they've been doing for years.
I
And
got it.
They
I
didn't
got.
change anything though. This is a description that we designated on ourselves.
Yeah.
Even when I was younger, 20, 25 years ago, I used to call myself an original Black American. You know what I'm saying? Coming up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a description that can't nobody attach to, and we are describing us. For the first time, we are describing us, not no Democrat shield, you know what I'm saying, Jesse Jackson, not no
Nope.
government changing entity like Walter Plecker or anything like that. It's us. And it's a description that can't nobody attach to because thankfully in America and historically in America, everything is documented. So most of these other places, things aren't documented. So if you can't trace your lineage back into these documents to this time period, then you are not of this ethnic group.
Right. So basically what you're saying, that's how you're good people, if we ever do get reparations, that's how you're going to prove them on your birth certificate. If your grandma has Negro, Black American, or African American, but I don't understand why they keep changing it. What I don't get it. I hear
They
what you
didn't change this. This is not them changing anything. It is us putting forth our description to the world. And it's codifying us because can't nobody else, if you not, like you say, if you can't trace yourself back through them documents, you excluded, no matter what you say. It's
Sanchez, let me
proven.
show. I can show what they got in California on the state employee race and ethnicity questionnaire. This is what they're fighting to get put on the books now. The separation. Let me see how I share on here.
Salutes to you, information man. Much love and respect. Thank you so much for joining, bro.
Hey, peace. Peace to you.
You see it? Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
Y'all see it? So you have here, it says Black or African American. It says a descendant or a descendant of a person or persons who were enslaved in the United States. Not a descendant. Then you have not a descendant of a person or persons who were enslaved in the United States, including but not limited to African, Black, Caribbean, Black, or other Black. So you have a distinction, and they want the distinction there because when it comes to certain benefits, how they try to put everything under POC, people of color, things are supposed to go specifically and directly to us. You have to have a separation because immigrants have been coming here and they've been benefiting off of things that was supposed to be specifically for the us. And they come and they cosplay as us while at the same time say that we don't need reparations. But they go on to colleges and they getting these loans and they getting all these things that was supposed to be on the federal books for us. And it's been turned into POC by the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
so you got to have a distinction.
That was good stuff right there with the sources and all that too, man. Because check it out. If California's starting it, do you think it's gonna become like, and then is it really any benefit to us having that? Are they really gonna respect it and do anything? You know, it's a step though in the right direction.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Here you go, Sanchez. This is Elder Smalls right here going in on the Africans, right? This is a video of him, if I can play it. This is him right here. This is
Claude Anderson there, huh?
No, this is James Smalls.
Oh,
this is an old video. Y'all see it, Sinetta and James Smalls?
Yeah, I see it. There.
Okay,
I got
all right. Well, let's play this. This is now everything he say, right? This is way before it was the FBA, right? This is when everybody still was on the Pan-African thing, but we were starting to shift because we started to see how the Africans was behaving. And Sinetta was calling them out even at this time. This is old. Watch this. It wasn't no FBA then.
So where's the Africans at? When we're doing our rallies and our marches,
turn it up all the way.
On this side. Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about death, wine, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings. And then because they speak a language, trying to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so pumped out and scared of the white man.
Wow.
Because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people?
Watch this.
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we're African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. Our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, we had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomenon. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people, Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street.
Oh, what?
You ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria. So
let me just say this. Let me just say this before we go further. Before we put this in context. This is as us coming under Pan-Africanism, Smalls is our teacher. Smalls was set at the foot of Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and Leonard Jeffries and all. This is our teacher. Way before there was an FBA, he taught us this shit.
I'm like, bro, this video shouldn't exist. I'm tripping because if anybody wanted to know, does he know better? That video is 100% proof he know better.
He taught it to us. He taught it to us.
Damn, that's crazy.
So
he sounds like FBA back then.
And watch this though. You know why he was held in such high regard? Because when he was saying that, he had the hotel in Ghana. He was going back and forth to Ghana. So we sitting at the elders' feet like, okay, he didn't tell us don't love Africans, but he put things in perspective for us and let us know that things wasn't rosy or some utopia. He was the one that gave us the blueprint.
Yeah.
And look what he's doing now. That's the part. So I'm not going to disrespect the elder because I love that elder.
Me neither. But George Macon, let me say one more thing, though. He criticized Tariq Nasheed and said Tariq Nasheed know better, but he changed. But after seeing that video, it's the other way around, and it's sad. Yeah, I'm fall back.
Here you go. Let me just say this.
I want to say 20 something.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is, I love that elder. That elder helped me wake up and get to the knowledge that I'm at now. But I'm just disappointed because I can pull the receipts and we see that. It's just disappointing. That's all. Go ahead, big bro.
No, all I wanted to say, and peace to everybody on the platform. I've been through this cycle already. When I was in college back in the late 80s, early 90s, I was involved in Pan-Africanism, or being a Pan-African. But I based most of my learning from some of the beginning founders of it, the W.E. Du Bois, the Henry Sylvester Williams. A lot of these Negroes today are just grifters. And I'm sorry, I didn't learn under James Small. I learned at the greatest ethnic studies program on this planet at San Francisco State University from some of the best, Dr. Leonard. I know Leonard Jeffries, I know all these people, but I learned from Wade Nobles. I learned from people that even came before these folks y'all talking about.
Right.
Let me just say this. I think being a Pan-African could be a beautiful thing if only the Africans themselves endorsed it. For example, Black people in America, we have African festivals. We wear the kente cloth and all those sort of things. But do you see anybody in the continent of Africa celebrating Black Americans in solidarity as it relates to being a Pan-African? Being Pan-African cannot be successful if the continent itself is not on board with it. We see Black people in America. So this is why people can't say that FBA is hating on brothers and sisters that are African or Caribbean, because all my life, we've been the ones praising their culture. We've been the ones going to their festivals and eating their food and trying to figure out where we come from on the continent. We've always been trying to find that self-identity. So I don't think it's about hate. I just think that the gig is up now. And I think that James Small, all due respect to him, Dr. Small, I think the reason why he's not going the FBA way, because he realizes that this is what happens when you become an older man. You want to stay relevant. Why the hell y'all think Joe Brown is all over social media running his damn mouth? Because these guys are trying to stay relevant. So he doesn't want to create enemies, and it hurts the grift. So because if you have Black people in America decide to turn away from being Pan-African and focus on just ourselves, then you can't no longer get brothers and sisters to buy the African clothing, the hats, the statues. That hurts your bottom line. And Dr. Smalls needs to be able to promote his hotel and promote tourism in places like Ghana. Now, if you do the research, the year of return, that was nothing but a scam. Do y'all all know that Ghana was having economic problems? And so they came up with the whole scheme to say, let's do this year of return. Let's get these Negroes from America to come over here and become citizens, and they'll spend money in our country. And when they come over here, we'll grift off of them by jacking the prices up on them. Then we'll get them with making them a citizen so that we can infuse this extra money into our economy because we're struggling. That's why they did it. It was an economic means. And then if you have someone in America who pushes being a Pan-African, then they're getting a benefit too by bringing you over there for tourism and what have you. And I say that we have to stop that immediately. And also, when we're wearing the kente cloth and the African clothing, you need to realize that some of this kente cloth that people be wearing, those are the direct individuals that sold your ancestors into slavery. So we need to research before we start throwing these garbs on. What do these garbs represent, and what tribes do they come from that has a direct impact on us over here in the way we were brought over here, and I know there's people who say, hey, they're Aborigine. We were always here. And the way I answer that is that Black people are a global people. So I don't just put myself in one soil. Black people can be found all over the damn globe. We're earthly people, period. You already saw the Sanchez, and I'm going to land my plane. Did you see the new story that came out where they said that Europeans, they did the research. Europeans versus Black were just as brown and black as you on that picture right now, 3,000 years ago. So when the Muslims and all the different people say that, hey, white people came from us, they came from out of us, right? They had this theory about Yaku, they came from us. Well, the anthropology science has proven it out that Europeans were very dark, and then they start to change over time. So I just wanted to throw that in there as a side note. But landing my plane here, I think that Black people in America need to do exactly what we're doing. We need to close our tent, focus on what we need to do, because when other groups come over here, they certainly focus on each other. Another thing that we need to look at, and this is very controversial with what I'm going to say to you as I land my plane, is that a lot of times when something happens in Black America, other people's dysfunctions get lumped into Black America. And people tend to think, oh, it must be a Black American. There are other groups who get into their mischief. And when they get into mischief, it gets blamed on all of us as just one big Negro. But then when they're doing good, they identify, I'm a Jamaican, I'm a this and that, these sort of things. They make sure they identify of themselves in certain ways. Another thing that people don't realize is that when it came to Donald Trump getting elected, the 21% of Black males, do you know that the majority, and Yvette Carnell did the numbers on this, the majority of those Black males that voted for Trump under that 21%, they were immigrant Black men. There weren't a lot of them that were FBA, even though FBA, is saying, hey, we put Trump in office. Well, look at the fuck he's doing now. But anyway, no, it was the Black immigrant class that voted for Trump in those high 21% numbers, not Black Americans born here. Do your research on that one. Thank you, brother Sanchez.
Hey, Sanchez. In case people think that one video was crazy, I got another one. This one is shorter. It's like 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is double down on it. Look, check this one out. Can y'all see it?
What happened to you, James?
Yeah, I see.
Watch this.
Small's face. Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Smalls, what happened to you?
Have us deny.
Hold on.
I don't want to ricochet all these things.
Watch this.
He allow people to have us deny our identity as African Americans, while other Africans come from other places and try to assume that identity for economic reasons and political reasons, and yet do not ally themselves with the African American in most instances. That those immigrant African community tend to ally themselves with the European American, not understanding what the historical relationship between the African American and the European American is, or the war, the cultural war, and the spiritual war, and the economic war, and the political war that still exists between those two communities. So when you're an African from another place, you come and say, well, I can't get caught up in that. I'm here to make money. And you ally yourself with someone I'm at war with and wonder why I treat you a certain way.
So he know
what you have just done. Besides disrespecting me in my country, something I would never do to you in your country. I would not go to Senegal and choose the side of the French against you. I would not come to Jamaica and choose the side of the Brits against you. So why would you come to America and choose the side of the white American for whatever reason, economic, political, cultural, or whatever, against me and my interests, and then tell me I'm unwelcoming to you? I welcome my friends and my brothers and sisters. I do not welcome my enemies, whether they look like me or not. Let's get that clear up front. And then let's look at some of the episodes
So stop right there. Let me say this. I'm gonna take the gloves off again because I was trying to be nice. All right. Let me share for a minute because I gotta be 100 for a minute. Y'all remember when the Hidden Cover series was coming out? James Small's been in damn near all of them, right? He was like one of the focal points. Everything that you heard him say, right? That's what Tariq says verbatim. You know, the verbatim, everything.
That's where he gets it from.
There you go. He taught this to Tariq. Now watch this. You know what Tariq? You know what he got a problem with Tariq? Because Tariq took the teachings and threw out the Pan-Africanism. He threw out the Pan-Africanism.
He got the division up out of it.
Yeah, Tariq took the Pan-African part and threw it away.
And it took off.
Upset with Tariq. But he's saying verbatim what we say.
Now, so George, you gotta respect a young mind like Tariq. They can say whatever he want because check this out. The older head didn't have that foresight, and that's crucial because you're trying to sell us Pan-Africanism while also telling us we at war with Africans, bro. So
there you go.
You know what I'm saying?
He trying to sell us Pan-Africanism while telling us that we the only ones practicing it, and they not practicing it. So Tariq, who y'all calling an agent, was honest. Watch this. Who y'all calling a freaking agent was honest and said, throw it out. And y'all call, so I'm showing you the receipt. So when we say agents, we want to throw agent talk. He's telling you in his own words that we're the only ones that practice it. So they don't practice it. They don't practice it. Right?
So contradictions.
Yeah, it's verbatim. So what I'm saying is when you go all the way back to the beginning series, this elder was teaching Tariq and us. And then because Tariq took the Pan-African part out, that's the part he don't like. And
it's so dope. Information, man. I don't know if you wanted to cut in, bro, but you got it, man. I just wanted to say how they didn't see to take that out themselves to galvanize the people. Yeah.
But Brother Sanchez, I wanted to get your thoughts on what I said. If anything I'm saying has validity, I believe that Brother Dr. James Smalls, he knows the things that he has said, George. But the problem is he's caught in the middle. He still wants to have that connection to Africa and also have a connection here because let's be honest, he's making, there's some type of financial benefit to people who are Pan-African who push it because like I said, they can do tours. For example, this is no disparaging on this brother because I like this brother. You know, Search for Huru. Right? He brings Black people over to Ghana every year and does trips, right? Well, let's be honest. There is a financial benefit if you got a connection to the government over there, which he does, to bring in Black folks over there every year. There is a financial. So in a nutshell, or lack of a better word, Dr. James Small knows where his bread is being buttered, brother.
And you know what? This is so... No, this is a hella bomb because I want to piggyback on that. When you were saying that, I was sinking into my mind. This what I came up with. When he was talking like that, it really wasn't a threat to Pan-Africanism. You can talk like that because I'm thinking during that time was when Black folks was really on our Pan-African shit.
Right.
But FBA want to run. Yeah, but now when that shit go to hurting your pockets, you got to change everything and flip it like Tariq the one changed.
Right, because the same people that you need to sell Pan-African values to are the same Black people that are here in America who are now waking up and saying, no. This is not a equal situation between us and the continent. And that hurts the bottom line.
Because those same people, us that love Elder Smalls, that the same way he said at Dr. John Henry Clark's foot, a lot of us said at his foot, right? Jeffries and them. So we're listening to them. But now when we're saying the same thing that he taught, but we threw the Pan-African part out, that feels like now he gets left out because all of his life work has been on Pan-African. So now he's getting pushed to the side. So he has to fight against it. Because he's saying, damn, they're using my talking points, but they got rid of the biggest part, the Pan-African part. Well, we like, well, you told us not to be Pan-African based off your teaching.
But you know what?
Let the Pan-African part go.
And what's crazy is when Professor Black Truth was doing his video, he was saying, Professor James Small is born and raised in New York, and he's an elder, and he should know this about Africans. And some clicked in my head. I was like, damn, when you in New York, you in this big melting pot, you got a bunch of black folks identifying with Egypt, but not all the Africans was even identifying with Egypt. And I never even thought about that.
Hold on, Sanchez, I gotta cut you off real quick because we gotta edify the people. Listen, I got the clip. I gotta find it. He wasn't born and raised in New York. He from the Carolinas, man. He said his family was Tuscarora. Right. His family was native. Listen, I got a clip where he had the microphone and they snatched the microphone from him, Sinetta and them, because he said that his family, his part of his family was Tuscarora from the Carolinas, man. They was Native Americans. He said that on Sinetta TV on the couch.
Why everybody think he's from NY? That's crazy.
He's from the Carolinas.
Okay.
Because he came there in the 60s, I think the 50s and 60s. He served under Malcolm X.
Hey, shout out to Truth Be Told for joining us, and who else we got? Salutes to everybody.
Thank you. I do have a question. I was just trying to wait till my turn to jump in. Good evening to everybody. Hope everyone's having a great evening
Salutes
tonight.
to you, sister. You got it.
Thank you. I just have a question, a few questions. It's probably just going to seem like really minute, but I just always kind of wondered this. How come Black people, no one's ever said, okay, hey, we want to sue or get reparations from Spain or Portugal because they were the first ones to start the enslavement. So why so much on the European or on that side, people want the white man to
because we
do
wasn't
it,
enslaved by them. We wasn't enslaved.
They were the first ones to start
But they didn't enslave us. You got to go after the people that enslaved you.
Let me ask the sister this, and I'm going to say this in a respectful way. You can make an argument that we got to be honest. Europeans didn't just come up on ships and say, "Oh, let's go to this big place called Africa, this big continent, and let's just snatch them people. We're going to snatch up people." People who came from Europe, they didn't know the land, so they could have never enslaved Black people without help from those that knew the damn land.
My point
just
exactly.
Like that movie,
yes.
Just like that movie that they came out with about those women warriors who were actually involved heavily in the slave trade with the Europeans, the French, until the French turned on them. Right? You know the history. Right. Sister. I'm not trying to talk down to you, but I would make an argument that the Portuguese were the first involved in it, and the Europeans. The Portuguese brought most of Black people to Brazil. About 4 to 5% of us were dropped here in America. Most of our hell started here in America. I think the Black Brazilians have a bigger case against the Europeans over there because they were the ones that dropped them off there, right? I think the Africans. Why? This is a question. Why haven't the African governments or the leaders? Why haven't they ever petitioned to fight against these countries to say, look, y'all stole our people? Because before you say we should be setting a lawsuit against them, why don't they set a lawsuit against us? And then let me bust this bomb on you. Do y'all remember, what was it? Was it a year? I think it was 2004 or 2023. They had a program at the United Nations, the world United Nations. And there were a bunch of African leaders or countries that came there, and they were petitioning and saying, we deserve reparations for what the Europeans did to us. But guess what, my good sister? They never said anything about, and our brothers and sisters in the Americas or Brazil, right? They only were focusing on them. They didn't give a damn about us. And then unfortunately, check this out, show you how much they don't give a damn about us here in America, the government, right? There was nobody to represent the United States in our behalf. So you make a very good point, but why hasn't the Africans started to petition for what was done to them? Because we the stolen Jews. Think about everything that Black people have done in this country. Think about where Africa could be. And this may sound arrogant what I'm about to say. Think about where Africa could be if we were never stolen out of that land. Look at all the inventions, the gas mask, the stoplight. I just found out the other day doing research that it was a Black woman that was responsible for the heating system that we're enjoying. There's a black woman that was involved in the GPS. When you're driving in your car, give thanks to a black woman. When you're in the house and you cold and you get nice and warm and cozy, give thanks and praise to a black female inventor. I put all that in my community tab.
And so I guess in essence, what I was, trying to get to, because I am in agreement with you, brother Information, I believe it is. I'm sorry if I don't get it correctly. Yes, sir.
No, it's okay.
But you also had, to go back a little bit, you had who was it? Queen Nzinga, I believe, who was now what we call Angola. She sold over 300,000 people, from that area. Now, because it wasn't based off of skin tone, it was based off tribal. So even some Africans didn't see other Africans as, people.
Equals, yeah.
If I want to use it in that sense.
Right.
So therefore, not all of us come from Africa. Every black person ain't from Africa. I think we can all allude to that.
Oh yeah, the thing about this point right here, what I like, because the Pan-Africans like James Small, they have to say all the time, all of us are Africans because they basing it on the out of Africa theory. We know that. But when you go to Africa, the oldest tribes don't teach that about the origins of humanity. They got their own origin stories that gotta be undermined by the very people that's telling us to respect the ancient Africans because they smarter than us. But yet you got to say something other than what they saying for your little, grift or whatever. That'd be crazy.
And when we talk about suing and like going after these different people in the world court, when you deal with when they try to say that they brought us from the west coast of Africa, those countries don't exist no more. Those kingdoms don't. There was no Nigeria or Ghana or Senegal. They didn't exist then. These were kingdoms that we were taking. Some people were taken from. Right. These were kingdoms. Those kingdoms don't exist no more. So they created whole new fictitious, these fake countries by moving people around. So when you deal with ancient West Africa, what is ancient West Africa? Because when you deal with Mauritania at one point was the focal center of damn near Africa at one time. Just that one area. And that was one of the poorest sections because of what they did. You got to look at the kingdoms that actually ran Africa and who was selling who and then who fell. So you look at Nigeria. Nigeria was named by the woman Florence Shaw, right? It was a white woman that named it. That's Africans didn't name that. When you deal with Burkina Faso, you deal with Cameroon. German and French colonizers named that. Sierra Leone was named by a Portuguese man. So no, when you go to the world court, who are you suing? Because they wipe those people out. They don't even exist there. Then you get here, we get to the Americans. Our plight is with the English, not the Spanish, because we wasn't under the Spanish crown. We was under the English. So our fight is taking it to the English and the United States government, right? And mainly though, after slavery as well, because once you got federal laws that was put on the books, they were supposed to force state law to honor those laws, and they didn't. That's how you had the Jim Crow and the black codes and all these different things that went on that happened to us, because we're supposed to have equal protection under the law. All these were on the federal books, and they never enforced state law to enforce them. So you got over 4,500 on record cold cases of hangings and murders of our people that's never ever been rectified. You got scores of towns that's underwater that's been burned down, not just the well-known ones that we know, not the Devil's Punch Bowl or the Elaine, Arkansas. It's just so many more that we can't even begin to understand. And not just in the South, Ohio, like the Ohio River. Right,
yeah, the Colfax murder, the Colfax massacre riots. That was in 1783. All of those things. I mean, even chattel slavery, which was a doorway that was given through Anthony Johnson, who was also reportedly from Angola, who was the first black, if you don't want to use that term, black slave owner in America in the 13 colonies at the time. So it wasn't, we got to kind of get away from out of the whole black white thing, because it never really was about the color. It's about status. That's all it was about.
I disagree with that. I ain't rock with that. I ain't rock with that at all. That's not true.
Let me say this to the sister. Do you know that I've heard I've heard people say that before, but where we failed with the information is that a lot of Black people who got their freedom, they had to buy their family members back as slaves. They had to go to the auction blocks or wherever they had to go and literally buy their family members back as a slave. And that would be written on the docket, right? So then this is where the misinformation about, well, you know, there were Black people that were slave owners. No, those were Black people that had to buy their family members back.
No, Anthony Johnson didn't know. He did not. No, he came from Angola. I forget, it was like what, mid 1600s. He is recorded as the very first slave owner in the 13 colonies, and he fought to regain his slave by the last name of Castor. I think his name was John Castor.
I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying it for the audience, listening audience, just to give a little background. So he wasn't trying to get his own people. He was enslaving people that didn't belong, that was not part of his family.
But I want to emphasize that there was a good number of Black people that were trying to buy their family members back.
That's not my argument or my point. My point is that we are so focused on race when a lot of it was not about colorism. It was about status. It was about status. Yes, sir. That's what I was saying. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that 100%, because when you follow the timeline, and the historical narrative, it definitely was about race, because we had, when you look at the things that we were fighting against from the 1700s all the way up, for the most part, they had, when you deal with Plessy versus Ferguson, when you deal with Octavius Valentine Cato and why he died, when you deal with the Dred Scott case, all that was based off of race.
That's
so we're talking about but we were talking about Anthony Johnson. That was prior to all of that. He's the one that set that shit in motion.
So you telling
the
me
government
Anthony
is what I'm
Johnson
saying.
was the one that set slavery in motion. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. He set that in motion. He set the whole shadow slavery in motion. It was a segue for it. Yeah, it may happen a little bit longer down the way, but because he sued and got custody, I'm just using the word custody. He got custody of his slave, John Castor. And because of that, I won't say we, but America, the government allowed for shadow slavery to take place.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I'm just saying that those events happened due to Anthony Johnson and what.
But you spread misinformation. You spread misinformation.
How was I misinformation?
Because he
was written down.
Because I'm listening to you, and I was going to say something, but I'm gonna say it now. Was he not an indentured servant?
He was an indentured servant
and got his freedom, right?
But he wasn't a slave. Those are two different things, right?
No. Who was he working for when he came here?
That I'm not sure. That I'm not going to say I know. I don't know.
Come on.
But you asked me a question. I'm just giving you my honest answer. I don't know.
Right. So with that, you can't say he started the slavery here in America.
I didn't say he started the slavery.
You said he got the ball rolling.
No, hold on. I didn't say he started the slavery. I said because he sued and the government was on his side, then that catapulted or made a segue for shadow slavery to be in America. I didn't say that he started. So let me rephrase that. So I apologize if that was how it came across. I'm saying because he sued the government and he won to keep his slave, that catapulted the whole
thing. What he did was he became one of the first
Thank you, Black Rain. He became one of the permanent.
He became one of the first Negroes in the province of Maryland to create his first Negro colony of property owners in America. That's what he did. He came here as an indentured servant, had to work for his freedom. When he brought him here, they put his ass in the field because there was already worked here since the 1500s. He got his freedom as a worker. He just was one of the Negro people that went up. He went up to Maryland and established land. That's what he did.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Let's not forget that. Not that you guys don't know this already. That slavery was a global concept. Mm-hmm. So slavery was happening. See, a lot of people don't want to deal with this fact. Slavery was happening in Africa. You had intertribal warfare, and people would take the spoils of that warfare and take your people. And That's why it was easy. Think about it. This is why one of the reasons, amongst many other, that it was easy for them to sell some of our people into slavery, because if you were warring with a particular tribe and you beat them or they beat you, and then you take their women, you take their men, you wouldn't give a damn about selling them off to an Arab, because Arabs were involved in the slave trade.
Yeah. Right.
You wouldn't give a damn, because why? We got to understand this. You would see them as your enemy. Right. This is my enemy. I want him out of here. So I'm not saying that Africa just said willy-nilly, let's just sell black people. No, a lot of this came out of them having enemies, tribal enemies that they wanted to get rid of. And the Europeans actually made their job easy by saying, oh, we'll take them off your hands and bring them over here somewhere, right? Until the Europeans got sick of that and said, we want to enslave all y'all. But let me just say this. Africa has slavery. Arabs, they have slave system. Right. Let's not forget that a lot of the Europeans, we think a lot of times they teach kids in school that the Europeans came over here to get away from England. A lot of them were sent over here because they were criminals, just like Australia is a criminal continent, right? Or criminal place. A lot of them were criminals. They were working off their sentences that were given to them in England, and then they were indentured servants, right? And then once they started to form their little colonies, England still had their boot on them, and then they said, oh shit, we're tired of these people over here in this place called, England or whatever, right? And then they start to form their little system and what have you. A lot of times people praise Christic addicts for being the first black man that died in the Revolutionary War. And I say the Negro should have died because he fought on the wrong damn side.
Hey, let me say this.
Just like Dr. Khalid Muhammad said, he should have died.
Yeah, let me say this. Brother Sanchez, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You know this history is my wheelhouse. Let me just say this when we deal with Anthony Johnson, because we got to be real careful, and we got to make sure that when we telling people stuff, we got to tell them the right things. The reason why Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant when he came here and when he got his freedom in 1621 was because they didn't pass slave laws until 1661.
Oh, wow.
When they come here, you can work for a period of time when you were black and then get your freedom. And a lot of blacks that when they did bring them here, that's how they end up running up to the north and went into Maryland, Baltimore, Philadelphia. Philadelphia was the first black renaissance before New York. People would get to Philadelphia and you would be free. But they didn't pass the laws in Virginia. Slave laws wasn't passed to 1661. That's how he can go to court and win, because he wasn't looked at as a slave. He was looked at as a free man at that time. Yeah. But when he was stolen by Portuguese people. They brought him here as a slave. But when they brought him here, they didn't have the laws set in place yet. So we got to put things into proper perspective of who he was, where he came from, and what the laws were at that time before he set up shop and how he was able to set up shop. So I don't want people just to go and say, hey, this guy just came and had all these slaves and had this. No. Put things in. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I do.
But that's not what I was saying, Mr. George. That I think we're saying the same thing.
No, he wasn't, because that's not the way you worded it. Sister, that's what I'm saying. I got to correct it, because you said
we're on the same page is what I'm saying. I was using him as a reference.
You said it's not about race. You said it's not about race, and he was the one that kicked it off.
Yes, because he
That's
sued.
Incorrect.
Because he was able to sue and win. That set it in motion for chattel slavery, or like someone in the chat said, for it to become a more permanent thing.
No, it didn't set it in motion to be. He went to court
and won. We can agree to disagree.
No, because you're not saying the facts. That's not facts.
I mean, well, it is, but like I said, we can agree.
Explain
to
me how. Explain to me how it was facts if he got free. Because we want to liberate our people. We want to tell the truth and shame the devil.
Right? Because is it not true that he sued the government and won to keep John Castor as a slave?
He sued the government and won because at that time, before 1661, he was free when he got his freedom.
I'm not arguing with that, sir. I just simply asked you, is it true that he did sue and win?
That's established. Watch this. That's established. Yes. Now watch this. But he didn't kick nothing off because he was brought on a plantation of things that already existed. It was already going on for 100 years before they got him here.
Piece of the room.
I was just finna say,
Bro
shout out
Sanchez.
to my brother Bullet Scotty. I'm crazy, man.
What's
I'm
good,
like, who
family?
is this avatar? My brother Bullets got him, Mr.
What's good?
10K.
What's
Big
good? What's
salutes,
good?
man.
But George Megan, peace. Information,
What's up,
man,
brother?
peace. How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing? Hey, yo, bro Sanchez, I hit you in your email, bro. I got something I want to do with you real soon, bro. We gotta chop it up. But
I'm
let me
with it.
say this, man, because I'm listening to the conversation, and it's a lot of gems being set up here, especially when it comes to, who was here, slavery and all that. It's a lot of facts that's being talked about, and really a lot of people got to understand Africa is not the original name, like George was saying. It never been the original name. That's why when people got to understand, that's why these people always said, these Africans always say we indigenous to our land, and the problem is we get caught up in this whole social construct nonsense that they put out there because it's all a creation. When we really look at the original name, it's Al-Kebulon. Al-Kebulon means the Garden of Eden, mother of mankind. That's the word, the original name. Everybody knows that's why they put it in the Bible, the Garden of Eden. So a lot of times when people be talking, and I had these discussions a lot of times in these rooms, when I'm on Clubhouse or even on YouTube, people don't know the history, because a lot of people been whitewashed, a lot of people is lost. But the truth is the truth. Whether it's just like when we look at the presidents, they tell you Obama's the first black president. That is a lie. It's about 5 that was melanated, and they was all mixed race. So we gotta really tell the truth and the facts. But peace, I'm listening. Bro Sanchez, George, Information Man, peace to y'all brothers, and peace to everybody that's on the panel. I'm just listening.
Hey, Sanchez.
Peace.
Yeah,
Hey,
peace and
Sanchez, guess
love.
what Virginia
definitely
did in
appreciate you, Mr. George.
1699, Sanchez? If it wasn't about race, they deported all the free black people.
It wasn't
Let me ask you.
only about race is what I was saying, Mr.
Let me
George. It wasn't only
let me
about
ask
race. A
y'all
lot
a
of it was about
question.
status. Is what I was saying.
Well,
And
I do agree with a lot of things that you're saying. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm agreeing with a lot of things that you are saying.
I think
salutes
that
to
race.
y'all. It was a good exchange, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Mr. George.
George, it was a good exchange. Yeah.
Y'all wanna, and when you done, man, y'all wanna play a little of this video of Captain Tazariak going after FBA salutes to him.
Sanchez, I was on Clubhouse with Tazariak, and he was talking about that. And that's my thing, right? Because I've seen a little bit of it. I ain't really seen
It's
all
like
of
they
the
all
board.
said we finna come together at the same time on FBA type shit.
Yeah.
Go
But
ahead.
I'm not against the FBA movement. I feel that movement is needed. But the only problem I have is we gotta talk about the ethnicity thing, and we gotta stop with the black thing, and we gotta create the ethnicity who we are as a people. Because like I said, we indigenous. When we go back to the history, who was here on these lands, it was people that look like everybody that's on this platform. They wasn't no red skin, none of that nonsense. They was saying they was all brown skinned people, melanated people with dreadlocks and cornrows.
The locks. Don't say that word, dreadlock. Dreadlock is a bad term.
Yeah,
Come on, know the
locks.
history, brother. Know the history.
When
they wore those, there was Europeans that used that term. That's why I hate that term. But it's no disrespect to you. But let me ask you this question: did you see the latest? I think it was a scientific report that came out. That's why I think that black people, we are the earth. The earth is us, and we are the earth. They said that they found evidence that Europeans were about as black as all of us on this panel.
That's a fact.
They showed they did recreations of what they really looked like 3,000 years ago. So the truth of the matter is they come from our DNA.
No, information, man, that's a fact. I always said, that's why I said, America and these European westernized countries created this whole race thing. We never created race.
What you think, Sanchez?
You think the Europeans come from us?
Well, okay.
Because then my question would be this. Let's rewind and go back to when before the Europeans existed, and let's talk about the process by which the first blacks mutated or evolved, because you only got 2 ways you can go with this. I've thought it through. You can go evolution theory, or you can go mutation. theory, but let's hear yours. Go.
No, my thinking, I'm more along the lines of a Dr. Wilson. I mean, I believe that Black people in our gene pool, we can produce everything comes from out of us. You can't. White people are not producing Black.
We not producing white though, brother.
Okay. For example, I'm going to go based on what I've actually seen. People I know. I grew up in a community where one of my friends, you would have never thought he was Black. You got white boys, or what you think are white boys, running around, and then you think that they're white, just white, and that's it. And you find out that they're actually Black, but they look like they're a white person, right? I mean, I know you have albinos. I don't know if there's a better word to use than that. But
yeah, I know.
You do have, I have seen even in my own family, people come out looking a certain way. I mean, sometimes I get people that think I've got that I'm Asian, that I got Asian blood in me, right? Because I have certain features, right?
That's what I was saying. Like, that ain't science, though. That's really called lookership and just what we looking at people to do it.
Well, now, how do you explain that, though, when people have babies and when two Black people have a child and the child comes out looking a certain way, that doesn't look like the traditional way. That's all.
I got you.
I'm just asking that question.
I got you. I'm gonna clear this up for y'all right now.
Thank you.
Let me do this real quick. So, let me see if I'm sharing
the albino,
Let me see if I'm sharing the right
recessive genes and all of that.
Well, no, I don't want to even get into because once we get into using these terminologies like that,
yes, sir,
you automatically leaning toward the Darwinian theory. So what I'm gonna do, right?
I don't want to go there. Woo.
No, you don't want to do that.
I get where you're coming from.
Unless you want to go in, like I said, it's two ways you can go because you didn't share one. If white people come from us, you got to go evolution or mutation. But when you go to albino route, I have a response to you if you give me, I'm about to do that now. So all of these are Black people, but they are Black albinos. We're not giving birth to a Hillary Clinton or a Bill Clinton, a Black man, two Black people. For example, my mama and daddy would never give birth to a George Bush or Queen Elizabeth. So look, what I'm saying is, every race produces an albino, even the white race, which proves right here. Now here go the nail in the coffin. This proves that the white race couldn't come from Black people creating albinos if they create albinos of their own race too.
Okay. Then Sanchez, let me just ask this question respectfully before I drop off. How do you explain? Maybe you should just do a show about how do you explain the discovery that just came out that there were Europeans that were just as Black or brown as us 3,000 years ago with dark Black hair.
Right.
Dark Black hair.
That what I'm telling you is this right here. When you say European, what you're dealing with is a geographic location, and it's still Europeans in Europe with dark Black hair, and they talk like this, and they love the Queen, and we call them Black. But that ain't what I'm talking about with albinism, as far as all of the races creating their own. Them
Europeans, man, they own group, man. I firmly believe that somebody went up in them caves and got down with them. And that's how we got for real. That's how we got the modern European.
No, you're making a good point, brother.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about it, right? Good point. It's a good thing that the scientific methodology ain't based upon our beliefs, because I've heard a lot of beliefs up here. And if humanity had to leave the seriousness of trying to go into human origins into racist people hands or biased people hands or childish people hands, it'll be a failure to the next generation. That's why I embrace the scientific methodology. Freemasons like Darwin, they didn't. They just created concepts about Black people like, look, you come from monkeys. So I don't want to be doing the same thing that the Masons did, using my biases to come with scientific racism. I literally want to use them to tell the truth. You know what I'm
brother
saying? That's
Sanchez,
all.
But bro,
explain them being born with tails, bro.
Like
What
to
about it?
quote,
I can
No,
show
I'm
you
just saying.
that
Just
that is a
that.
condition that you see in a lot of cultures, and it's prevalent mainly in India. If I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
you know
know,
that or
hey,
but
not.
you
but
gotta you
bro
gotta understand
Sanchez,
the Indians are they're the Aryans. That's where the word Aryan comes from.
nigga, but Isa, you gotta
Well,
remember,
here's what I tell you right here, man. When you go to Africa today, in a lot of areas, especially back in the day when you had these Western companies going in there testing different medicines, they was really practicing biological warfare on the Africans, using them like guinea pigs. HIV, AIDS that come from Africa, they wanted to convince us that the Africans was having sex with monkeys. But when we kind of get our mind and we start to raise up and we see that's racist, that's scientific racism, the people who practicing biological warfare on people are then desecrating them people after they damn near wipe them out with illnesses and say, well, they was fucking monkeys and stuff, as if you couldn't do no more damage, and we go and repeat it. We start behaving like them, this is the ultimate form of Satanism, which is why I'm showing you this image of Darwin right here. I ain't gonna go there with no group, because guess what? My people so great, we don't gotta do the childish, colonial-minded shit that they did to us. They doing that because if we tell the truth, it'll show who's who. We ain't gotta lie on nobody. So what I'm telling you is when we do that, we miss the fact that these people are all over the world terraforming people, treating them like guinea pigs. Guess what? Number one cause for black people over here, high cholesterol and other shit. Guess what they tell us? We lazy. We don't exercise. We eat wrong and all that. I ain't gonna buy into that if we the biggest athletes and all that too. Can't be them both. So my thing be this. When we play into their game, remember they doing it to us too. So when they over there giving people 3 legs in India, giving them tails, because we dump, if y'all don't know, India is a big landfill. And if you grew up on a landfill, your ass would have a lot of defects and shit too, especially like these tribes in Africa. It ain't just India. I don't play with stuff like this, bro, because if you understand what's going on, what you using to pick on a motherfucker, you can see certain illnesses and conditions with our people that wasn't there till we came in contact with the colonizer, mainly being big mental illnesses that we got in our psyche. And I'm gonna tell you this, I don't know what's worse, having a fucking tail or a fucked up mind that got you seeing your own self as a own. I don't know what's worse, making a motherfucker have 3 legs or a mind the kind of minds they creating in America. Everybody is born on a goddamn experiment in a laboratory. So I grew up in the conscious community for a minute. I came up in it. And I've heard these childish arguments, and I'm seeing how we can't evolve past them because everyone's practicing their little biases, in my opinion. Now, my thing is this right here. Everywhere we see a group of people suffering from their own specific illnesses. And some of these people are suffering worse than others, and the people we see suffering the worst just so happen to be in the worst conditions, the poorest environments, where they governments are allowing these other countries to come in and experiment damn near like guinea pigs and selling them people out like Memphis doing with Elon Musk down there, where people getting lung conditions. So when they start making the environment toxic, and kids is now being born with 6 toes and shit. Like I've seen, like you've probably seen black folks born with 6 hands, 6 toes. So that's what I'm saying. Most of y'all know a black person like that had to get an extra finger cut off or something. Drop a 1 in the chat room. And what I'm telling you, I don't think the environment, there was a black scientist, Tyrone Haynes, doing a lot of experiments about what I'm saying. He got famous for the whole atrazine one, but it's deeper than that. He was laying the foundation of how we can debunk evolution and prove, but guess what? It ain't evolution. It's the fact that ever since slavery, they've been breeding their slaves a certain way. When you're a baby, they giving you all kind of shots and stuff. And just like animals on a farm, they creating the type of human that they want from the moment of birth, from the shit they shoot in you to the shit they put in your mind when you go to school and the church. They're literally, guess what they learned in slavery? That nature don't create slaves. They got to have institutions to create slavery. They have to have medical systems to aid them in altering DNA, and they make it a science on how to make a human more of a slave and more susceptible to programming, more divisive, more childish. You think you know? This shit a simulation, bro. And they are literally genetically modifying humans, not just food. So the whole thing is, once you understand that, it's somebody hitting you where you start to say, you know what? I got to start rethinking my reality from a more fucking mature standpoint, because not doing so only benefits these people. I'll fall back there, but I hear what y'all saying. I've heard that for years, though, and I had to step back and come with this right here.
Hey,
because,
Sanchez,
yeah. For sure, man.
This is the thing, right? Like when we talk about the Europeans, right? And I always say that all European everybody that they consider a Caucasian is not a Caucasian. The majority of a lot of people, especially in certain parts of Europe, is ethnic, right? Because of the Moors' domination and taking over the region of, Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal, places like that where the people is ethnic and it's not considered the aesthetics of a Caucasian. And when we look at a Caucasian, he doesn't have a white skin. That's why I don't go with that white or black shit, bro Sanchez, because their skin is pink or pale. If you look at the pictures that you showed, they are pink or pale. All that talking about they white, they don't have white skin. They just have pale and pink skin. And when we really talk about it with the whole tail thing, bro Sanchez, you were right. The Indians are Aryans. But the reason why they became Aryans is because that whole region was dominated by the Ethiopians. The Indians is the Ethiopians. That's what people don't really know. Especially in the south of India. Those people was all Ethiopians. They have a real distinct bloodlines with the Ethiopians and a connection there. And the real Indians, if you see, are very dark. It's very dark. They have a very dark, the ones that you don't see, the ones that's not in the Bollywood, not the lighter Indians. Those are the ones that had the bloodline of the Aryans, mixed race people. That's why I say, bro Sanchez, not all of us, but if you look at the people of the world and people of the earth, we are mixed race people. That's just the people of the earth. All this talking with information man was saying is absolutely facts. The world is mixed. That the people, like I said, these people that's in power, they wanted people to be dumb, deaf, and blind and ignorant. And that's why now they telling everybody the truth. They telling everybody, well, this person is mulatto, this person is mixed race, because they kept people blind. A lot of people don't know that Eisenhower's mother was a melanated mulatto woman. He was a mulatto mixed race man. Abraham Lincoln was a mulatto mixed race man. These are things that they won't tell us. They tell us Obama. Like, we got to stop saying that, because there's a lot of presidents that were mixed race, that were mulatto, that had mulatto mothers, that was raped in during slavery, and they have the bloodline of the slave master and the bloodline of the indigenous person and that indigenous African person that we cannot sit here and act like it wasn't what it was. That's what happened. So that's why I don't go with the race thing. I go with the fact thing. We people of the earth, and we are the original people of this earth. It's been documented. Jesus came from Jerusalem, Israel. That's in Northeast Africa. That's not in the Middle East.
I'd like to interject briefly, if I could, bro. I challenge this think tank to go over the information of Dane Calloway. real in depth on this particular area. I think a lot of you guys would really enjoy some of the information we have for you. So I challenge you guys to take a look down the avenue.
I agree with you on that.
I like Dan Calloway information. He tell the facts. You know, like I said, we indigenous people. You know, I don't care what nobody say. I don't go with that because that's not even the original name. If we really look at Africa and all that, that wasn't even the original name of that land. That was named after Leo Africanus, who was a European general that came over there, that conquered the land, and he renamed it after himself. You understand what I'm saying? They rename it after him, I should say. You know, so when they go with this whole this nonsense that we black and black is a curse. That's a curse word because our skin colors is we come from different shades. We are dark brown, light brown, mid brown. We all have a brown skin tone. We don't have a black skin tone. So that can't be an ethnicity and that can't be a race. We got to be honest here.
But that was more of a recent thing, though, that the classifying as black.
Well, that came in the 60s.
That's
That came in the late 60s, brother.
Yeah, it's a status. It was more than this. It goes back a little further than that, though. But it's a status.
I mean, we was colored.
Shout out to you, Marlon, as well, man. I had stepped off the mic, but big salutes to you and much love. Go ahead.
Oh, salute, bro, salute. But yeah, I was just on the argument that you guys were starting. Anytime we are arguing about our origins here, as far as what ADOS, the FBA, all those things, we fighting against a narrative that was created to isolate us and displace us from the land. That's the whole. No matter which side of the fence you on with that, it's a displacement thing. They even use science to do the same thing. The Darwinism and the Walter Pleckers of the world. It was all based on. We the only race in this country that can't just self-identify. We got to be black first. And then anything that only thing they would let us identify as is a misnomer, which is Africa, because that displaces us from here. When
we
would
all have to ask why, though, right?
Why? Because they're colonizing the land. They taking the land.
I mean, do we think that it goes deeper than that? That they're because we know they're
colonizing
Marlon,
peace, brother.
Yeah.
Would it go deeper than that? You think, Mr. I don't know who that was talking. I'm sorry.
Marlon.
Marlon.
No, all I was saying is that it was a displacement thing. They wanted all the land. It's going on right now in Israel. It's going on right. Yes. You can see an example of it. It's just a replay. It's just a new game. It's the next week, the next NFL week. Going over there, they destroying everybody, and they clearing off the land, and they're gonna tell their own story.
Being that black is a social status and not a color that people identify as. It's an identifier, social status. And since we're talking about the FBA movement, what should be the identifier for, let's just say collectively, should we be identifying by our tribal names?
Well, we should be identified.
We should be able to choose our identity, how we want to identify. We should be talking about economically working together. We don't do that anymore. They destroyed all. That's the first thing they attacked was our break up the family all the way down to the family members. And so we've been we don't have like a community, a tribe no more. We just have a status of black.
I guess when I say tribe, like I'm Blackfoot, like I'm doing my deep genealogy. My great grandmother on both sides of my mom's side, they were both born in 1889. I knew both of them. One of them, she passed away. She was 104 when she passed away. They were both 26 years old outside of slavery. Neither one of them ever mentioned anything about being from Africa or having any African lineage or anything. But what they did say and did pass down to us was that we were Blackfoot Indians. So when I say should we go by our tribal names, that's
we
what
should.
I was asking.
We should. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something true. I'm a L in the Bay. Now, what a L in the Bay
Facts.
means is I'm Choctaw and I'm Cherokee. That's my tribe of my people. So I believe that it should be about tribe. I believe that it should be about our indigenous roots. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the only way you're gonna get your human rights. That's the only way they're gonna respect you. You can't keep saying that you a status of black and African American. That's not gonna work. That's a country and that's a nationality. That can't work. You got two countries that you name
Well,
after African American.
here's
Too
how I
much
look at it,
homeless
right?
stuff.
Here's what we can't miss, and I've been listening a minute. We can never let the name outweigh the act. That ain't how politics work. For example, to make my point, right? If the Jews start calling themselves the shitheads tomorrow, they will still be running the world. So it ain't what you call yourself, it's what you doing that makes your people powerful. And
I
when
agree.
where our
Right.
people gonna get our power from is coming together. And what makes us coming together is foundational Black American. So I may not like that we calling ourselves the shitheads or the Black Americans, but if it's making us act in a way that's militantly, then fuck what y'all calling the team. I'm gonna go and join the team because it's irrelevant when you doing such a revolutionary act. So the action is what we got to always look at, the reason why this thing is being targeted. And we got to look at the people who gave us the word black. They ain't looking at FBA saying, the word black, y'all got to get that right. They are threatened by this movement just because you got a group of people that they had a system of keeping them divided. Now they found a system of galvanizing themselves. Regardless of what they call it, the shit's working, right? That's what I was saying.
Hey, bro,
May I ask you a question?
I
Oh,
agree.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna give it to you, Truth. My bad
Yes,
for that.
sir. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. What I'm saying is, I agree with what you're saying, bro, Sanchez. I don't have any problem with what FBA is doing. My only argument is this, right? If we're going to talk about our human rights or whether it's reparations or whatever it is, if we talk about financial literacy, I'm with that too. But what I'm saying is we got to know our history, who we are as a people, and basically we can't just say we was all slaves because, like I always say, we was here already on this lands. Our ancestors was already here. What happened was their land was stolen from them. They was POWs, prisoners of war. And after the slavery was over with in 1865, they had to give them back their lands. That's why in certain places, if we look in the South, people got land in their family name because the slave masters was occupying the land. That's just like if somebody come and take your corner
But
in the
see,
street,
I
it's
get
the
you.
same thing.
It's like this, right? It's like with the PPP loans and with all that. Everybody can't say they lost some during the pandemic. So if you filing that PPP loan and you lying, that's on you. This is how reparations would work. So what I'm saying is, if you know that you a foundational Black American, you will be able to prove it. They will be able to prove it, right? And my whole thing is this. We ain't saying every Black person was actually, enslaved, or even built the foundation of America. FBA ain't for every Black person. The terms Black American is for every Black person. Once you put foundational Black American, it's very specific which group everybody talking about, and people don't like that because now we got something to specify a specific group that was once vague. They had no way to do what we doing now. And I gotta admit, it's quite powerful. It got everybody kind of acting weird too, man. That's why I fuck with it.
But
Yeah.
Mr. Sanchez, if I may just interject for 1 second, I have two clients. One is from Nigeria. I'm a barber. One is from Nigeria, and the other one is from Liberia, and they're on two opposite sides of what we're talking about. The one from Nigeria, he tells me all the time, "You guys are not African. You guys y'all from America. Y'all not from.
I
Y'all
agree
not
with
from
him.
here." And I agree with him 1000% too. However, my other client, the one from Liberia, he he's with more so the FBA because he was born here in America. So for him in his mindset, he's foundational black. He's a
Hold
foundational
on, I
black
had
American.
you backwards. So I'm with the latter one. My bad. I heard you wrong.
You good. But he's with his mindset is he's with FBA because he was born here. His culture is rooted in here. Even though his people come from Liberia, he don't socialize with that. He socialized as being an FBA. So now, how do we distinguish from those people who say, "Well, look, I've been here too. My people been here too." So
so this how we do it, right? And I'm glad you asked that because this is one of the main proofs that FBA is not a divisive group. There are people who can trace their blood back to FBA ain't just foundational black Americans. Brothers like what you just said, a part of FBA. Different ethnicities. But guess what they all agree with? We help build a foundation of this land. And we do need to identify the group that keep getting undermined when it comes to that social political ideology of who played the most crucial role. Because remember, when they said Freemasons built America and they established government and all that, what people don't realize, that's one of the biggest lies ever told. Our ancestors built this damn country and established the first forms of government systems that wasn't fiat either. They wasn't fiat based either.
That's why I said
Confederate flag came from.
No, but bro Sanchez and Marlon, that's why I said earlier, the people that created a lot of these laws and a lot of these rules in America, whether it's the amendments, whether it's the money system, it came from the indigenous people and the European Moors that came over here. It's documented. This is facts, and that's why I said earlier, and I continue to keep saying this, and I tell anybody this, I'm about human rights. They owe me human rights. And really and truly, that's why I respect what the elders was talking about, the Johnny Cochrans and the many others that talked about the only way us as FBA people, indigenous people, can win in this system is if we collapse the economic system. That means if we have to hold our dollar back, we hold our dollar back. Because basically, we the biggest gold mines in this country. It ain't the other people's dollar. It's our dollar. Our dollar matters.
Can I piggyback on that?
Yeah.
Because it ain't about collapsing their economy. It's about creating our economy. It's about us doing business with each other again. It's about us building economically together again. You ain't got to worry about them if that's what you're doing, because your dollar is staying in your community. So but going out, we spend our dollar, it don't stay in our community 5 minutes.
It never did.
Yes, it did. It did. They destroyed that. They actually, and they didn't pay no reparations for it. Tulsa, Oklahoma wasn't the only one. It might have been the biggest one.
No, it was Rosewood. It was Orangeburg, South Carolina. It was Chicago. It was many.
They destroyed all of that, but you are better off trying to get that back than to get something from them for what they did. If you understand what I'm saying.
Shout out.
I understand everything you saying, Marlon.
Okay, yeah, it's more constructive for us to try to build back with each other.
I believe that.
And now, Marlon, let me ask you a question. Do you think FBA is a good way to galvanize the people, at least, in order for them to network and build with each other?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue either way about what we call it. Together is what we call it. You know what I'm saying? Is we doing it together, and then the names and how unless you're changing the definition of what you're doing, the name I would go with any name. You want to call it any foundation.
I don't like the word black myself, to be honest. I always say I use it for lack of better words.
Yeah, bro, Sanchez, black is a curse, man. We gotta. That's the word we shouldn't even be using.
Well, I ain't gonna say it's a curse, but I will say it at law. The way they've rigged the legal lease in the system, for sure, it's a curse on it. But in nature,
But
Well,
isn't
it's nothing.
FBA one of their stances is that they do recognize that they have lineage that ties back to Africa, right?
Well, it ain't.
That's what
I'm
no, I'm just saying
glad you.
that's what Tariq Nasheed said. I
Yeah,
think he said that
and I don't agree,
times.
and I don't agree with Tariq on that. But here's the thing,
right?
Tariq don't speak for FBA when he say that. He speak for Tariq. It's like this right here, right? You got black Republicans, black Democrats. Now the president may be a Christian or whatever his religion is, but you may have a black person that support the Democrat Party that's an atheist, or a black person that support the Republican Party that is a Muslim. That don't mean Trump is a Buddhist or a Muslim just because you got a Buddhist Republican. So what I'm saying is Tariq ain't always speaking for FBA. The only time Tariq is speaking for FBA is when he's on these big public venues and there's a debate about reparations. And everybody he's speaking for say, yeah, man, we glad you speaking for us on this. But when he get into all his other little personal ideologies, he's speaking as Tariq Nasheed. But that's how it works. You ain't bound. You ain't always speaking for a group just because, like, I'm not always speaking for flat power. I'm just saying I'm not always speaking.
But bro, Sanchez, we do
But
need.
who created FBA though? Where did it even come from?
Didn't it start with Tariq?
It did come from Tariq.
It did. That's what I'm saying. It came from Tariq.
Yeah.
So he is the founder of the whole FBA thing.
That's why I said we need to start our own movement, bro.
Exactly.
That don't mean he speak for it though. Cause I'm gonna tell you this: you ain't gonna find a lot of movements where it ain't a guy at the top telling you, "I'm the spokesperson, I'm the leader." For example, like Farrakhan.
Right.
He speak for the right. He speak for the group, and you can't speak outside of what he's right.
But that
ain't what.
Yeah,
but that ain't what
doing?
FBA ain't doing that. We ain't about
What are they? Okay, so let's say we
when
all
you
go
do
by
that,
the FBA.
you
What are they doing? What is the whole movement for FBA?
All right, let me break it down. Let me break
Tariq.
it down. Let me break it down for the sister. She asked a good question. Let me give her the history of it. FBA is what I call a response group. Now, hear me out if you got 2-3 minutes, right? There were white politicians that were gaining a lot of leverage politically with black people with a new political strategy called catering niggas and what Tariq calls selling us butter biscuits or whatever, non-tangibles. But my whole thing is this, is some truth to that. You had people rising to power saying, and if you vote for me, we're going to be talking about reparations, and black folks will go crazy. They will vote for these white guys and they would never produce nothing. So the whole FBA ADOS groups was a bunch of black people who educated into politics, Yvette Carnell, people who've been into politics, saying we got to address this little game that they're doing where they're talking about reparations but not really delivering, but they getting all of this support and all that without delivering. So you had groups coming up saying, yeah, we're going to be the ones, that argue against that and say, listen, we hear y'all talking about it, but ain't no tangible. So if you, and other groups was saying, cut the check, that was a movement. And that was basically response groups. That was letting these white politicians know, listen, if you're going to talk about reparations, we got to eventually move past the talking. And it transformed to people just simply combating reparations on a political level to people literally going to explore their genealogy because the question came up, who would even get a check? Who are the real descendants of slaves? So it also led to black people going to literally do what we should have did in the 70s, which was do your genealogy and do all the work yourself instead of going to Pan-Africanism and all the false identities and neo-pagan identities that's divided as hell.
Right. And you said the main thing is what I was going to get to. All of this that, I'm just using what's his name? Tariq. What you just, just to piggyback off what you just said, this whole thing is I believe it's gonna force people to dig more into their true family genealogy and lineage. And then once people start digging into their own family genealogy, not those DNA tests, because that shit is fake, it's false, it's entertainment purposes only. Argue with your mama on that one, not me. But it's going to force people to really go into their genealogy. And once they see that, they're going to see that a lot of people is going to see that they're not from Africa, that we're from this landmass over here. And I appreciate that that's the blessing, I believe, or the silver lining in disguise.
And sister, you just hit it on the head. That's the biggest threat right there to Pan-Africanism. Right there, because this means everyone got to do their genealogy, and guess what the Pan-Africans will say? No, get your DNA done, not your genealogy. When DNA, the whole sending your saliva out to Ancestry.com, even the military said that's a scam. Even the military said it.
Why you think they won't let us check them mounds out? Why you think they hiding all of that? The Grand Canyon, all of that. There's pyramids all over.
But you know why? They gonna find advanced civilizations there that's older than Egypt, and it's gonna debunk the out of Africa theory even more.
Yep.
You got it.
That's what I'm talking about. So I mean, South America too. They got radar that can look through the jungle, and there's cities, there's whole cities and civilizations bigger than Egypt over there. The biggest pyramid is over here on these land masses.
The biggest thing, now listen, I know everyone loved Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Salutes to her. And guess what I will say? I respect her, and the only thing I ever did was challenged her on everything I challenged everybody else on: melanin, the out of Africa theory, and everything starting with black people, right? So the whole thing about y'all saying Tariq Nasheed is a Pan-African, that's what I was saying about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. People act like Dr. Frances Cress Welsing wasn't a Pan-African, like by the definition. So my whole thing is we will pick and choose, though, who we, that's the whole thing. Y'all will say, well, we ain't from Africa. But then when Frances Cress Welsing said we are, it's like, okay, she's contradicting what y'all saying, but it's her. So that's all my thing be, If you say
they funnel all of that into one, there's only one source. When you start
because
to go
look,
back, they're gonna tell you this is the oldest place and everything comes from this oldest place, when everything was all over the world already.
Because
we just couldn't see it.
The moment you say white people are some sort of genetic mutation that come from black people, see, it's like this, right? You ain't just saying one thing. You saying two things. You saying not only are white people a genetic or non-human type people, but they are the creation of black people. Now, the Nation of Islam say Yaqub created them in a lab. The main theory is that black people just mutated over time in different environments. The other theory is that we start to mix with other races and we create white people, but at the same time, they had to get rid of that one because people like me was pointing out, if we was the only race on the earth before any races, how could we mix with any races? That's the whole mystery that I try to ask people. Like, if the whole world, that's what I'm saying. So with the Pan-African theory, it's faced with the same problem. And guess how they solve it? By reaching to Darwin. Because Darwin says where the original people wasn't just black, they was also chimpanzee. So they didn't become blacks, whites, and all these different races until the chimp form. Because the chimps didn't have Asian, Chinese. You was just a monkey human no matter where you was, right?
I never believe in Darwin, bro, Sanchez. I always believe he was a liar. And I think with people like that, these scientists don't know history. They're fucking liars, man. That's all they do.
Let me ask you this. Do y'all know if you shave a chimp, he's white? Do y'all know that?
You go shave a gorilla.
He was white. He was white.
He's white. If you shave a chimp, he's white. I think white people, just me. This is just my opinion. But I believe that living in them caves for all them hundreds of years in them caves underground, because if you go to, because Tartaria really exists, it's Russia. It's everything from Russia, Turkey. There's more underground caves than there is cities on top.
That's
Well,
a fact.
you got to realize this too. You're falling for the deception because what's going on is this. They'll tell y'all dummies come out the caves, but at the same time, what they teaching at these big universities is that the first forms of human writings come from cavemen. And they're attributing a lot of writing and everything else to cave. They're saying you can find the foundations of Sanskrit and everything on cave walls. So, like, I know how we like to think that cave people are dumb because we watch cartoons and Flintstones and shit. But when you really want to get your nerd on, come holler at me, because what the scientists saying about cave cultures is they can be attributed to a lot of advanced concepts. So we got to quit looking at, they want us to do that, right? Now, my whole thing is that, and they want you to say, well, white people come from the caves, because guess what they science teach? They science teach that the earliest people were the dumbest. They was 8 people who was scrapped. The same shit you say about the cavemen, they say about Lucy bones, like what Dr. Professor Smalls and them teaching about we come from the Lucy stuff. We try to flip it on them by say, well, y'all come from monkeys from the cave. Monkeys don't live in caves. Bats do. We gotta pick some shit, right? If you say they monkeys, they come from the jungle. If you say they cavemen, then they advanced. Because you got to even be able to carve stone to even, and you got to understand symbolism to even have the foundation of language and numbers. So they flipped it on y'all. Y'all want them to be the cavemen, but when it really come down to a scientific debate, it'll be your best interest to claim that. But look, you watch Flintstones, didn't you? They fucked us, didn't it? Because look what you saying about the Grand Canyon. Okay, go ahead.
When I say caves, I don't mean to mentally degrade them as far as, oh yeah, like the Flintstones like that. No, when you live in a cave, you don't see the sun. When you live in a cold environment.
Do monkeys live in caves, brother?
No, this ain't got nothing to do with no monkeys.
But you said that when you shave a monkey. Okay, go ahead.
No, they were using monkeys because of their, you brought up that, we came from monkeys thing. And I said, no, that, it was monkeys, then black people, then no. If you shave a monkey, he's white. So that, I was just trying to destroy that theory, though. But if you living in a cave, and there's caves that go down stories like high rises. They go down stories like high rises. So some people may not ever see the sun for the whole year or years. So if you ain't getting sunlight on your skin,
you really think that sunlight makes a person black, brother?
No, it doesn't make you black. It's just the condition of the body. The body adjusts. The body adapts. The body.
Brother, listen, Marlon. Listen, brother. That's called a tan. And I'm telling you that the skin that I got ain't a result of a tan. It ain't a tan. That's just who I am. That's my natural complexion, DNA.
Right. I get that. But I'm saying that when you have different extreme conditions, you have different animals.
Listen, what I'm saying is this, though, brother. Weather conditions can't be the cause of human diversity and the cause of why some people like rice, some people
isolation,
like
though.
hold on.
Isolation though.
You gotta let me cook for 1 second.
Okay.
You see every skin tone on every continent. This is a fact. You got black people that's been like, for example, there's black people that's been living in Alaska, man, for fucking eons, and they ain't turned white just because they only get 6 months of sunlight out the year.
Same for white people in Australia.
White folks in Siberia, white folks in the UK, and all this stuff, man.
But bro, Sanchez, I feel you on that, and I agree. I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but what I will say is this, though, bro, Sanchez, is that if we go back and we look at them pictures, right? We talk about them ancient pictures of back in the dark ages. they were walking on all fours, you know. And then when the Moors came there, they cleaned them up, you know. And I'm not, and it's not to say
That's
that all
funny.
Europeans
That's
because
funny.
bro Sanchez, if you look right,
That's funny, man.
in the Bible, right, and I always break it down. They say the Canaanites. Now the Canaanites, if we look at the Canaanites, and then we look at the albino people, you know, they went there to what we call the Caucasus Mountains, and they ran in the cave. The reason why they ran in the cave, I'm not saying that these people don't have a descendant of the African American. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, there was a mutant life there in the caves, and they was intimate. They turned into this mutant life, which what we call the Caucasian and white. That's why when Information Man was saying what he's saying, it's a fact. Nobody's saying that we ain't all the same people, because we never created the social construct. We never created this whole white and black thing. It was a theory that was created by these Europeans that basically they was trying to separate themselves from us. We ain't never separate, because we know the history that when the Moors came in here and the Moors was in them lands, they turned the whole land mixed race. That's why a lot of those Caucasians got olive skin, got bronze skin, and got curly hair.
So
That they don't
you
like.
saying that all of the races on the earth come from mixing?
Yeah, it come from mixing, bro Sanchez. Because if you look, bro Sanchez.
All right, so I got a question. I hear you. Now listen. And they all started from just an earth full of black people, right?
Yeah, it came.
Now,
Yes.
one last question. Who did the first black people mix with in the world with nothing but black people only?
Well, it was just us on the earth. That's why I said, bro Sanchez, when Adam and Eve first came on the earth, it was just those two melanated people. Now, after that,
and
when
their
you
name
go,
was Adam and Eve, and they was melanated with Greek names.
Well, we could
okay.
say no,
I don't
bro
buy that
Sanchez.
story.
We could say whoever the names was, bro Sanchez.
Okay,
what I'm
cool.
saying is this, right? Is that after we left those parts which you call Al Kebulon, and we went further down to the Caucasus Mountains, because, like I said, the albino people that left Al Kebulon went into the Caucasus Mountains, and that's why I said the life of the human that was in the caves, what you want to call the caveman, the cave woman, they was in the caves and they intermingled with these albino people, and that's how you got this Caucasian race. That's why when you said the albino, I agree. The albino people came from a melanated person that had a relationship
I
with
agree
these
too.
Caucasian people.
And what I was saying was that ain't true. Two black people can come together and make an albino, just like two Chinese people can too. Just like every single race in the world can come together, and every albino is a genetic condition. That is a rarity.
Yeah,
not only hold on for a second. Hold on.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on. Y'all listen. One thing about my chat room, right? They see that I'm letting y'all land your plane. One thing like this, don't do what I call swatting planes out the sky. I'm a pilot. I can land this bitch by myself. But watch this, right? My thing is this, and I'll land it. Not only do humans create albinos, alligators do, giraffes do, flowers do, insects do. And if they made the same arguments we made about albinism, we won't even understand how deep this phenomena go, because it doesn't explain how races are created. It just doesn't.
No, but bro Sanchez, I agree with you, bro. I don't disagree with what you saying, bro Sanchez. What I say is this, and I always believe this, right? Is that when we look at the whole lineage thing that's going on, right, with the races, right, and these people go and they find out where they came from, their ancestors came from, right, and we all look at that and we see these people saying they got sub-Saharan African, all this type of stuff, is because these is mixed race people. And somewhere in their bloodline and their lineage, they are not fully Caucasian. They don't have the full blood race.
I'm not. I hear what you yelling and repeating loud, and there's much respect. But this what you gotta realize. There is not a human walking this earth right now that ain't mixed, including me and you. Let me tell you why, for example, right? The human species been on this earth for trillions of years. There's nothing we can mix at this point. You can only remix like what Puff Daddy was doing. If you spin a damn blender with different fruit in it for trillions of years, you can't come around and mix shit in that blender afterwards. It's already all mixed. Anything you do is a remix or a recreation of something. But my whole thing is this right here. Human diversity wasn't created with humans moving around having sex. That theory don't work because you got to start off the earth with one race of human. And then you got to explain where all the other races come from. When it's easier to say, look, in the beginning of the earth, if there is one, diversity came with the earth, period. All the fucking plant life had different colors. All the bird life had different colors. All the fish life had different colors. Why wouldn't it be true for all the human life? Why would that same creator put just one color of human on the damn earth and rely that one thing only to create diversity through another form other than what we see with every fucking thing else in the natural pattern of creation?
That's why I don't believe in the Adam and Eve theory. Like they was just the only two people. I believe that maybe Adam and Eve were a people. You know what I mean? They were already here. You know, I don't think just two people made the whole world.
Hey, Sanchez, salutes to everybody.
Salutes to y'all. Salutes to the panel.
Salute. I did have one question though. As a person, like a black person that have an albino child, is that next generation, is that going to have to be an albino on top of it? In other words, you know, that albino could have black children.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
when
gonna stay white or stay
I'm
color.
gonna tell you some real stuff, Marlon. When you have brothers that went to universities and colleges and they start trying to sell the albino as the first white European man, it lets you know this is some other agenda type cult shit. Because ain't no way y'all gonna undermine real critical thinking in science when every freaking race produces an albino. You gotta throw that away, but they don't. You got black people in 2025 thinking that just because we can make an albino, we can make a George Bush and a Hillary Clinton. I want you to put Tyrone in the room with Tiffany and let them make a Bill Clinton. They ain't. They never will.
Well, I
It's
don't.
silly.
But bro Sanchez, what I will say is this though: the black man has populated the world. Whether we like to say it, I'm not saying that true black.
But you
men,
gotta
black
prove
women.
that though. It haven't been.
What?
That
But
ain't been
it's
proven.
been proven though, bro Sanchez. It's been proven. The Moors was all black melanated men that went all through Europe. They populated the whole Europe.
False.
They did though, bro Sanchez.
False though. That's false though. What I'm telling you is this: we can't chocolate coat no religion, no group, or none of that. There was no all black nothing. Like I know that we like to fantasize about, but what I'm saying about what made these groups big was the fact that they was integrated. Every corporation know to this day diversity helps corporations. Every group do something good that the other one don't. Now watch this, right? Here's what we fail to realize. You want to make it like the Moors was all black, but that's crazy when you can look at, that's the same thing with Kemet. When Professor Smalls take people to Kemet, he say, well, the Egyptians was just all black. And then you have a white dude on the other side saying, well, the Egyptians were white and here is King Tut and all that. Everybody just coating that shit in their own way. And they do that with religion too, where everyone make God look like them, but tell you God made man in his image. Everyone practicing that trick, bro, and I see it. I pick up on parallels. I ain't gonna fall for it in no way, shape, or form. I see it. Everybody want to whitewash they shit if you white, chocolate coated if you black, you know, dip it in cheese if you're yellow.
I believe Egypt is a mixed race right now because of how many times it was conquered by Europe. Because of them, the same people that was always there that built the pyramids, why they ain't building the pyramids no more? Because they was conquered by another race that didn't build pyramids. That's just my opinion.
Opinions ain't facts, so that's good you admit that. Salutes, go ahead. But nah, I fucks with you though. But nah, I fucks with you.
You know, you gotta explain it some kind of way. I mean,
what are we trying to explain exactly? What's the problem?
Diversity. We're trying to explain where.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question. What if when we think of roses, where did all the different color roses come from? You got a white one, a red one. See, let me answer this question for you. Let me show y'all something real quick. Watch this. Watch this. See, what we gotta realize though, right, is that every color is made from every color. And if you take out any color, you can't have no color. And that's the same thing with humans. It ain't true because I'm some whatever you want to call me. It's true because it's nature, bro. Let me share something with y'all real quick. If you take away any, I'm finna show you something. No, bro, one thing at a time. That's called muddy in the waters. Hold on. So watch this, right? With this wheel, what you looking at is that red and blue make purple. Purple and another color make another color. Them two colors make another color. Them is like you can't have no color without all colors. That's just basically how it all go. And this was kind of show you too in another way. It's different charts. It's another one I was looking for. It's a little bit more easier to understand for y'all, but
I heard about this
hold on. Damn it, that's a video I wanted to play for y'all. I gotta find it again now. About the tribe in Africa with only 2 toes in the whole tribe. Now, if we wanted to joke on people with tails and shit and with hair all over them, that'll be satanic on y'all behalf and childish. Cause I'm telling y'all, all of us is born on a fucking satanic world where they treating us like guinea pigs. Go watch the movie, The Island of Dr. Moreau. It's literally a tribe in Africa with fucking shark teeth. And you telling me they didn't do something to them people when we seeing motherfucker? It's a tribe in Africa with crab toes, like pinchers. I'm about to play that for you. So what I'm telling y'all is it's time to mature and realize this shit ain't no game, man. This has happened to us on levels and still will. And it ain't no game to see our enemy terraform people. And then we joke on it and say, look, them motherfuckers got chicken beaks. Ha 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 ha. And I'm like, bro, you're evil as fuck. We're born onto an earth where they're literally treating all of us like guinea pigs and we gonna act like that, nigga? This something to be serious about. And they want us to do that too. If I was genetically modifying everybody, giving motherfuckers tails and shark teeth and shit, I would love it if people were like, ha ha, look at them with the crab hands. Ha ha, look at him with the wolf nose. No one gonna mature up and say, bro, this is serious. They doing something.
Yeah, that's why I came on here, Sanchez, because I wanted to ask you about that. Like, it was like people being genetically modified, but you just answered that. But now I got a question. As far as FBA as a group, do you think we need to be stepping into science more now that we know that that is really like we been knew that it was a biological warfare, but to this degree? Do you think we need to be fighting fire with fire, or do you think it's another way to go about, us being, I don't want to say being on top, but, just having ours,
I don't know exactly Can you clarify more? Yeah.
Basically, as far as like, cause you saying we was genetically modified, so I'm thinking in that case, that's science right there. So technically, I'm not saying we not digging into science, but I mean more so like actually doing scientific experiments. Do you think that's a bad thing as black people? Because I know other races are doing this. They got their own places and stuff that they doing that stuff. I just want to know, do you think we need to start practicing that as well? Or I don't know if I'm asking the right question, but just basically, should we be more?
I got him, brother. I got you, brother. So check this out, right? Here's my thing about that question. When you propose it in a way where we see they're using science to genetically modify us and practice biological warfare, we try to use that, my brother Feezy, as an excuse to use science just to work for them and build cabinets and practice STEM and fucking tinker with robots and shit. When you just said they're using science to give you diseases, to mutate you and shit. Now the average black person, when their idea of science is all mechanical. Tell me I'm lying. And that's my thing about when people try to do that right there. And I have to specify then, okay, if you're going to say that, then let's promote experiments about how to terraform, how to genetically modify organisms, and let's do it in secrecy because that's what they doing. Of course, you can't carry out these kind of operations they carried out without secret societies, and let's go all the way with it. But it don't really go that way a lot of times, Feezy. It's just for me to answer you.
Okay. Much respect.
It turns into niggas having little bitty shit shows and ego tests about who doing the most science experiments in the hood and shit versus us trying to do what they doing and practice biological warfare on them. So that just be an excuse though. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I feel that. Much respect. That was really my main thing because as far as the topic, as far as the professor earlier, I do think very
hold on for a second, everybody. Had it come in, was everyone drop a one if you was able to hear what I was just saying? Because a couple of folks put twos on, but okay, we'll move on. Go ahead. Thank y'all.
So do you think that there could have been a few resets that created some of this diversity?
I don't know if y'all understand. Was they able to even to hear everything that I just said? But yeah, sorry about that. Resets concerning what, Marlon? My bad, brother. Yeah.
Resets concerning the diversity, because like there's buildings all over.
Here's what I'll say right here. When it comes to diversity, I don't try to look for some sort of mutation, evolution type theory to explain it like what y'all doing, because then I would have to say prior to the reset that created diversity in humanity, there was no diversity in the seas, the ocean, the jungle with different monkeys come in different kinds. Just saying, if you look at nature, it's a pattern. Nature do everything in variety. Nature don't just make trees, she make different kinds of trees. Nature don't just make a cloud, it make different kinds of clouds. Don't just make grass, but different kinds of grass. And you see what I'm saying? So when you look, what I do, brother, I just look at common sense, which ain't coming, parallels around us, critical thinking. And you will come to these very simple conclusions. It won't need Yakub theory, mutations, apes and shit. Like, it's amazing to see people can't do basic deductive reasoning to see the truth. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying like what causes it is
And
the science, brother.
I'm not
A
saying that
science.
about none of y'all either, so we can be clear. I ain't being disrespectful. Go ahead.
I'm saying in terms of our science and advancement, like it cycles to a point where there's an event, to where we get too much technology and then we end up in a reset. Like this what we've been going through has happened over and over and over again. Because if we've been here trillions of years, I don't think this is the first time we've reached this level of technology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you said.
So it could be another reset happening again. I mean, they got weapons of mass destruction. That could be the next reset. Or it could be nature resetting. Some kind of cycle in that way.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's two ways you can approach reality. The what could be's and all that. Now I call that mysticism. Or you can go with deductive reasoning and critical thinking, and then you can conclude with something that's solid. I know what I'm saying about diversity solid because I can see it still. What I'm saying still happening. We don't see people still coming from Bigfoot and ape people. We don't see black people still mutating, creating George Bushes, but we see everything in nature doing what I just said. And until it stops, I'm gonna believe in my heart I'm right and the other people wrong. Cause I got a very honest way of coming to my conclusion. Even though I don't like a lot of groups of people, I'm not gonna let my biases toward any group of people stop me from telling my own self the damn truth. That's self-harm. Why would I let my hate for somebody else make me lie to my damn self about reality? That's psychological shit. I see that a lot in the black community. It's like retarded to me.
I'm talking about though is the building, the actual building that's from the 1800s. I did construction for 5 years. I've seen high rises go from a hole in the ground to 100 stories in the air. So these older buildings that are all over the world, the same type of construction, but they weren't built by our current generations, our current timeline, so to speak. And they're all over the world. I mean, they talk about the pyramids, but they don't say nothing about these buildings. So,
That's true.
In the 1800s, they were building, and you look at the detail in the way they cut the stone on those buildings. They don't do that in modern construction. They can't. They can't match that. So where did these buildings come from?
They came from advanced ancient societies that had technology, and they don't want us to know that technology was in the past. But yeah, salutes to that.
Yeah, that's what I be talking about when I say reset. Like, okay, where did these buildings come from? And all these underground, it's underground structures and underground tunnels all the way across the United States.
Correct.
Then they ain't brand new. Under Chicago, they have tunnels that were there before all them buildings was there. The newer buildings.
Right. But see, I don't want to get too far off the topic of like Pan-Africanism, human origins, and all that, because we in Tartaria land now. And I'm always mystified about these ancient structures, but it's a show for that. You know what I'm saying? This one is all about DNA, genealogy, Aboriginal, Pan-Africanism, and all that. You feel me? Salutes to y'all.
Yeah.
I just ask that y'all stay there for me if we're going to deal with this topic today, man. Salutes to the panel and the chat. But it's a lot of stuff we got to learn, man, because I think we've created a false reality based on us trying to get back at the scientific racism that was practiced on us. But this here will show y'all something right here. If you remove any color off of here, you will have no colors. Did y'all know that? Did you know that, Marlon? That you can't have one without the other?
Oh yeah.
This a rule. It ain't my rule or his rule. It's a universal law that can't be disproven. So this the type shit I base my conclusions off, despite how I feel about anybody.
So would you agree that this is a modern thing? This whole color thing is a modern thing.
No, it's an ancient thing because
No. I mean, as far as
go ahead.
As far as us discriminating against us, all people are the same, just different colors, but can't accept that. So they want one color to rule over another. That's more of a modern thing.
Okay.
Than it is, you know what I mean?
I can't argue with it. But yeah, salutes to that, Marlon, for sure. And I'm just basically trying to point out more so that how we're practicing scientific racism and it benefits the people in power. Because look, when you say white people come from monkeys, I'm going to use that example, then I can't debunk them when they try to prove that we come from monkeys. And guess what? The whole world believe black people come from monkeys. They don't believe white people come from monkeys. But once you prove that anybody can come from monkeys, then you're making the damn science right that support the idea of us coming from monkeys, which is why when I push back at us coming from monkeys, I gotta also push back at the people in my group that's trying to make it like white folks come from monkeys. Even though I'm telling y'all white folks lied like we came from monkeys, I can't let us do the same thing to them that they did to us, not because I'm being peaceful, but because I gotta debunk that argument with everybody for it to be to sleep. Because it works worse against us than them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was just making a point to discredit the whole monkey theory, because if we evolved from monkeys would still be evolving into us.
And my whole thing, all the theories we say that's wrong when they say black people come from monkeys, we turn around and make them theories true for white people to come from them. It's shooting yourself in the foot, and they know it. So that's what I want.
I was just wisecracking with you.
I get you, but I'm glad you did it because that's being on topic. That's what we're here for tonight. That's what James Small. This is along the lines of what Francis Cress Wilson and a lot of people that these topics came up tonight. So shit, salutes to you. Shit, if it weren't for that, you know, we'll probably be talking about Grand Canyon civilizations. That'll be off topic. But nah, albinism, all that is on topic. So what I'll do now, I'll play this Hebrew Israelite video, but let me play this real quick. I ain't got a lot of time, so I'm gonna have to kind of rush through this when I do a part 2 or both. But let's see here.
Different about what? Oh, is that what I think it is? Interesting. Hold on one second.
Or what that means, but when I talk to FBAs, I usually get different answers depending on who I'm talking to. If you actually might call themselves a good place to be at, and my
class Pan-African for crying out loud. So it is what it is. It's like you have the lineage part of it, and I mean when I say FBA business, I'm being like sarcastic because they like to say we're a group. So that's why I'm like, if somebody, a quote unquote Pan-African, has done something, I'm like, well, that's Pan-African business, not ours. It's like a joke. It's like a running joke I use on Twitter. So it wasn't like a serious statement.
No, I can relate to that. The reason why I was asking because my interaction with FBAs has been prominently on X or Twitter, and that's a weird place to be at. And I always get different answers. But I can understand what you mean by FBA and Pan-African. Me as an Israelite, I kind of
we can hear it
delineate
on
the
this.
same way. Like, we all the same people,
I
but
was just getting ready to
I'm an
say that.
Israelite. You might call yourself FBA. Somebody might call themselves Pan-Africanism. Somebody else might call themselves something different. Part of the reason I asked that question is because people would tell me that FBA is just a lineage, and then some people say it's a movement, some people say it's this, some people say it's that.
Right.
I never really get a direct answer.
But we ain't gonna get a direct answer with no group. If I ask 100 Muslims, what is it being a Muslim, I'm gonna get a different answer because they all got different denominations of Islam, just like the Christian church, Pentecostal, Baptist, Lutheran, even Hebrew Israelites, which is what Captain Tazariak practiced. They got different rules. They so divided, it's a damn shame. In fact, let me play this clip right here because we're going to play this a lot. Let's play it.
What are they doing? What are they doing? He voted his ass.
What we about to look at is Captain Tazariak's squad, ISUPK, get to fighting with the purple guys, which is IUIC or something like that. They're like little gangbangers, but watch this. They got their colors and little IBYYY5 and shit.
Hey, Sanchez, we can't hear it on the call on the Zoom.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got y'all. Let me put the audio on, y'all. Because throughout this breakdown with Tazariak shitting on FBA, we got to also let you know, if you're telling us Hebrews is the way to go, which Hebrew group do we go with? That's like the black church. The black church will say, you need to be a Christian. Okay, it's 10,000 denominations and y'all don't agree with each other.
But bro, Sanchez, don't you think it's too much of that head nigga in charge mentality?
That's what I like about FBA.
I feel that if we talking for the same cause, right? And we all and all these brothers that have an issue with Tariq, they all FBA brothers. They don't got no African descent, no Caribbean descent.
Self-hatred, right? That's their
it's
problem.
Self-hatred. But I feel like brothers need to put the ego aside and stop with the head nigga in charge mentality. This is what's hurting our community. We should be talking about financial literacy. We should be talking about getting our human rights. This is what we should be talking about as a people. Not arguing about, oh, I don't agree with you and that head nigga in charge shit, that's agent shit. That's all that is. A bunch of agent provocateur shit.
And so guess what? That's why we got to raise war against all of these divisive ass ideologies that got our people divided up with a general in charge at the top or a leader or all that. That's what I'm saying. Prince Hall and all this shit. Let's play this video because this is what these kind of divisive groups lead to.
What are they doing?
You know what FBA lead to? All of these groups working together with a social political agenda, galvanized, versus what I'm about to show you now.
What do they do? He voted his ass back over his time. He can't address this. You understand? Read it again.
And y'all telling me this ain't no fraternity shit? This shit sound like the Alpha Kappa apples out there. Whoop, 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 whoop. All this. Go Bengals, go cheerleader type shit. And you got fringes on like a cheerleader.
And press also reported that George Lewis using the name
Get buck, get buck, get buck, get buck, get buck.
Israel has been connected. He was connected with who? With the Israel, with the what? With
the purple guys unhooking their equipment and they gonna do something that's kind of like fuck them niggas. You can see this bald-headed guy whispering. Let's zoom in. You see him, he like, man, you know what? Our ops out here. We the purple guys. Them niggas is the black transformers. They got a general named Johanna. I don't know what the purple guy's general name. Maybe it's Barney. But the thing is this right here. You about to witness a gang fight. Watch this.
with the what? With the Israel united in Christ. Now what you gonna say about that? Now them sisters gotta pack up and leave.
Wow.
they do together.
But these are the people that want to tell FBA about division, y'all. Keep this in mind now. While this brother talk about, he's so hypocritical now while we play this shit now.
If you ask me, what am I say, well, I'm an Israelite. We believe you got to keep the law, statutes, commandments. We all Israelites. You know, I have, you know, a whole direct line of what we.
Mind you, we just saw a full-fledged Royal Rumble over some fucking equipment, but they don't want to go to war with this white man. They want to wait for Yahweh Shah to come and help them with the white man. But when it comes to this other black Hebrew camp, we don't need to wait on Yahweh Shah. We can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it.
We are what that means, but when I talk to FBAs, I usually get different answers depending on who I'm talking to. That's why I asked them.
And same thing true with any group, because even though you have basic principles that unite the whole group, just like flat earth, all flat earthers say the earth flat. Other than that, we probably divide it just like any other group for real. And I gotta admit that, and I'm a flat earther, that you got glass domers, you got free energy, you got infinite planers, you got non-infinite planers. It's so many different little flat earth sections that no one can speak for the whole thing.
Well, that's because a lot of people. All right, so this is the best way I can explain it to you. So it's a more accurate description of something. For example, you're not a black man per se, right? You want to say you're not just. You are. I think you guys call yourselves copper color, right? I'm trying to think which one it is.
No. We would say what we would say is I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. We would say so-called black man.
Okay, exactly. So y'all would say right. So you're not just all right. So me and you obviously from the lineage, you know, right?
Right.
But you do it more in depth. Like, I'm not just from the lineage. There's another component to this that I am also X, Y, and Z. You go deeper, right? So for us, and this is how I define it. It's a lineage. So you can't undo your lineage because it's your history. You can't change that. However,
most people say that.
Yeah. So what I would say about it is, I think some people from the lineage have started a cultural renaissance movement that involves taking it past the conversation to actual paperwork. So you'll see people from the lineage like a Sister Brooke and the Brother Divine, and they'll go forth and they'll put forth these bills and they'll talk about, you know, delineation on paper away from the Africans. And because what they're doing is they're using the complexion to undermine us. Oddly enough, and I told you before on X, he was one of the first people I see tell the African we aren't the same people. And I was like, I understood it, but when you broke it down, it was like, no, you're not from my tribe, you're from X, Y, and Z.
Listen, man, I get crucified for there's a video.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
But look, I respect the honesty though, because like it's crazy because when you said it, like I understood fully because this is like, you know, it's like 2009 or some shit like that. I was like, it was way back.
It was 2015, actually.
15. Oh yeah.
Yep, it was July of 2015, and I didn't tell a little.
Yeah, and I didn't tell barbecue or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, but I didn't tell the kid. Sarnetta asked me the question. Sarnetta says, "This is my brother. If I bring him to the cookout, can he come to the cookout?" And I said, "No." To this day, black people that love Africans, you wouldn't feed that African. You told that African boy you wouldn't feed him, and
that's true. You did that though. You did. I saw the video. It was horrible. That Liberty boy asked you, you know, but basically, matter of fact, let's play the video that he referencing.
You the young man. Let's say if I was the old one and I was persecuting your people, I didn't care about your sons.
I'm not gonna lie. If you was terrorizing my people when I was at a young age, when I get older, I would hate your people and you. I'm not gonna lie.
But that Liberty boy ain't terrorizing your people. You know what I'm saying? You can't say what he did equates for all Africans, even though y'all got a white boy in y'all camp and y'all saying not all white people are the cause. See what I'm saying?
If you was terrorizing my people when I was at a young age, when I get older, I would hate your people and you. I'm not gonna lie. if you was terrorizing my people when I was at a young age, when I get older, I would hate your people and you.
Thank you. That's why we don't like Africans. So when we say we don't,
but you know what? He didn't. You gotta see, the thing is this: not all Africans terrorize us. It was specific tribes or nations in Africa. So what's happening here is anybody from Africa, he treat them the same, even though he don't want people to treat every Hebrew camp the same, because there's some camps that agree with grape and his don't. It, just like the if we went with what every Christian thought, is some Christians think it's okay to have slaves. We know which ones that is, them Charlie Kirk ones. So, but we know we can't put slavery on every Christian just because the Bible condones it, right? I gotta give the black people that use the Bible a out, because they can say, because that'll be like me telling y'all grandmas and aunties, well, you agree with slavery because you subscribe to the Bible. You know damn well your grandma don't agree with slavery, but she using the Bible for her own way of interpreting it. You see what I'm saying? But they won't let other folks have that same benefit.
Deal with the Africans, but we don't deal with white people. It's not because you're African. It's not because that person is white. It's because of the crimes that they committed against us, and we just want justice for that.
And then they will never seek justice and go attack the people that did it to them. They will attack all the innocent people, just like when they make the white people kiss their foot. It's never the skinheads, the Aryan Brotherhood, the KKK. It's always some flamboyant white guy that can't wait to get on his knees and kiss the foot. He seems so happy to do it. And they be like, nah, that's my get back. And I'm like, wait a minute, your get back is letting a white guy with a foot fetish kiss your feet. But let's go.
So if there was a little white baby coming by and he was hungry, would y'all feed the white baby?
No.
So if there was a little white baby coming by and he was hungry, would y'all feed the white baby?
No.
I could never catch fucking Cesario.
If I bring my brother, this is my little brother, if I bring my brother with me to the cookout, can he get in with me? No. If I bring my brother, this is my little brother, if I bring my brother with me to the cookout, can he get in with me? No. If I bring my brother, this.
So we get it, right? Let's go back to his video so we can get a reference on it. We got it.
That shit, it was just,
Hey,
it was just crazy.
It was culturally, we are different.
No, it wasn't that deep. You know what bugged out is like a week before that, he asked me the same question about a white kid, and I said I wouldn't feed him, and they applauded me for that. But when I wouldn't feed the African kid, they crucified me for that.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with our shallow way of approaching this shit by skin color, thinking all skin folks, kin folks, when your biggest problem is the richest black families called a boule. And they skin color just like yours. And they married a black woman. These are black families.
They were doing a lot of shit for the clicks back then, but the point is, right, you have some people who identify with the lineage as they have decided to, go forward and put forward bills and, get it all on paper. And you're starting to see, and if you pay attention, these Africans are really nervous about that because they understand that our government has given us federal set-asides specifically to people from the lineage. But on federal paperwork, they practice flat blackness. So to them, it all seems the same. But once you start getting more in-depth specifics on who you are, you start to see those federal protections go away. So when they do designate it specifically for our lineage, flat blackness means nothing in the eyes of the government, because just because you look like us don't mean you are us. And on paper, if you're not us, the government's not gonna give you those set-asides. And we all know they have a finite amount of scholarships and, grants and stuff like that. So once you remove their ability.
What I don't get about black people and a lot of FBAs, we'll say all skin folks ain't kin folks, but we will only use that for black people that's foreigners. We won't look at our own people who grew up FBA in this land like us, like the Freemasons, the Boule. They FBA, some of these FBA groups will align themselves with Freemasons and Boule and play the skin folk and kinfolk game only with quote unquote tethers. You gotta watch for that. That's fake as hell.
They're upset about their access to those grants. Now, me personally, I support that movement because we know, as you know, it's not just about talk, it's about what can you actually get done. So once we getting it done, everything else is, I'm not even bullshit, everything else is noise. So when you see niggas online yelling at the tellers all day, that's bullshit. I don't really get into that.
Good shit.
I also don't get into
Yeah, that's why I don't get on, that's why I kind of left X, honestly, because when I first got exposed to FBA, I don't think I learned the right way what it meant. Like that paperwork and stuff that you're saying. Like, I don't like Africans. I don't like them. I never.
I've seen your debates with Brother Polite. I know you don't.
Right.
That's crazy as hell because a lot of these groups accuse FBA of being divisive. And I'm saying if the Hebrew Israelites want to accuse FBA of being divisive, this ain't a good look, bro. Like,
the same way we accuse the so-called white man for his role in our position in America, the Africans play the same role because historically the white man didn't come into the African tribes and catch us. The African tribes brought us to the white man.
They were partners.
So, yeah, it's like if my mom and daddy get unalive, whoever drove the car, I'm going to hate. Whoever plotted, whoever planned it, I'm going to hate them, and I'm going to hate the shooters. I'm going to hate them all. Mm-hmm. So that's how I look at it. So when I hear you.
But you know what's crazy? The Hebrew Israelites will tell you, we hate the Africans because they enslaved us, right? But they also will tell you the reason we got enslaved is because we turned away from Yahawashah and we stopped following God. So God let the white man enslave us. God let the African enslave us. But then they will be mad at the white man and the African for doing what God told them to do, even though we getting punished because we didn't do what God told us to do. But let's go. This is fucking bananas.
You just break down that, they take advantage of things that we allowed them to get, that we created for us that they take advantage of. I'm with that. I'm not against that.
Yeah, see, and most reasonable people are. That's why I'm like, that's why I try to tell people, like, you have to, instead of trying to fight everybody with a question, you have to break it down. Because me personally, I look at it like this, right? In 1965, you can look this up. After black folk got the right to vote, we went to the federal government and said, hey, you got some very racist policies against melanated.
Hey, Johnny B, good thing that your opinion ain't driving the movement. And I'm saying a lot of people of different ideologies come together and say, you know what? We just need a voice on a political level. See, ignorance will make y'all give y'all opinions. Knowledge will make you give facts. That's all I'm saying. Why do you think that a lot of people think their opinion is valuable, right? And I'm not saying this because I'm a jerk. I'm just saying it because it's the truth. Ain't nothing more valuable than the facts. And until the end, it's just opinion. Oh, okay, cool. Play the video.
Immigrants, you can switch that. We also switched it for the Chinese people too, because they had a quota. And so they let these people in. And then, like you said, these people don't like us. So instead of them assimilating with us, they teamed up with the oppressor. Now, I have this theory, and I look at my own people like this too. If you become a tool in our oppression, you are now the oppressor too, and you should be treated as such. That's how I look at it, because what's the difference?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Like if they hand you the pew me, then you got to go too. So I think, and this is why, patience is so important. Also, I want to say this to you real quick before you go on. The reason why you had such a bad intro into what FBA was is because I don't know how tight you are with culture.
And you can't let your first impression, that's just like me meeting Charlie Kirk for the first time. And I'm getting introduced to Christianity through a white Klans member or through Charlie Kirk. Then guess what? I'm going to get a messed up interpretation of what Christianity was supposed to be. That ain't gonna even align with Christ, you feel me? But that'll be like me holding all Christians for that, because the first Christians I was introduced to was people like Charlie Kirk. So after that, I'm saying Christians are Zionists, Christians are colonizers. And that'll be me speaking in general, but that'll be like more when you generalize, and we know we saying not everybody without saying it. That's why it's called a generalization.
Cultivate, but when I saw you in her spaces, I'm like, okay, yeah, she attracts that type of chaos though. But you know, she does it for content. So you wouldn't get like reasonable people going into her space to actually have the conversation. You don't get people going to quote unquote fight and bang and yell and scream. You know, it's like going to a boxing match saying, oh, why are you punching that?
So in what this is how shit work, right? It's okay to generalize, but it's not okay to act like your generalization is factual for all people. That's the opposite of a generalization. What the Hebrews will do, they will say, look, not all Hebrews are the same. Don't generalize with us. When really, when we generalize, we're speaking in general, which means it goes without saying that we don't think it's everybody. But here's the thing. When they generalize, they're treating it like fact. Like, okay, I met one Hebrew that's this way, so all of y'all this way. And Hebrews would treat everybody like they the same based upon the few from your group that they had a bad experience with. And it just so happened they always have a bad experience with everyone's group. They have a fucking fucked up first meet. And you can't have that many bad experiences without us looking at you. Y'all just want to act like every other group ain't got it together but y'all. When I just played a video of y'all infighting, literally having a Royal Rumble, y'all want to see it again? Let me know. Ain't it funny? Let's play it back.
What are they doing? What are they doing? He brought his gay ass back over here this time, didn't he? He can't judge you. With the Israel, with the what? With the Israel, with the what? With the Israel united in Christ. Now what you gonna say about that? Now them sisters gotta pack up and leave.
Mind you, people still gonna say FBA divisive. That's crazy. That's like a group coming along saying, listen, it don't matter if you a blood, a crip, a gangster disciple, a Hoover, this something for black people. Y'all quit killing each other when you come over here. This is us a unified identity in social political spaces. Leave your gang identity. Everywhere Snoop Dogg go, he identifies his hood and his gang. And we're saying we can give you somewhere you can go and leave your gang identity at home, which is these gangsters do want to break. They do want to go somewhere and engage themselves in intellectual discussions, political discussions, and us look at them like an intelligent person other than just a gangbanger. You know, so a person can show up from it's gang members in FBA, but you wouldn't know it because it allowed them to cloak themselves under a political identity. Just like if you're a fucking conservative or a Republican and you show up to do political debates, even though you may have been raised from a gang, when you show up for that debate, you ain't going as a blood, you going as a Republican, and you putting on a suit with a tie. And what I'm saying is why we can't do that with FBA. Why we can't say, look, when you come over here, we can do it with Democrat, Republican. We don't say that's divisive, even though we know Democrat, Republican, divisive, two-wing, same bird is built to be that way. Illusion of inclusion, right? While they both working together. And that's what I'm saying when it comes to the Democrat, Republican concept. That's happening in religion with all of these groups like the Hebrews. It's just a bunch of leaders at the top enriching themselves, acting like they the only one with all the answers. I know because I was raised I was joined a certain church for years that told us every other Christian organization got it wrong. out of all the thousands of them in the world, hundreds of thousands, and they all disagree on how it go. And I was taught that my one little organization got the real truth, and we interpreting it the right way out of tens of thousands of groups. You know how egotistical that is? And these groups would have debates where they debating each other's doctrines and shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yo, bro Sanchez, man, I want to say salute to you, bro. It's been a minute since I've been up here. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't been rocking with y'all in a long time, man. I always love coming up here building with you.
It is. Hey, I got a big salute to you, man. Bullets God, and much
Yeah,
love and respect.
you already know, family. Hey, but bro Sanchez, make sure you check your email, bro, because I definitely we gotta do another bill, man. We gotta do another show together, bro Sanchez. It's been a long time, brother.
We do.
We got to. But peace to everybody on the platform, everybody on the panel, Marlon, the whole Flat Earth family. You know, I'm definitely gonna be spinning the block back around here. And it's great to have this knowledgeable bill because we need more of these. And like bro said, just saying, man, all this head nigga in the charge mentality, all these debates, man. Like what is the purpose and the cause? It ain't helping our people. So we got to get to what's going to be the solution to helping our people. And I definitely want to give my brother his flowers. Salute the bro Sanchez. Keep teaching, keep enlightening our people. And, you know, I'm definitely going to be here back more to build with my brothers. And y'all have a peaceful night. God bless all of y'all, man.
Right. You too, brother. Appreciate the love. And this what y'all got to realize, right? All the FBA shit is what Tupac kind of was talking about when he was like, man, we need our own political party. Because guess what it is? You got black folks that's Republicans and Democrats and they can't get along. You got black folks divided up, Christian, Islam, Republican, Democrat, and they can't come together and fucking just have one damn idea as a group, politically, religiously, nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's a problem, man. So that's all it is. It's just a people attempting to galvanize on a political level to have leverage with your votes. Because what happens is if we divide up between Democrat, Republican, they get free votes because we choosing sides, but both the parties are owned by the same people. You see? So that's my whole thing about us saying, listen, it don't matter if you Democrat or Republican, we gonna hold our votes hostage and say, if you want these motherfuckers, this is what we ransoming. This is how you do politics in America, man. That's how you use your power, for real. It's about having a strategy as a group. But that I didn't make them rules. That's just the dumb capitalistic shit we born in, man. I can't fucking be mad if the NFL got pass interference. I gotta go by the rules, you know what I'm saying?
That's why I went independent, man. They don't know who I'm gonna vote for, if I vote at all.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the brothers Sterling and Cassie as well. I think I'm about to shut down after y'all close out. I'm gonna pass it around. Y'all can close out. But hey, let me give a shout out to Focus Willis. He said, yo, bro, what about the people start trying to make, what about once people start trying to make money off FBA? Well, the thing about this is this. It's hard not to make money off anything. For example, right? If you are a capitalist, which you should be, and again, quit thinking morally. You're born on a monopoly board, whether you want to play this game or not. So let's not act like I'm making these rules. Since you're born on a monopoly board, you need to try to capitalize off, make everything you do monetizable. If I can find a way to monetize everything I'm doing and my time is money, that's what being rich, that's the key to being rich. That's the key to wealth in this capitalist country. I didn't make them rules. So what we got to stop doing is saying, look at how he making money and look at what he making money off of. Ain't no moral motherfucking way to go in a country that was built on blood and slavery and there. We like to play. It's like this. I'm playing all of y'all in the game of Monopoly, right? And it's known that it's a few players cheating to get rich, and y'all still want to play by the rules when ain't everybody cheating. Everybody cheating. The cat out the bag. It's okay to cheat now. They even telling you that in this game. So we gotta quit trying to put like, okay, you know that brother making money off teaching flat earth. You know that brother making money off teaching this. It's okay for me to challenge these people teachings and show you how they pseudoscience and how dangerous they are. And then I can bring up the monetary part of it. So, because then I have context for why I'm bringing up the money, which is why you paying for indoctrination. That's like me telling you, bro, you just bought them Jordans? Nah, them ain't real. Them counterfeit. You spent your money on some fake shit. I'm doing you a service now, other than just accusing of saying he's selling fake shoes. So my thing is this. I'm saying, bro, my whole thing be, we can't be really mad at how a person get money if it ain't causing harm to nobody. So when you say, well, he getting money because he's, teaching this, teaching that, show me how the teachings is toxic and you'll justify the pocket watching. It's okay to say, well, yeah, he getting money teaching bullshit, but exposed to bullshit too, so the people giving them that money can see that they spending their money on some BS, if that make any sense.
Hey, speaking of money, we need to do another one of them videos.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break Captain Tazariak video down on a part 2. Because I know he gonna say a lot of crazy hypocritical stuff, but salutes to him. I ain't mad at him. He doing what Hebrews do. I ain't gonna expect nothing different.
Oh, I was talking about a different topic, a money topic that we had before.
Yeah.
The
I ain't
XRP,
stopping you. Do your thing. Yeah, talk to him.
It's
I'm gonna
about to
close
jump
up.
off. All them institutional big wigs, and it's they setting it up. That's what Trump kids is doing. They about to get paid, and what we got to figure out, we got to get paid when they get paid, because they about to make that happen. So, I mean, everybody that coulda, woulda, shoulda is gonna be saying, "Why didn't nobody bring this up when it was happening?" But I've been that one that's keep bringing up that new money, the cryptocurrency. They about to make that a reality this coming year.
Hey, you know what's crazy, right? You got Pan-African saying Tariq Nasheed created FBA and we're his disciples, right? But check this out, right? Everything Tariq saying about FBA come from Professor James Small. George Macon showed the receipts on that earlier. That's what I'm saying. You got Pan-Africans that live among Africans in New York, and they know the sentiments. So even when they was teaching us to have Pan-African pride, they was saying, look, man, they calling us Akata. And listen, like I said, I could sit here and admit that I got love for all groups. It shows in my life. But I ain't gonna lie for no damn group, because ain't nobody gonna lie for mine. They gonna tell the truth, and if anything, lie on it. The truth gonna set us all free. So ain't nobody truthfully true about unifying and shit if they don't want to deal with the real. So that's how I look at that. Same with, you know, white people, you know, when they say, well, slavery's the past, let's get over it and all that, but yet we can't get over the Holocaust and all this shit, or September 11, and everyone want to lack empathy only with one group. And me being a part of that group, you think I'm gonna let that shit happen? Hell no. I've lived all around the world and seen groups and ain't gonna take the shit. Hell, no, ain't no group gonna take that. And I respect those groups. Shouldn't. Everyone just gotta respect everybody, man. That's it. Have empathy for every group. But with that note, we're going to close down. Salutes to everybody, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Salutes to all of the panelists. If there's someone on the call that wanted to bill and didn't, you can close out. But until then, yes, salutes to y'all. Peace. Yeah. Your viewer activity. Yeah, shout out to everyone that became members. There was a lot of new members, man. I appreciate y'all's support for helping us bring y'all controversial topics, you know, issues worth discussing, you know, and appreciate y'all for not putting your head in the sand, because in the words of Malcolm X, a powder keg is going to blow up in America, and it's like a bomb in the room and ain't nobody paying attention to it, and it's going to explode with us in it. That's the race relations in America. It's a nasty conversation, but you ain't the bad person for fucking having it. It's a bad country for allowing this shit to be swept under the rug and then addressing it on a level to keep us all divided versus dealing with the real issues of what go on. So shout out to Hanzite, said $5 kangaroo Gov for birthday yesterday. No, it was on the 22nd, so that was 4 days ago. Salutes to you, Hanzite. Much love. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jason Wildboy said great content. Yes, somebody, Johnny B said, disagreeing doesn't mean disrespect. I'm going to tell y'all the most ultimate form of disrespect you can tell a person. To look a person in their eye because you disagree with them and say, you hate yourself. That's fucked up. That's wicked. That's wicked. Guess who do that? Pan-Africans. Guess what Pan-Africans do? They look me in the fucking face. They look you in the face just because they disagree with you about the out of Africa theory, and they said, you hate yourself. Let's talk about that kind of disrespect. Peace and much love, y'all. We out.